The Falcons have won both head-to-head games. Cousins is looking comfortable. The Bucs are without their top two receivers. The Falcons will win that division.
Yeah, because they're in it with Tampa Bay. I think they're going to be good enough. It's the worst division in football. I think they're going to be good enough to be better than Tampa because Tampa's going to be receiverless for another 5 weeks.
Not an overreaction. I think this is the fourth time I've said that, and I almost did, except I think the Buckeyes are going to turn it on with that first one. These are very good today. Did I write these? It's over because of the head.
Take credit.
It's over because of the head-to-head. I think that's the deal breaker here, is that at best maybe Tampa gets Evans back later, gets the defense fixed a little bit, but to overcome head-to-head, that's a 2-game lead.
Tom said I got to spice it up a little more. None of these are bold
these
enough.
are great.
Yeah, these are good.
This next one is Tua. While back, the Dolphins season is over.
Yeah, they're 2-5. They're done. Toast.
They weren't that good with him. Now they're 3 games back of the Bills in the win column. Cold weather is coming, and we know what that means for the Miami Dolphins. It means more losing.
Oh, yeah. Winter is coming. I don't think it's an overreaction.
So they do get their game in Buffalo this week.
Yes.
And
it's only supposed to be 60 degrees.
Yeah, so they don't have to go there, but they do have to go to Green Bay on Thanksgiving. I think it's an overreaction.
Cleveland late in the year, too. Cold weather.
I know. And speaking of them, maybe the Dolphins are this year's Browns. That team that kind of got left for dead. Remember the Browns last year, how awful they were? They went 11-5.
Yeah, Flacco.
I'm not going to give up on them yet. They're too explosive offensively. There's too many garbage teams in this league that they can outscore. I think they can get back in the race.
Done.
The Eagles will get the 2 seed in the NFC. The offense is rolling without the turnovers. Nobody else from the East, West, or South is better than Philadelphia.
Not an overreaction. I really don't think so. I mean, a bit of an overreaction. I think it's going to depend on Washington or Philly. And if they can find a way to beat Washington, and they're down a game right now, I'm not ready to actually say that this is going to happen, that they're going to be a 2 seed.
Yeah, I'm going to say overreaction for now. And in my heart, I believe the Eagles are probably the second best team in the NFC.
Yep.
But I got to see them play one game against the Commanders first before I want to say that it's not an overreaction.
There you have it. Overreact, Jim's weekend overreactions. It's 97.1.
I get asked about my weight all the time. And as a player, everybody wanted to know, how much do you weigh? And because you're a big dude. Now they see the stark contrast between what I look like now and what I look like even just a couple of years ago, but especially when I played. I've lost over 70 pounds in the last 2.5 years. I've been able to keep it off, and I've done it because of the assistance and the help of Ideal You. They're going to assign you a weight loss coach. They're going to teach you and coach you throughout the entire process of what to eat and drink to lose weight. And then once you reach your goal, they're there to support you because they want you to keep the weight off. If you want to change your life too, go to idealu.us right now and schedule your free consultation. You could be 20, 30, or even 40 pounds lighter in just 40 days. As I mentioned, I was down 10 in 10 days, so you get that instant reward. Ideal You has helped thousands of people. They can help you as well. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us.
70 yards untouched, 52 points for the Lions, and as a ticket texter puts it, another blowout by classless Dan Campbell.
Yes. I know, yes.
What does Chris Christie think today?
Oh, my goodness. Can you imagine the outrage in the Christie household?
The Lions did everything in that game, capitalizing in the red zone, but getting a million chances in the red zone because of special teams, because of defense, takeaways, all of it, and Detroit avoided a letdown.
How dare they let their running back throw a touchdown? Classless. But, I mean, maybe on the flip side, Christie was thinking, all right, well, maybe what they did to us wasn't as bad. We could have been the Titans.
David Montgomery, former high school quarterback, showing off the arm a little bit there. Mm-hmm. Ben Johnson said after the Cowboy game, the well is deep. Because people said, you're giving away all your good trick plays. And his response is, I got more than I know what to do with, essentially. One trick play is going to set up another trick play because now they think this is the trick, but it's not. Ben Johnson is several steps ahead, and everybody else is being victimized by the creativity. I love watching it.
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, it's especially this time of year, all those tricks, a lot of treats.
Dan Campbell, post-game, addressing the team. Here's what he had to say.
He was more... I love the post game from Dan Campbell in the locker room. It's so much fun. How about the energy of Dave Phipp? That's a typical special teams coach. All right, always just chirping.
And Khalif, he's a guy we got to interview out in training camp, and I was really impressed with him. And not just the player he is, the person he is, and you can tell that they love him, and he had a huge game against the team he used to play for. He gets a game ball. All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, it is almost that time of year again where we have to turn our clocks back, of course, and prepare for those darker afternoons. So daylight savings time ends on 2 a.m. on Sunday, and experts say that falling back is actually easier than springing forward.
I think we would all agree.
Yes, but you still may need to prepare yourself. Every year there's the same story on how you prepare for this time change. Experts say that it may take a while to kind of adjust our sleep habits, our sleep schedule. Also find time to work out now that it's getting darker earlier, right? Like you just kind of run out of that daylight, especially if you work a typical 9 to 5 job. You might be leaving when it's dark out already. So if you
Especially if you're an outdoor workout individual, you might actually need to find a place to work out inside or take some time during the day to get that workout in.
Yeah, and they say if you suffer from like seasonal depression, this time of year is much more difficult for your mental health. So to prepare, you can start right now. You need to adjust your bedtime little by little, experts say, before the lead up to the big time change, like going to bed about 15 minutes earlier. Just slowly start to go to bed a little bit earlier. Make sure you get outside when you can. Get some sunlight because that's going to help too. That natural sunlight is going to help like our body's internal clock regulate properly. So that's basically the two major tips is adjusting your sleep schedule and making sure you're still getting some of that natural sunlight. And then maybe one day we'll be done with all of this. We'll see.
Yeah, who knows? Yeah. But yeah, I mean, the sunlight, especially in the winter months where you might not actually see the sun for 3 or 4 weeks at a time, you're going to have to, if you see it, take a little time, soak it in.
Yeah, there are 2 states, Arizona and Hawaii, that don't change their time. They stay on standard time. So
they got to figure it out.
Lucky little devils, yes. More than 145,000 Michigan residents cast their ballot on the first day of statewide early in-person voting. That was on Saturday. This number exceeded expectations of state and local election officials. So at voting sites, people were saying, hey, we got out early because we wanted to avoid lines and we wanted to avoid stress on actual election day. Some said they anticipated being out of town on election day and they wanted to vote in person.
Sure.
And others were just like excited to get out and vote. So there's still time. Early voting does continue daily, including Sundays through November 3rd. If you want to get out early, you can go do that. They say as of 7 a.m. on Sunday, 22.7% of Michigan's more than 7.25 million active registered voters have already returned their ballots. That does include absentee ballots as well. Yep, pretty cool. Get out there, guys. Listen to this. An Indiana University football fan just ruined his chances at winning $100,000 because he tore his ACL while he was warming up for Pat McAfee's kicking contest.
I did.
It's painful. And it's one of those two where it's cringy and you're kind of laughing at the same time, but you don't want to laugh at another individual's pain.
No, this student, Jake, he was kind of like warming up, showing off for the crowd a little bit. And he did this massive kick, right? A fake kick, just warming up. And then he slipped backwards onto the grass. His leg bent underneath his body. Ultimately blew out his knee. He had to be taken to the hospital. And then they did call.
That's why Charlie Brown gets so mad at Lucy. Because he's worried about blowing out his ACL.
Heather doesn't appreciate that.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Heather, this is Charlie Brown, Lucy. She holds the football.
She pulls it
tricks
out.
On him.
He takes a swing and then falls on his back.
Why would I know this?
I know how you feel about Charlie Brown.
Human being.
I don't watch Charlie Brown.
Yeah, but even if you don't, it's kind of one of those, like, you just know that Lucy pulls the ball.
Yeah, it's a cultural thing.
No, I didn't know that. Sorry, guys. I really have no idea. So there was an alternate contestant that was selected, and he had the chance to win money not only for himself, but also for poor Jake, right? Well, kicked the ball, missed the field goal, got a second chance,
missed
the ball, missed the field goal again. So nobody won the money. Bummer. JetBlue is being sued for serving an ice cream sandwich that was too cold.
Oh, come on.
And when I mean too cold, okay, well, listen to what happened, okay? So this woman, she's from New Jersey, and she was flying to Paris in August with her fiance, and she was offered this ice cream sandwich from the airline as a snack option. She said, oh, sounds amazing. I'll take that. Took the ice cream sandwich and immediately went in for a bite, but she didn't realize that it was frozen solid. So it wasn't just too cold. It was literally frozen.
She was holding it in her hand, wasn't she?
She was. She broke a tooth. It cracked like down to the root. She had to have it pulled by a dentist as soon as she landed. She had to get an implant later on. Whole hassle, right? And she says that the ice cream sandwich was like a block of ice and that the flight attendant should have warned her. And now she is suing for damages plus pain and suffering. And there's going to be a jury trial that's going to decide if she deserves any money and how much she should get.
Oh, come on. Okay.
I mean, I don't know what's worse, the suing McDonald's because your coffee was too hot, or
ice cream's too cold.
Or ice cream's too cold.
Yes. It's going to be hard to find a jury of her peers, though. It's a low bar.
That's Heather with the news. Coming up next, we have yet to talk about what happened on Saturday night. Michigan takes down Michigan State, and after the game, Colston Loveland with a reset, dropping little brother. Your reaction next, John. Everybody else, we'll get to it. 97.1.
We got a lot of great sporting events here in the Detroit area. Some fun that we're having with our teams. Why not watch it? One of the greatest places to watch all the sports. That's Stadium Swim, and it's located at Circa Resort and Casino. You can hang out next to one of the 6 pools, even jump in if you want, on 3 different levels for a perfect view. The massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen at Stadium Swim. It's America's favorite place to watch all these great events. Swim-up bars. They also have Insta-ready selfie walls for you youngsters and one nonstop football party. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy day beds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. You can reserve your spot today. It's 365 days of sports, and it's all poolside. Located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
And the Wolverines win the rivalry clash. Paul Bunyan stays in Ann Arbor. Doug Karsh on the call. John Jansen standing right next to him.
In the background.
Creative. Michigan played 2 quarterbacks, and for once I actually felt like the game plan played to their strengths. They had creative play calls. They avoided turnovers and penalties, and it was a clean game. And then afterwards, it was anything but clean. John, I want to know where you stand on all of it.
On the game?
Wherever you want to go.
Well, let's start there. It was a relief that the game was over, for a relief for us that Michigan won. And I do like the 2 quarterback system, and I like it because it worked. That's simply it. I don't like having 2 quarterbacks, and we went through that. I'm not going to rehash that whole argument and conversation, but if you don't have any, then try and get one in the aggregate, which I kind of believe they did. I think that the big problem that I had with that process was at the end of the game, they ultimately got first downs with Alex Orji, but on first down with 2 minutes left and the timeouts that Michigan State had, you knew you had to get 2 first downs. They get 1 with Alex Orji, and then they go behind the offensive line that struggled mightily against a very good defensive front for Michigan State, and then they ultimately tried on third down, pick up the first. I don't know why we don't get there sooner in play calling, but I'm just glad they eventually got there. But that's the one gripe that I have.
Yeah, and I felt like, Michigan State outgained Michigan on the ground, which is typically the calling card for this rivalry, but Michigan State squandered a missed field goal chip shot early. They had the fumble before the half. I thought Jonathan Smith didn't realize he had Aiden Childs at quarterback. He kind of coached as though he didn't have a quarterback with a lot of conservative decisions. I thought Sharon outcoached Jonathan Smith. And there was a lot of heat on Sharon coming out of the bye and a lot of praise for Jonathan Smith coming out of the bye. Sharon's team played cleaner. And in a game where we knew it could be sloppy, Michigan was the cleaner football team.
And what was the one stat that I told you was going to decide the game? And it ultimately did. It's the turnover battle. And it was 1 turnover, even though it was only 1.
Directly led to 3 points.
It led to 3 points. And here's what it did going into halftime. Michigan mounts a drive, and they score. Which, I don't know how they did it, but they finally did it. And then all of a sudden, you have a missed PAT. And all the energy that and momentum that you created, it was like, hey, okay, we were starting to fill up the balloon, and then it all went away.
Well, MSU jumped them early, right? It was like 93 rushing yards to 1. They had marched down the field, statement, toughness, we're coming into Ann Arbor, and the problem is the drive ended empty.
Oh, I'll give you
and
a
they
stat.
should have and could have been up so many more points.
So they missed the field goal, right? And
Yeah.
that was holy cow, I can't believe he missed a field goal. He's a very good field goal kicker. So he misses it. And then they mount another drive. They go down and score a touchdown. At one point, Michigan State had 8 first downs, and Michigan had only run 7 plays total offensively. And even at the end of the game, I mean, the time of possession was still almost 2-1. It was 37 minutes for Michigan State versus almost 23 for Michigan. It was completely lopsided, but it was the turnover that came after that missed field goal that allowed them the opportunity to go out there and take the lead going into halftime. And if you asked anybody at the end of the first half, just watching it, who do you think should be leading at this time? Your answer wasn't going to be Michigan.
No, and I think there's probably Spartan fans out there that feel like they got one that got away right there. That was a golden opportunity in year 1 for Jonathan Smith to take the state and the rivalry and get Michigan while they're down. And they didn't. And it's a credit to Michigan with the Sharks circling all week, right? This idea of this team's poorly coached and they can't pick a quarterback and they don't do anything right. And while I don't think it was their finest hour, I think they did what they had to do to win the football game, which is a compliment to coaching. I also thought it was a compliment to coaching that Sharon Moore denounced the nonsense after the game. Didn't feed into the fire of, what took place. And John, I want your interpretation of it. Obviously, people saw Colston Loveland afterwards drop the little bro. What did you make of both the physical altercation and the fact that we're doing the little bro thing again?
I hate the little bro comment. I hated it when Mike Hart did it. I think Mike Hart has actually come out since then and said it was a mistake.
He regrets it.
Yeah. Because that's when you completely change the tenor of the rivalry. And before that, I mean, yes, there's anger, there's hate, there's all this, but now it's become there's a matter of violence in this, and it's not the 3.5 hours that they play. Yeah, there's always going to be a shot after the whistle, or there's a hit out of bounds, all right? But okay, this all happens in every football game. It's just amplified because it's a rivalry, but it's the stuff that goes on before the first kick, and it's the stuff that goes on after the final whistle that annoys you. Now, I will say this, and I'm sure everybody's going to get all up in arms. The victory formation. I've never been in a game where somebody fires off in victory formation on the defense. And does it require a reaction like Colston Loveland had, where he gets in the face?
Does the headbutt?
Okay, headbutt, sure. To
That's
me,
what
a
it was.
headbutt is no. I mean, he stuck his face in his face. It wasn't I'm going to hit you with my head and recoil. It was I'm going to stick my face mask in your face mask and jaw a little bit, which we see after almost every NFL play.
Sure.
But okay, we don't have to get into who instigated what, because you fire off on victory formation. All right, to me that was a little bro move. But then you can also be the bigger team and say, hey, scoreboard, we won, and walk away. You don't have to then escalate it a little bit more, which then escalates it a little bit more. And then all of a sudden we have a melee after a really good, clean game on both sides.
Yeah.
And I thought it was a credit to Jonathan Smith. It was a credit to him on how he coached that team, how he had them ready to play in a rivalry game. And you could say outcoached, not outcoached. I don't even, this isn't part of that conversation.
Sure.
Sharon Moore, I thought he did a tremendous job of getting his guys ready to play in a rivalry game, because there's not two great teams playing.
No, there weren't. Okay, the little bro thing to me is cringy, okay? Now, I'm as a Michigan fan to hear that from you, to say like it's kind of played out, you kind of cringe at it and bristle at it. The rivalry has been intensely competitive. Like, I think it's 10-10 in the last 20 years. I think is it 6-4 the last 10 years now? My point is, it's gone back and forth. It's fairly competitive, this rivalry. The idea that,
well, the last 10 years leading up to the game, you said it was 5-5.
5-5. Yeah, now Michigan takes the edge, which is what happens in a rivalry. It ebbs and flows. But the idea that Michigan, with the little bro comment, it's not accurate. The series is competitive,
right?
And I think
to me, it's disrespectful. It's a level of disrespect that I don't like, and it's disrespectful to the game of football, to the rivalry. I don't like it, and I do like the fact that Colston afterwards addressed, I shouldn't have said that. Now, it doesn't change it. He said it in the moment, especially after what happened after the final play. But I do like the fact that he tried to retract it later.
This was Colston Loveland. People have seen it, but Colston Loveland on the field after the game. So the confines of the game, I know you don't like it, but firing out while there's seconds on the clock doesn't feel like a little bro move to me.
Okay, well, I'll ask you this. Go look at any victory formation
It's
over
happened.
the last 20 years.
Greg Schiano's teams were famous for it. We're going to play you until the final whistle. Okay. Tough SOB football, right? And it's a rivalry.
In my time at Michigan, in my 11 years of playing on the field in the NFL, in a victory formation, never had anybody fire off. Never.
But even if you do, okay, you can understand it. Hey, we got to hold our water, get the knee down, end the game, and be done with it. And I'm okay. There's a little hand fighting, jockeying that takes place there. The headbutt in and of itself, no one should be suspended over it. But he did. He did put his head in.
Sure.
And he initiated physical contact. Sharon's credit, he says we don't need to be doing that stuff.
Right.
There's no fanning of the flames. You don't need to be doing that stuff. And then what is going on in the scrum after is hard to tell. I'll put it that it's hard to tell.
But it doesn't look good.
I see Khalil Mullings in a compromising position. I can't definitively say he stomped on someone. I can say it doesn't look good. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like,
I agree.
Don't put yourself in these positions because you don't like that they engaged on the kneel down. Like, you won. Go celebrate with Paulie B. He's back. He stays in your locker room.
Did you just call him Paulie B?
Paulie B. That's yours. Celebrate it.
Paulie B.
248-539-9797.
We going full initials on him? Yeah, let's go. Hey, PB.
We got a JP.
Yes, we do. Still not a nickname.
It's not. Okay, we want your reaction. First of all, little brother, is it played out or do you like it? Do you think that is very much still the dynamic and tenor of this rivalry? Do you worry at all about a D'Antonio 2.0? Jonathan Smith using it to tap into some extra energy for this rivalry? And, of course, reactions to the game. It's 97.1.
Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in the great state of Michigan for over 25 years with a focus on using the highest quality ingredients. You can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. With that focus on quality, they set out to create a beer that lets you have it all, and it's right in the name. It's All Day IPA. Here's what you get. It's a refreshing and deliciously flavorful beer. It's easy drinking and high quality. All Day IPA is an IPA that is naturally brewed with an array of malts, grains, and hops, creating a delicious citrusy taste and a clean finish. It's the perfect beer for anyone looking to make the ordinary extraordinary and the good times great. And speaking of great times, heck, we got them all fall. We're going to have them all winter. It's All Day IPA is the perfect beer for anyone on game days, whether you're at home, you're at a tailgate, or in the stadium. It's available there as well. I know it is in the big house. Visit foundersbrewing.com to find All Day IPA. All Day IPA, it's all in the taste. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
Sharon Moore after the game, the tone is good. The headbutt thing, I'll go back to that. I don't think MSU headbutted Michigan. Colston Loveland headbutted a Spartan.
Yeah, but
I appreciate
on
the
the
tone.
snap, as soon as defensive end comes off, it could have been hands to the face. He swipes and hits Colston Loveland right across the face.
While there's time on the clock, he fired off. They engaged. They
From
jockeyed.
a guy that's never played the game, sure.
John, and then they separate. They disengage. They are separated. The game is over. Colston initiates physical contact. I don't think that's disputed.
No, it's not.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying Colston should be suspended for the headbutt, but he initiated the physical contact that led to the scrum. And then in the scrum, I see a lot of stuff I don't like seeing. I can't definitively tell you Mullings was stomping someone, but if we have footage of him doing that, he should be suspended. Or anybody that stomped somebody. We know the precedent in this rivalry. I don't think we have to get the Washtenaw prosecutor involved, but I do think if someone is stomping someone on the ground after the game, we know what that should be.
Yeah, and I'd like to know who was under there.
Right, I can't see, so I can't say. You know, I can't tell you.
I can't imagine it was a Wolverine.
Right, he shouldn't be stomping his own teammates.
So guys, my feeling on the little brother comment is it's alive and well within the Michigan program. That feeling. You had a current player use it. It's been 17 years since Mike Hart said it. He said he regretted it, but it's alive, and it's never left the program. That's what they think of Michigan State, and they pull it out in moments like that.
I think Winovich used it too since Mike Hart.
And
it's been used before.
People can think it's dead or put it aside or it's gone away.
It was as much fun as the revenge tour.
But it's
that he also coined.
Right.
It still exists. I mean, see, that's the thing with Loveland. Okay, he said he shouldn't have said it, but he said it. And he said it in the heat of the moment. And usually you get the truth when you're in the heat of the moment.
Oh, I don't think there's a doubt that is a belief that some Wolverines have. I mean, we hear it still. But I think it's kind of played out. It's not like a slur. You can say it. I just think you look silly because the rivalry's been back and forth. It doesn't. You won. Gloat. I have no issue with that. It just feels kind of cringy that we're still doing little bro resets, especially when the guy who originally said it goes, my bad, shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Let's get to the phones, and then we've got a bunch of ticket texts, as you can imagine. Jason in Royal Oak, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm in a unique position to comment because I am a 44-year-old junior on the campus at the University of Michigan. I retired from the Navy in 2022. I'm on the GI Bill. So it's a very interesting perspective that I have. And I think it's important to keep in mind that in spite of national television contracts, the national attention, and now, unfortunately, the money involved, these are still kids. And so there's going to be some impulses there. There's going to be some juvenile behavior. Walking around last week on campus, the little brother comments, they were everywhere. There were signs in dormitory halls and whatnot. Little brother this, little brother that. There were rallies and whatnot. These are still kids. The vast majority of them aren't old enough to have voted in a presidential election. And so because of that, it becomes incumbent upon the coaching staffs on both sides to knock that nonsense off. They are grown men, yes, barely, but they're still impulsive, and they still get up for this rivalry because it is a great rivalry. The little brother thing, it is, in fact, played out. You guys have mentioned the series is relatively even over the last decade. So now it becomes incumbent upon the coaching staffs to recognize that these are still young men, and they need guidance and leadership. And that's really the sum total of it. These are still kids, despite the money and the national attention. They need to be treated like kids from time to time.
Jason,
have a great day, guys.
Hey, well, first of all, thank you for your service.
Yeah.
Thank you. And good luck on the pursuit of your degree. I'm curious. Not only this week, have you seen your perspective of being a 44-year-old student has to be unbelievable. What are Friday nights and Saturday night like for you on campus?
Okay, well, I don't have a social life on campus. I have a wife, and I have a water heater that needs repaired and lawn care that needs to be taken care of.
That's amazing.
That is great. Got bills to pay. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, exactly.
Did they make you stay on campus in the dorm as a freshman?
No, not at all. I was fortunate enough to. I'm a homeowner, guys. They're like, okay, you can go.
All right, fair enough. Hey, Jason, it's
Thank you.
Good perspective.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. And I do think the I don't know that I'd call them kids, but I understand his point that they are immature.
Yeah.
A lot of college students.
Well, and what do we say? Okay, take away the end of the game. They always get the one that reacts. right? So if you're going to react to somebody firing off the ball in that situation, which they have the right to do.
Sure.
Time on the clock, they have the right. I'm not saying they don't have the right to do it. It's just a rare occasion that it happens.
Agreed.
But they always get the guy that retaliates. And Colson was the one that retaliated. He didn't have to.
Ticket texters. John, you literally said we need to not do the little bro thing anymore, then immediately said MSU firing off the ball is a little bro move. Explain. A couple people hitting you with that, John. This is
Sure.
right after you said it. Why go back to that lazy phrase?
Because it is. That's the move. I mean, if you want
Time on the clock, you fire off. You don't have to like
okay.
it, just block. And then it's over, and then you go celebrate.
Yeah. And they should have.
Yeah.
There's no question they should have.
Ticket texter says, love you, John, but that was the most clear headbutt ever. Don't downplay it. Call it what it was. It's not getting in his face. It was a legitimate headbutt. Just, we can move on. He says, moving on. Another one says, it will never end. Sore losers threw a tantrum and started the fight. That was not a headbutt, nerd. So now we're debating whether it was a headbutt this morning. His head butt into someone else's head. Was it as aggressive as he could have? No, I'm sure he could have been more violent. He's Colson Loveland. If he wanted to, he could have done more damage, but it clearly was a headbutt.
Yeah.
I don't know that that's disputable to me anyway. Lil bro is too much. Come on, that's a soft take. Sign of the times. You can say whatever you want. No one's saying this is like a banned word.
No.
It's just, I think it's played out.
And it is played out, but it's never going to go away because it is a part of the history of that rivalry now.
And they know it gets under Spartan fans' skin. So it's part of why they do it. It's why it's instinctive. It's why fans do it to each other because they know they're going to get a rise out of their friend or their neighbor. It's not just that we won, it's that you're our little brother. And they know that gets under Spartan fans' skin, and then they know Spartan fans are going to react a certain way.
They get all riled up.
How dare you? So that's why it keeps happening. I don't think it's appropriate, because of the state of the rivalry. One team not much better than the other, but it's going to continue forever. I have no doubt of that. We've got calls to get to. 248-539-9797. We'll also work in Lions football in the 8 o'clock hour. Huge win. I know it's a one-win team, but to go out and put up 50?
Yeah.
No letdown for this football team. We've got Lions plus TJ Lang as the show rolls on. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. The Lions are 6-1 now following their dominant 52-14 victory over the Titans in downtown Detroit. 3 touchdowns by Jared Goff with less than 100 yards passing, and that's because it was set up by short fields all day, fueled by nearly 200 punt return yards by Khalif Raymond, who gave credit to his blockers. Yeah, 5 different Lions notched touchdowns, including a return TD by Leaf. Elsewhere in the division, the Packers improved to 6-2 with a last-second field goal against the Jaguars. Chicago lost on a Hail Mary touchdown by the Commanders. Detroit leads the NFC North by a half game over Green Bay, who they play next weekend. An overtime loss for the Red Wings at home, falling to the Oilers 3-2, 17 seconds into the bonus period. JT Compher and Andrew Kopp scored. Cam Talbot was in net, stopping 31 of 34 shots. Detroit is 4-4-1. And after beating rival Michigan State, the Wolverines remain outside the top 25 in the AP poll. Oregon, Georgia, Penn State, Ohio State, and Miami are the top 5 teams. Michigan gets the undefeated Ducks next Saturday at the Big House. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Lions are 6-1 for the first time since 1956. No letdown spot against the Titans. They rolled up 50-plus points. The absurd stats, the reaction to all of it, and a question about that 14-3 bus that John's been driving. But we've got Michigan State calls to get to. You guys have been waiting. Let's knock out a few of them. Tony and Brighton, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
So my take on the end of the game, usually what happens, you're winning, you're going to take a knee. You tell the sideline judge, hey, we're taking a knee. You know what the sideline judge goes and does? Tells the head referee, who then tells the opposing team they're taking a knee. It's all love after that. That dude lines up in his 2-point stance like he's in a track stance. He's going to fire off. He's going to be a prick about it. I'm not sure if I should said that. Sorry. And then that's how it kind of starts. Now, Colston should not have headbutted him. Colston took a lot harder hits than that throughout the game. Ain't that big of a deal. Colston shouldn't have headbutted him.
I agree.
Yeah, that's fine. I have no issue saying it's a prickly thing. Michigan State was being prickly. I won't dispute that. I mean, to fire off. Go ahead, Tony.
No, I was just going to say, John, you played at Division I level. Do they still do what I just said, right? They will let the opposing team know, hey, they're taking a knee.
Yeah, I mean, if they can't
how it was done at lower levels.
Right. Yeah, if they can't see the obvious. I mean, you could tell by the formation.
Yes. Dead giveaway.
Yes,
Yeah.
the officials do come in and say, hey, they're taking the knee. But, the obvious is what it is. Yeah, everybody knows, especially at that level, they're not running a play.
Right. The game's...
But, Tony, you're correct.
On its final seconds. Yeah, listen, it's a prickly thing to do, to fire off and engage physically. They did. Then they disengaged, and that's when it should have ended. And Michigan should have... Talk all the trash you want. You won the game, talk all the trash you want. You win, you keep the trophy. You own the rivalry. Your first-year coach beat their first-year coach. First time a Michigan coach in his first season has beaten the Spartans since Benny Oosterbaan.
Since Benny Oosterbaan, yeah.
48. Yeah, I mean, own it at that point. Just go celebrate your win and be done with it. Instead, we get, I don't want to overdo it, but this unnecessary skirmish.
Yeah.
Let's get to Rob in Clinton Township. Rob, you're on 97.1.
Hey, fellas, great show. This little brother thing is just way blown out of proportion. The little brother is also talked about in other venues. I coach high school ball on the east side. We took over a program, and we're trying to rebuild and get things right. Our Crosstown rival put a number on us on Friday night, and they chanted little brother also. But as far as Michigan State goes, they are. I mean, they're the little brother to Michigan. They want to be Michigan. They have to win the next 50 years, I think, or 45 years in a row to tie the rivalry up, with the exception, of a couple of years mixed in. They really haven't done anything in football. Michigan's owned them. I don't know.
Well, how far back we want to go? Because 20 years, it's 10-10. I mean, I guess we can go back to MSU joining the Big Ten if you want. We can go back to Michigan playing high schools. I mean, for the most part, this rivalry's been competitive since the turn of the.
Well, I think since what are we calling him, PB or Paulie B?
Players have called him that, by the way. I didn't make that up. Paulie B.
As far as the hand, the headbutt thing, if you're competitive and at that level, somebody's getting their hands up your grill, what you gonna do? It's a physical game. Strap it on and play it like it's a physical game.
Right, but the game's over at that point.
Well,
right?
it technically wasn't over. There was still time on the clock, and I was curious as to how the referee is going to handle it, because they could have done the whole offsetting penalties and make you go through the process again.
How stupid. I mean, you're right. They could have. I mean, it's
sure.
Not,
yeah, it could have been a hands to the face, and then it could have been a personal foul after the unnecessary roughness, all of those things. And then we go through the motions of offsetting penalties. We're not going to actually penalize anyone. If it happens again, we're going to eject you from the game, but there's 10 seconds left on the clock.
Listen, I love our callers, but that's talking points out of the Michigan Mafia. That's like Cliff Notes version of the handbook you get to join the Michigan Mafia. When we refer to, the head-to-head win-loss record and so really you're going to take it that literal. So Michigan would have to lose 40 straight, and they would still be a little brother until they lost the 41st. I'm just making up numbers here in terms of the discrepancy.
Right, what he's describing is that's
when Michigan
ridiculous.
Fan goes back pre-war.
So
I mean, come on, that is out of the hand. That is.
I believe there's a 10-game advantage for Michigan since they instituted Paulie B. Right. Well, that's what we're calling him. I kind of feel stupid
call him Paul Bunyan if you don't want to say Paulie B.
Yeah, but you said Paulie B.
Well, I'm just hip and cool, so that's why.
That's my definition for you. That is spot on.
I don't want to know your actual definition for me. We can leave that off air.
Where's the dump button?
Yeah, no kidding.
Hold on.
You should actually make the Paulie B trophy. And then see which one looks better.
I'm sure Paul Bunyan is just fine as he is.
But it's a 10-game advantage. If that's what we're using I don't even think that's appropriate at this time. It's, okay, what happened last year? Or what happened the year before? What happened when these coaches went head-to-head?
Yes.
So now we've started, in my opinion, because the rivalry goes a lot more, but there's a reset when you have a new coach. there's a reset in this rivalry because both head coaches, Sharon Moore and Jonathan Smith, this was their first game. All right, so Sharon is up 1-0. Now let's see what happens when they go back to East Lansing next year.
But without having the exact numbers, I really believe since Saban got hired that this has been a pretty equal rivalry.
Yeah.
That there's been ebbs and flows, much like Michigan, Ohio State kind of was for a while until it got out of control a little bit.
Well, I gave you 10 and 10 in the last 20. You'd have to go back another, what,
Well, after the Saban hire, I think we started off 3-0.
Right, because Lloyd, you guys, John, do you have any familiarity with that time period? Yeah, you guys did very well at that point. But then you even get the back and forth, the Plaxico game, the Braylon game, like even early 2000s, there was some good games. Spartan
there's
Bob,
been some great games.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. There's always been a competitive fire with this rivalry in the modern era. And I don't know, Loveland going with the old standby, the old reset that even the man who coined it doesn't like. I don't know. That's not the biggest issue coming out of the game, but I think it struck a chord,
but
touched the nerve.
The tenor of this rivalry moving forward will be set by Sharon Moore and Jonathan Smith.
And I thought both of them were adults about all of the skirmish stuff after.
Yep.
And I think it sets up a nice rivalry here where if I'm Jonathan Smith, I got baptized into it now. And I got the game at my place next year, and I can't get out coach. I got to lean on, trust my quarterback next time around, finish the job next time. They were the team that outplayed Michigan for large stretches. They just made critical mistakes, and Michigan played a clean brand. How about that? A well-coached, clean brand of football this season and got the win, and they should get the credit. John in Grosse Pointe, you wrap up this conversation, then we can talk Lions. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
So basically, I just wanted to say, I feel like the discussion is pretty easy if you just kind of break it down. I'm not sure the state player's name, forgive me, but he fired off a little overly aggressive, I guess you could say, at that last play. As everybody knows, he's kneeling. There's no reason to fire off that hard unless I understand, it's a rivalry game. Maybe he's a senior. Maybe this is his last time to hit a Michigan player and he was going to use it. But Loveland, gives him a little bit of a headbutt. But, it could have ended right there. When the state player goes and puts his hands on him and then, ragdolls him a little bit, that's when it gets beyond to that aggressive nature that the state games have had lately that is unnecessary. And I feel like if, they left it at that initial fire off and Loveland's headbutt, then we wouldn't even be talking about anything. And so it's that third step that really, draws it into something that was unnecessary. And I don't understand why there's even a debate of who's to blame. It's pretty evident in my mind.
Well, at some point, you can't be the bigger man and walk away. And whether it's the hands to the face and in coming off on a victory formation, which it's an extreme rare occasion that happens. You don't have to headbutt. And I understand that
once you get headbutt, you're probably going to get physical with them, right?
Well, yeah. So, but he also when Colston Loveland headbutts him, he also doesn't have to grab his head. It gets escalated every step of the way.
Sure.
And there's enough blame 100%. To go around.
But, John, can I ask you one question, though? You're not too far taken away from the game. If that were to have happened to you, you're in victory formation, a rivalry game, somebody fires off that hard at you unnecessarily, what would you say your immediate reaction would have been? Would you have gotten in his face and given a quote-unquote headbutt and said, hey, that was unnecessary? Because that's what I feel like he did, was what are you doing?
Well, there certainly would have been some harsh words.
I feel like I know you well enough, John, now at this point after listening to you. There probably would have been enough harsh words.
Yeah.
But I don't think you would have.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, you. John. Thanks, John. I don't think you would have headbutted him or physically engaged with him. You would have probably given him a look and said some nasty stuff and moved on, right?
Oh, yeah, there'd been some pushing and shoving, sure.
Yeah.
But it's unfortunate that a game that did not have those moments during the game for 3.5 hours, that's the way it ended. It's disappointing.
Ticket Texter says, Costa, you keep talking about this little brother comment as though it's about the competitiveness in the rivalry. It's not. It's about the prestige difference in the program. Michigan, much more elevated than MSU. See, but I think what it comes from is this idea that Michigan is so much more superior. And the way we determine that oftentimes is, we invite a bunch of fans out, we put the scoreboard lights up, and we play the game. And those games have been competitive. Michigan is coming off 3 straight Big Ten titles. Of course, they're the top dog right now. They've won the game the last 3 years.
Colson Loveland himself has outscored Michigan State.
Right. He hasn't lost in this game. So on some level, I understand. Hey, talk your talk. And by the way, I do think part of this game is Michigan State did not know that Michigan was allowed
He scored 4 touchdowns in 2 years. How many has Michigan State scored?
2.
Okay.
But I think Michigan State was unaware that they were allowed to pass the way they were defending some of that. They're like, wait, what? They're throwing the ball? Oh, no, we let them get behind us, and that's on them. They got to be better.
John, are you wearing Michigan underneath that Redskins blazer, the Commander's blazer?
Am I? Yes, I am.
So this guy's in glory mode.
I know.
mean, not listen to the Loveland
No, I'm in
stat.
relief mode.
Yeah.
I'm
You got
relieved the game's over. I'm relieved we won, and now we can move on.
So you're wearing a Lions hat,
Yes.
a Michigan hoodie,
Uh-huh.
and a Commander/Washington former football team, whatever.
3-0.
Yeah.
3-0 this weekend.
By the way, do we call it a Commander's blazer? It was you played for the Washington
No, it's got the R.
Redskins.
Yep.
It's the
And I
Redskins
told
blazer.
everybody on
Fan-
Twitch.
You better change that to a Sikh, or I'm calling.
Yeah, the woke police. Yeah.
John's canceled
Give him
today.
a shout.
Coming up at 8:18. No, we'll talk Lions football next. 97.1.
Hey, I've been talking about injury attorney David Feminino and his team for a while now, and we've got the 2 Grand Slam that they sponsor on Tuesdays. But just listen to some of the results that David and his team have been able to get for injured clients. These are individual clients: $3.5 million for one, $5 million for another, $11.5 million for an individual client. You need an attorney that will fight relentlessly the same way for you. You can call and speak to David right now by calling 855-65-CRASH. You can always go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
classless Dan Campbell running up the score.
Can you imagine the Christie household?
They got to be livid today. Lions continue to win, and this case win big. And this was a spot, hey, you never know. It's the NFL. Is it a letdown? Anything but. Detroit was unrelenting. They scored 7 touchdowns in the game. 52 points on only 61 passing yards, which kind of feels like a math problem. How does that? Here's how you solve for X. 250 yards in returns, 4 turnovers, a bunch of short fields, and the Lions continued to drive the point home. John, 52 points. It's this team avoiding a letdown. It's them showing that they are a special brand of football. They're clowning people every week. It's David Montgomery throwing a touchdown pass. I just really want to make sure they don't waste this. I think more now than ever, go at a pass rusher. F them picks. Do not squander what we're staring at right now, which is a great football team.
So I'm curious as to what F them picks will mean, or what's even available, because we've heard, the Raiders and ownership double down on Max Crosby's not going anywhere. And so, okay, you shift to Myles Garrett. Doesn't mean you don't make the call. Hey, but it's a new week. Give him a call. Give Cleveland a call. Myles Garrett. And then you work your way down the list. Zadarius Smith. All right? And I don't think even after the win against Baltimore that Cleveland is in we can recover our season now that our highly compensated quarterback is hurt.
No, but like Trey Hendrickson, Bengals lost.
Yeah.
Are you offering them 2-2s? I mean, I think you should be aggressive right now.
You definitely have to be aggressive, and you may be in a position that you have to overpay.
Yep.
Because teams know what you need. They know how desperate you are. There's other teams in the market for edge defenders. We saw it last year with Chicago and Montez Sweat and San Francisco with Chase Young. So it's, you are, I don't want to say in desperation mode, but you have a clear need at the edge. And if you have to overplay a little bit, then you overpay a little bit. And Trey Hendrickson, before the season, had asked for a trade. Now, whatever they had to do to mend the fences, they did, but he's only got a year left on his contract. And is he going to be a part of a resurgence next year for Cincinnati? I would anticipate going into the final year of his contract that he would demand even more, that I want a new contract. And if you don't see a version of the Cincinnati Bengals with Trey Hendrickson, now how can they get the most out of the player that they have, the value that they have in Trey Hendrickson? Well, it's going to be trading him to the Detroit Lions, and instead of a second-round pick, they might ask for 2 second-round picks.
It reinforced it to me. Like, this team doesn't let up, that they are that good and great even. And I don't want great to be squandered because they stand pat or are unwilling to give up certain draft picks. Listen, if the player's out there and you've got your full arsenal of draft picks, make it happen. Trade deadline a week from tomorrow. John, the game itself. Early, gave up some plays in the passing game. Mason Rudolph, of all people, I think it just reinforces what needs to happen in the next 8 days. The game itself, what'd you take out of it?
That this team could beat you in a number of different ways. We saw early on when the offense was sputtering a little bit, defense stepped up and played well. And then all of a sudden in week 3 against Seattle, the defense, hey, gas pedal down. Offense found everything that they've thought that they were going to be able to. Not Seattle, it was Arizona. Mm-hmm. And since then, Jared Goff has been as close to perfect as you're going to be as a quarterback. Continues to be that way, even though it was only 15 passes, 85 yards yesterday. It was all short fields. And what was the one thing that they didn't do well against Tampa Bay?
Finish in the red zone.
They were perfect in the red zone, 5 for 5 in this one, and short field. So you're not going to have a lot of numbers offensively, but the only number offensively that really matters is the one on the scoreboard.
Yep.
So they were able to do that. But it's been offense, it's been defense, and special teams has been very consistent since Dave Phipp and Dan Campbell have been in town. Now all of a sudden, this is a game where you're looking at Khalif Raymond, you're looking at Khalil Dorsey as guys that are just out there kicking ass. And this was a 100% a special teams win.
Yeah, throw Bates the 51-yarder plus all the return yardage. And yeah, you make the case. They've won games with their defense. They've won games with their offense. This game, more than anything else, goes to special teams.
And for Jake Bates, too. I did not come up with this saying. It was one, and it's not original to my time at Michigan or in the NFL. Consistency is the truest measure of performance. He has, through 8 weeks, been very consistent. 7 games, but 8 weeks in the NFL. Very consistent at kicking field goals.
11 of 11 on field goals.
And very consistent. 1 missed extra point, but 7 for 7 yesterday. I mean, I am developing much more trust, and it doesn't matter the trust I have in him, but when he takes the field, that it's going to be a made field goal.
248-539-9797. We have open lines as the Lions continue to take care of business. 6-1 for the first time since 1956. Like, I think we know special stuff's happening, but when you say that, and again, in this league, it's real easy. You get up emotionally against Dallas. Actually, before that, Monday night against Seattle. Then 2 weeks to salivate, and you have that big emotion and that big win against Dallas. What about can't let down? You got Minnesota on the road the next week. Eventually, you'd think there'd be a moment where this team, human nature, it's Tennessee, it's one win. That's not how they handled business. That's not how this team handles their business. And I think it says a lot about the championship mentality that we have here in Detroit. And I get a ticket texter who says, Jim, you sound like a clown. They win 52-14 and it reinforces they need to add a player. Yes, because it's about winning the Super Bowl. I don't want them to leave any stone unturned. They didn't need a pass rusher to beat Tennessee. And they might not need one to win a Super Bowl, but I don't want to leave it to chance. I want to do everything they can to capitalize on the football team that we've been waiting our entire life to watch. Like, John, I caught myself at one point because the fourth quarter was meaningless. The second half was largely irrelevant, and you can kind of get a little bored, and I stopped myself because I don't want to be bored. I've waited my entire life to have a team that kicks this much ass. I'm not going to be bored. I'm going to find a way to still enjoy every single second of this, and I hope the team handles the trade deadline the same way, that they give them every chance to be the best version of themselves.
This team is so good that they're surviving without a pass rush right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how you watch these last 2 games and not see the deficiency with the loss of Davenport and Hutchinson. And when they play an elite quarterback, and that might not be until the Super Bowl, they're going to need one. It's, Rudolph had moments yesterday, but then the team folded. He started turning the ball over, but they're not getting a rush, guys, and it's going to rear its ugly head eventually. I believe you add even a semi-significant piece of this pass rush, and they'll be fine. But you've got to add somebody, and we don't know what's going on with Pascal yet. He said it's non-related to his former cancer stuff, but then he never got into the specifics of what it was. I mean, you need bodies at this point.
So the Pascal stuff, just so people understand, because anytime you use the C word, people know he previously had, the cancer diagnosis, people get scared. He did assure people that this is not related to cancer, but it's something that came up during one of his annual screenings.
Yeah, and he said he had to get it taken care of. So he kind of just left it open, and he was clear that it's not like, that it's come back or something like that.
Right, because everybody would be concerned, of course. But, yeah, they didn't have him yesterday. And if he's going to miss any amount of time, it only adds to the need.
Yeah, and yesterday they didn't need it because they're such a good team and they played such a bad team.
Yeah.
We're not trying to poo-poo what they did at all.
No, if anything, it really shows you the type of team they are. That you're going to play bad teams in the NFL, right? Like the Ravens played a bad Browns team. They lost outright. The idea here is you learn a lot about yourself in big games primarily, but you also learn about yourself when you play bad teams too. This wasn't like they eked it out or had to, rear back into the well to find a way. They did what you're supposed to do, and they did it in loud, obvious fashion.
Yeah, and it wasn't coming out in the second half, the third quarter, which has been an issue for this team in the past. It was, left lane pedal down the entire time.
We'll get some phone calls in the mix. We got Heather's News. We got overreactions from the weekend. And at 9:02, TJ Lang struts into the studio. It's 97.1.
Hey, looking for ways to level up your fitness? Well, the YMCA is always welcoming new members with no contract and no joiner fees. I'm loving the YMCA family membership with access to indoor pools, Les Mills group fitness, hundreds of machines, all with free child watch while you work out and for less than $3 a day. And today you can go and try the Y for free. Visit any of the 7 Metro Detroit locations and get a free guest pass. Learn more at ymcadetroit.org and find what moves you today.
Love it. That's Dan Campbell after the win. 52 points for the Lions. I love how much fun people are having on the ticket text. Can we really trust a QB that only completes 12 passes for 85 yards? Might need to find an upgrade at the deadline. No, it's great. Like Jared Goff and this offense were handed short field after short field after short field, and they were just having a blast.
And you're forced to go to your running backs to actually throw touchdown passes.
And what does it say?
I mean, my goodness.
Jared, come on. Let's get to the phones. Mike in Livonia, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, fellas. So Cookies, to be honest with you, I'm starting to kind of lean towards your way, man. Especially this morning. When you look at that game and you look at this team, this is as complete a team as there is in the NFL, and obviously there's not a complete team out there. But you look at it, when we came into the season, we were thinking, okay, we have an issue with wide receiver where we maybe are lacking depth, and we need maybe potentially another, rusher.
Mm-hmm.
And you're looking at it at this point. I mean, we lost Aiden. Tim Patrick has been a godsend, and Allen Robinson has provided some depth. So that's been solved. And you look at it like all three aspects of the football team, and we're looking at special teams, offense, and defense. They're playing great. They're complete. The only thing we're missing at this point is the pass rush. And so, to me, I'm one of those people who, totally agrees with Brad Holmes that you cherish every pick, that you re-sign your homegrown talent. But at the same time, I'm looking at this and I'm like, this is such a complete team. We're just missing literally maybe two pieces, maybe one major piece if it's a pass rusher. And I really want Max Crosby. I just feel like he fits everything about this
Mike,
team.
did you see what the Raiders owner said over the weekend?
I know, and I was so disheartened because Mark Davis came out and said we're not trading him.
Well, no,
look,
Mike, what he said was we're not trading him before or after the deadline, which to me, Mike, means they're trading him on the deadline. Let's make it happen. Let's go. No, I know. The dream is probably dead, Mike. But I appreciate the phone call, and I think, John, we're all kind of on the same page here.
Here's what I wanted to say, though, and if it's okay with me. I'm not willing to give up 3 first-round picks, but you, at this point, yes, go ahead and get it done. Thanks, Cookies.
Yeah, listen, it's got to be depending on the player. Like Max Crosby, you could justify. Yeah. If he's not available, I don't know that there's a guy worth giving 2 firsts up for.
Miles?
Yes, if he's available.
Right.
Other than that, you're probably talking, you've got your first this year that I'd barter with. Do you want some seconds? I mean, we can get a deal done here.
You know, guys, I always like to do these things when opinion becomes fact. It's a fact that Brad Holmes has to make a move here, right?
Yeah.
Like it's as every bit fact as Scott Harris had to trade Eduardo Rodriguez.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
Yeah.
Is it strike one if he doesn't? And for me, it is. I'll say it just point blank. It would be irresponsible and negligent if Brad Holmes didn't add at least something in the medium area.
Well, let me stick with the cross sport analogy. Brad Holmes has done a great job.
Yes.
He is in a 3-0 count, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's worked this thing. He's found a great roster. Swing away here. I trust Brad Holmes to swing in a 3-0
count with the bases loaded.
Yeah, swing. Do some damage, baby. Let's go.
I mean, it's hanging over the strike zone.
Yeah.
All you got to do is swing.
And you might miss, right? It's not like it's promised that if they trade for a pass rusher, they're guaranteed a Super Bowl, but you swing.
We can look at the move and you can have opinions on the move, but it's a fact that he has to make a move at this point.
So no matter what it costs?
Yeah.
All right, so if Cincinnati says, we're only taking 2 firsts for Trey Hendrickson, and that's the trade that happens, are you going to sit here and say I fully support it, or did he overpay?
2 firsts is a phone call other places first before I do that.
Is it coming with an extension? Is he extending him as part of the trade? Because if he is, I could see it. I think it's an overpay, but I could understand it.
My point is, we all want Brad Holmes to make a move, and I think as we understand, and having talked to Dan and listened to Dan, that Brad Holmes understands that he has to make a move, but it takes 2 to make that move. If you call up Cincinnati and they say, well, we only want 2 firsts for Trey Hendrickson, I don't know that I do that trade.
Well, right.
Or if it's Zadarius Smith and they said, well, you know what? We want 2 seconds for Zadarius Smith. It's not worth it. And so you've got to have somebody on the other side that is willing to deal.
Right. We talked before the show, though. The deal I proposed to you was what I would say is over. You're giving too much, but the need is so strong, and it was actually giving this year's 2 to Cincinnati and next year's 1, and I would do it for Hendrickson. You have such an opportunity right now. He's the 3rd best guy on our list, right? The Crosby, Dream, then Garrett, and then Hendrickson.
Hendrickson has 42.5 sacks over the last 3.5 seasons. I mean, in some of these seasons, he had 17.5 a year ago, and he's not a one-dimensional player. He's a true defensive end who you could put in there against the run, every down guy.
He's gone to Arrowhead and won in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's been to a Super Bowl. He's taken down Patrick Mahomes.
Well, this is where, the sources say, or the leaks is where information does help frame what ultimately happens. Because if they don't get a Trey Hendrickson or a Zadarius Smith or a Hardy from Tennessee, like, why not? And is it that they didn't call or didn't offer, or, which team balked at the price that was tried to be agreed upon?
Well, you might have to overspend to do, and
I understand that.
And I think this team is begging with the way they're playing for them to do whatever it takes.
I feel this strongly about it. If you face Mahomes, Jackson, or Allen in the Super Bowl, that it might cost you.
I don't disagree with that at all. I'm just I'm willing to sit and wait because I do think something's going to happen. But if something doesn't, that's where you wonder: is it the arrogance of Brad Holmes and in his belief of Dan Campbell, or in what's going on, or is it the fact that you weren't able to find a deal? You weren't able to make a deal happen with somebody that we thought was going to sell.
TJ Lang 902 overreactions at 8:50. But first, Heather with the news.
Okay, you guys, let's talk about what happened on Sunday. So on Sunday, the Miami Heat unveiled this brand new 8-foot bronze statue of Dwayne Wade, all right? And it was all to honor him for his impact on the team, on the city. It was, something great, right? It was a really exciting day, I would imagine. But as soon as the statue was revealed, it was obvious that the final result looked absolutely nothing like him. Have you guys, I'm sure you've seen
this,
right?
Are we sure that's Dwayne Wade? Because it doesn't look like him.
What? Who is it? Oh, the memes are excellent. People are comparing the statue to all sorts of different things. And it was so bad that even Wade himself didn't really recognize himself. Who is that guy? Everyone wanted to know, who is that guy? Even though the statue was kind of a complete failure, he did still express his gratitude, right? He was very excited and humbled by the experience. So, but man, it's bad. It's really bad.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen it, go look at it. Holy cow. Hey, if you're in the process of looking for a new job, you might want to listen to this. There is one answer to a very common interview question that won't get you the job, at least according to one CEO. So this CEO says that when you're asked during your interview when you can start, your answer should never be less than 2 weeks. Obviously, if you're not in a current job, that might be a little different. But if you are like switching jobs and you say, well, I can start tomorrow, that's a red flag according to the CEO, because they're saying, hey, you don't show a commitment to your previous job, that you're just going to leave them hanging, not give them at least the 2 weeks notice. That's kind of a red flag as to how you would treat us, right? Like he said, if somebody were to interview and they're like, oh, I can start tomorrow, or someone says, you know what, I need at least 6 weeks to wrap up what I'm doing with my previous job, make sure my employer has enough time to fill my space. That is somebody, they'd rather hire the person that they need to wait longer for than hire the person that's just going to drop their other job and switch.
Yeah.
And it makes sense. Also, here's another tip. If you are, filling out applications and you're creating resumes and cover letters, you might not want to use AI to do that for you. There's another businesswoman who is kind of sharing just a complete failure when it comes to an application. Clearly, somebody used AI to generate a letter because they didn't proofread it or delete certain things. This is like a quote from the cover letter. It says, "Here is a more polished and articulate version of your cover letter." So like they left that exact saying in there, didn't delete things they had looked up. So beware, if you are going to use AI, make sure you're reading over everything before you submit it. Finally, you guys, wedding season is almost over, right? Like once winter comes, there's hardly any weddings, not as many anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So if you attended some weddings, I bet you probably heard Whitney Houston's "I Want to Dance with Somebody" out on the dance floor. That is, according to a new study, the most popular wedding song.
Is it?
It is.
Huh.
Yes.
Yeah, everybody likes it.
And I get that. I'm sure it was played at my wedding. Number 2, Dancing Queen.
Okay.
Makes sense,
ABBA.
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, by Usher. Mr. Brightside, number 4, and then September by Earth, Wind, and Fire came in at number 5.
Interesting.
No surprises to me. Heather, any of those
No.
surprise you?
I don't know. I don't think Mr. Brightside was playing at my wedding.
Yeah.
Excuse younger. It's a millennial thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I get it. And I get I can see it happening. I don't believe it was.
It's for people under 40, Heather.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, jeez.
I'm sorry. It was on a tee. I'm sorry. Heather with the news. We got TJ Lang at 9:02. It's 97.1.
I was not 40 when I got married.
I know,
right?
Heather.
Okay,
I know. Sorry. It's 97.1.
Hey, we still have Monday Night Football tonight, so why not cap off Week 8 with a chance to win on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. New customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins on tonight's game. And check out some of these parlays for the Monday night matchup between the Giants and the Steelers. How about Russell Wilson? Now he's the starter. Over 1.5 passing touchdowns. Malik Neighbors over receiving yards. Najee Harris, anytime touchdown. That's one of many that you could pick from, or you could build your own. Just visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to make every moment more this NFL season. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
A 5-for-5 day in the red zone, 38 unanswered points, and a holy crap from Dan Campbell in the locker room. The Lions improved to 6-1 to stay in control of the NFC North, beating the Titans 52-14. The franchise record for points in a game, by the way, 55. Khalif Raymond and special teams coach Dave Phipp earned game balls as they set Detroit up with a short field all day long. Quarterback Jared Goff was pleased. Elsewhere in the league, the Chiefs are still undefeated at 7-0, the only team with a better record than Detroit at this point. The Packers are a half game back of the Lions. They'll be their opponent next Sunday at Lambeau as Jordan Love deals with a groin injury. The NFL Network says right now that it is a minor injury, but his status is still in doubt for Sunday against the Lions. Also, Jameis Winston quoted Eminem's "Lose Yourself" as he led the Browns to an improbable win over the Ravens, taking over for the injured Deshaun Watson. The Red Wings' struggles continue against the Oilers. They fell in overtime 3-2 at Little Caesars Arena. That's 2 straight losses now, but they remain 4-4-1 and will play again on Wednesday at home. And the Pistons remain without a win early in their schedule. They fell to the Celtics over the weekend. They're 0-3. They'll go for a first victory again tonight as they hit the road to Miami. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Lions 6-1 on a victory Monday. First time they've been 6-1 since the 50s. You knew something was going on here. I think that puts it in perspective. An absurd football game. TJ Lang joins us in studio for the final hour of the show. TJ, how would you describe that?
A really good team just kind of getting out of the way of a really bad team is what it felt like. Tennessee was just so bad, especially in the second half, that some of those games you just feel like, all right, just let's not mess this. Let's just let them keep messing it up, But
does it take anything away from the Lions?
No, it doesn't. But it's funny how completely different this feels than the Cowboys game, where you thrashed them and dismantled the Cowboys. Right? That was like a personal. We're going to try to embarrass you. We don't like you type of game. And then yesterday was just okay, kind of ho hum. Like okay, if they're just going to keep messing it up, we'll just keep taking advantage. And. Even, you look at the stats and Goff under 90 yards, Montgomery under 40 yards, Amon-Ra 2 catches 7 yards. And you look at that and you're like, 52 point, what? Excuse me? So it was just one of those games that
and one of the
you did what you were supposed to do, right?
One of the punt returns was on a defense stay.
Yeah.
You're not
I think the one that scored a touchdown.
Yeah, you're not setting up a return. You don't have anybody on the field that actually wants to throw a block.
Everybody's just kind of getting out of the way at that point.
Just let it go.
Yeah, that was just, and I think that, Jim, we talked about on the pregame show yesterday that Coach Campbell just has a way of not letting these guys fall into any sort of traps. You know what I mean? And they said the right things last week. Hey, Tennessee's 1-5, but look, this is really good defense, which I agreed with. I mean, it kind of, the way that game started, it kind of had that feel that, okay, maybe this might be a little bit harder than we thought it was going to be.
14-14 at one point, yeah.
Yeah, and, there were, I think, 3 sacks in the first 9 plays, Tennessee had on us.
Yeah, they're getting it off.
It's like, okay, man, got it.
Could be too
maybe
close
not the
for
best
comfort,
feeling,
yeah.
But his ability to get these guys just dialed in and not worry about, any records or, hey, trap games or Woj said yesterday, don't take the cheat. You know what I mean? Like he gets his guys ready. And I think it's a testament to him, and it's got to be a testament to the guys in that locker room as well. Just being able to handle their business day in, day out. And yesterday, probably I didn't expect, I don't think, that type of game, but when you have a team that's turning it over 4 times and can't tackle anybody on special, you know what I mean? It turns into those type of games. So I thought it was a good win for them, but I also agree with Jared Goff that it still didn't feel like as crisp as maybe you were hoping. And I think part of that was, John, and I think you'd probably agree, the pass protection looked a little bit shaky at times yesterday. And I didn't like Jared Goff taking as many big hits as he did. So that's obviously, I think, the one area you look at and say we can improve offensively. And then defensively, at times they figured it out. But majority of that first half, it just seemed like
get picked apart.
Couldn't cover anybody. The rush wasn't matching up, and I think it was clearly evident they need to go get a defensive end. None of those guys were doing anything with any sort of consistency of putting on any kind of pass rush. That was the one thing I think that stood out to me the most yesterday.
The one sack the Lions did have was a busted assignment by Tennessee up front.
Yeah,
Alex
Anzalone
came clean.
Yeah.
You got two guys blocking one. And wait a second.
And there were guys, I noticed individual rushes at times. Like Al-Qadim Muhammad had a couple nice rushes that, man, if the coverage was a little bit tighter, he's probably getting home, probably getting a big hit, probably a sack. There were a couple of those. I don't want to act like they didn't get pressure at all, but it just the rush and the coverage didn't look like it matched up early in that game in the first half. It looked like Rudolph was just picking them apart, and it's like, what is going on?
And they have one receiver, Calvin Ridley, and he had 118 yards in the first quarter. Yeah, in the first. Yeah, exactly. And it's a couple weeks ago they beat Dallas, and you said, when you win that way, does it make you more or less likely to go out and add? TJ, I know they put up 52 points and won convincingly. I feel like they have to add because I see all the hallmarks of a championship team. Mm-hmm. I don't want them to waste this season by leaving something on the table.
Yeah, because and I think there's a gap right now between you and everybody else in the NFC.
Yes.
At least right now, right? We know that teams that are close are going to make a move, right? So if you stand pat, you're letting them close that gap on you. So I think that, no doubt, I think we all agree, and I think they know it, that they have to do something when it comes to helping out the pass rush. Because if you don't do it, Green Bay might do it, right? Minnesota might do it. San Francisco, we know seemingly every year they make a move where it's like, geez, like why can't we do something like it? So I think if you choose.
Because we know Holmes loves his picks and he's a great drafter, but are you getting to the point where you go, we are a Super Bowl team. I'll burn a first if I have to. I'll burn a second if I have to.
I'd be surprised just because that's – and I was going to say this isn't their MO to do that, but at the same time,
they've
never been in this position, right? So
it's also who would be available because I don't believe – and we've heard – I know you didn't send the text, so it's all on you. That Miles.
Yeah, we've never heard an owner lie before. Yeah, okay.
Wait, are you saying this still on the table?
I'm not opening the door, but come on. Like,
come
on. We've never heard somebody say, well, we're not trading him, and then 3 days later. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but come on.
Myles Garrett and Max Crosby, let's just say they're off the table.
Yeah.
Who else would require a first-round pick? I know I put you on the spot, but Trey Hendrickson, would you spend that first? Yeah,
no, because he's a veteran player on a short-term deal. I don't think that would require a first-round pick.
It's this year and next. He's a producer, and he fits this defense like a glove. I'm not saying I want to give up a first. My point is if it's what's going to separate you from winning a Super Bowl or not.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, I'm with you, and I think that you will have to pay a little bit more than maybe the asking price because let's just be honest, if you're asking for a second-round pick. Is your second-round pick as enticing as
basically a third?
Right, exactly. Yeah. It's at the bottom. So you're going to have to throw something else in. It was the same thing last year. I mean, I don't know what happened. I don't know if they tried to get a Montez Sweat or a Chase Young. But you look at Montez Sweat, who got traded, I think, for a second-round pick to the Bears. Well, that Bears second-round pick was a end of the first-round pick, basically, right? They were picking at the top end of the second round. If you offered a second-round pick, like you said, Jim, you're picking that's in the 60s. That's not as enticing. So if it does come down to that where they want to get a high-end player and give up a high-end pick, I think you're going to probably have to overpay a little bit just because of where you're projected to pick when it comes to the draft. It's going to be some lower picks.
We'll take phone calls 248-539-9797. Before the hour ends, we'll get TJ's thoughts on little brother making its way back into the lexicon. Little Michigan State before 10 o'clock. Kevin and Warren, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
I think I have to be in the great majority of people. If you put a polling question up on this to our Metro Detroit community, it's going to be overwhelming. Make the move. Find the player to plug in. This is not Lions gone by from years ago when we needed depth and talent. Where this is, in recent history, the Los Angeles Rams and Matty Stafford. You want to make a trade and you want to grab it now. This is a full no-brainer. You got to do it. Upside, downside, you know what? You give up the picks. But again, Holmes is such a good drafter that, you know what? You give up a first or a second or first and a second. and you're going to pick later, but you still can pick up talent. And I'm just all aboard. And I think, again, I would love a polling question. If you guys want to put one up and see what the fans think, I think you're going to find it's like 90%. I don't know who's holding on to draft picks when you got a chance to win it all and get that monkey off your back. So full steam ahead, pick up the best player and go for it. The next year we got Hutch and this defensive end together, and we're starting to build the kind of a dynasty that you could see in the Patriots world. So thanks for the time. You guys do a great show. I love you. And go Lions.
Yeah, Kevin, when people say they want to hang on to the picks, it's because they want to build like a multi-time Super Bowl champion. You got to win one before you can win two. And you've got a group that's going to be together for the next couple seasons as is. I'd love to add a ready-made piece to chase down that Super Bowl.
Yeah, and I mean, you're paying guys a lot of money, though, right? Like, there's going to come a time where you need those picks because you might have to start letting some guys go because you can't afford them.
But do you want to have that conversation after you've missed out on a couple Super Bowls as opposed to you secured one and then it's about adjusting and figuring it out?
That's the question everybody asks. Do we want to do what the Rams did and give up every pick and go do whatever it takes to win one Super Bowl and then be bad for years after that? Like, I don't know if I'm willing to give that up. I'd rather have a chance every single year to go out there and be a dynasty, right? Not be a team that, it's cute once every 15, 20. I want a team that's got a chance to compete. And I do believe that is a better path to winning a Super Bowl and winning consistent, right? As opposed to giving up the entire future to go try to do whatever it takes to win one, because even then you're still not guaranteed you're going to get one.
It's a balancing act, to be fair. You're not guaranteed anything, but the idea that I'm going to just slow play this for 3 or 4 or 5 years and then now my offensive line is gone and now I'm replacing them and I go, damn it, I could have really gone for it. And that doesn't mean you give up every first from now until the end of time, but your first this year to me is expendable.
I would agree with that. Yeah. But there's also people that are, give up any pick, but I don't care about picks.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. 3 first, let's go 3 down the road. And I tell you what, if you want to give up the next 2 drafts completely, let's just take the day off. Vacation weekend.
Yeah, Brad doesn't go to the draft. He just exactly
Well,
takes the kids to Disney.
Yeah, and you talk about the first-round pick, and I asked you if you had a first-round pick tomorrow, if the draft was tomorrow, what position would you need? John, you said defensive end, right? Yeah. So if you're going to trade it out, I would have no problem with that.
Yeah, because you're getting what you would pick.
Exactly. And I trust Brad Holmes picking in the middle rounds to go be able to find guys.
Mm-hmm.
We got open lines. Your reaction to that Lions win, an absurd football game where they had 52 points on 61 passing yards. 250 yards in returns. The Lions laid it on the Tennessee Titans. It's 97-1.
When it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank, and I think you should as well, with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you, sit down with you, ask you as many questions as you're willing to answer so that they can build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. That's what they did for me. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
All right, Lions fans, we're celebrating on a Victory Monday. Let's toast to the Kings of the North with 1800 Tequila, the best taste in tequila and a proud partner of the Detroit Lions. Make sure to grab the limited edition Motor City jersey bottle. It's on shelves now. It's got the black label, just like those black jerseys they wore. The Motor City Alternates back in week 4. The bottles will be gone soon, so get yours wherever you normally buy 1800 Tequila and enjoy the #1 super premium tequila and the taste of victory on game day. 1800 Tequila, Proximo Spirits, Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly. The well is deep. That's what Ben Johnson said a couple weeks ago with the trick plays. I'm beginning to think he was right. There is no bottom of the bag here. They can run trick plays every single week and punish teams. 4 straight wins for the Lions now, or 5 straight wins for the Lions now.
Mm-hmm. Ben Johnson feels like you're playing Madden and just calling whatever you want. Just like video game, just whatever. Okay, all right,
hey,
this
David,
is going to work.
You're a high school quarterback? Sure, go ahead and throw a touchdown.
But the thing I love about trick plays or gadget plays is I think it's a way to keep the guys like
excited and interested.
Yeah. Like during the week, you go in, you're like, okay, man, it's red zone day on Friday. What is Ben going to have for us today, man? You know what I mean? And then you probably hear the personnel in the huddle, and right away you're like, okay, are we going to call it, right? And then everybody starts smiling and
giddy, yeah.
It's just a way to keep it light, have some fun, because those are the plays that as soon as you hear in the huddle, it's like hard not to smile, hard not to laugh about it. You're like, oh hell yeah!
And when you're tuned in the game, I mentioned this on Friday. Like it's throwing the guys a bone, right? If we know that these 2 plays out of this formation, this personnel group. All right, if they're successful, then we get into the third quarter, we're going to throw the David Montgomery, or we're going to throw the hook and ladder, or we're going to do this because we set it up with all of these other things. And if we're up a touchdown, we're up 2 touchdowns, it makes it even more likely.
Yeah, you reward the guys,
right?
Yeah, go do what you're supposed to do, and hey, if the game goes how it's supposed to go, we'll start rewarding you guys a little bit.
Yeah, I think it keeps it fun, right? I mean, when you're winning by 5 touchdowns as a fan, I'm like starting to go, oh, this game's over. But it keeps you on the edge of your seat because you don't know what's going to come next. And you also don't ever want to be bored with winning, especially how much losing we've watched. You just kind of remind yourself, these are the good old days. We're living the good old days right now.
It's like watching the Ring Around the Rosie that Kansas City did that one time in the huddle. They're doing the Ring Around the Rosie, and then all of a sudden they break the huddle and they all line up and then they run a play. You're like, what the hell is that? Now, I'm not sure I'd want to be a part of that huddle, but it's part of the fun that you can have playing the game when you're a good football team.
Yeah, no doubt.
Tom has brought in some stats from this Lions run here. They're 11-3 their last 14 games. Losses by a total of 8 points. They've had 11 straight games with a takeaway, leads the NFL. And since Aaron Rodgers referred to them as that team on November 6th of 2022, they're 28-9. Dominant. I mean, arguably the best team in football right now.
Thank you, Aaron.
Yeah.
That team.
Man, I giggled a little bit yesterday checking the scoreboard, too.
Did you see
Patriots?
the 3 timeouts in the first 10 plays?
Oh, my gosh. No, I didn't see that. Obviously, the game was going at the same time, but I just kind of checked through the box score yesterday.
Do me a favor later today. Just watch the first quarter of the game, and you're going to be like, wait a second. You just used all 3 timeouts before you ran 10 plays? Really? It's bizarre.
That's brutal.
And then you've noticed what John's wearing today while we go around the NFL here. You see what he's got on?
Oh, yeah.
I got the Lions hat on. I got my Michigan hoodie on. I got my Washington.
What does the R stand
for? Redskins. Yes.
That's a bad word.
Yeah.
Careful.
But it was that's what I was.
That was
when I was
great,
there.
too.
Yeah.
That was awesome. Obviously, we all root for other NFC North teams to lose, but in that fashion.
Did you see
we've been on the other
Stevenson?
Oh, I did. That's a
it's
tough
even
look.
better.
That's a tough look. And look, before the play, if you want to, hey, kind of don't love it, but hey, if fans are bantering at you the whole game, and
yeah, sure.
But during the play, he's over there taunting.
Yeah. He turned around and the play had already been going for like 2 seconds, and he's like, "Oh, they snapped the ball. I better get over there."
And then he's the one that tips it in the air. Oh my goodness, just instant karma. Not a good look.
No,
not a good look.
Feels so great to say. Same old Bears, because that's something that we would have dealt with in a previous life.
Yeah, SOB.
Probably. Yeah.
SOB. SOB. Matt in Hazel Park. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, guys? So the Lions did a really good job yesterday. The defense did good, but a lot of my friends think that they don't need anyone, but they do, because you got C.J. Stroud coming up, you got Jordan Love, you got Josh Allen, and then you got the Vikings again. You face the Bears twice. You definitely need an edge rush pass. You need to put some pressure on the quarterback, because I feel like if they had pressure yesterday, I don't think the Titans would have scored at all. So, while they did a good job, you definitely need a pass rush.
Well, it's not even the guys you mentioned, Matt. It could be a playoff game against Hurts or Jaden Daniels, mobile quarterbacks in the NFC. It could be, hey, we're all dreaming Super Bowl. Lamar, Josh Allen, Mahomes, nobody can ever get that guy down. Yeah, it's not even about shutting out the Titans. It's about the big games you still have coming up.
And I'm from Missouri. I moved here, so I do root for the Lions. I still root for my Chiefs, and God, some of their wins are ugly and disappointing. And then you guys were talking about Ohio State, and I'm a Buckeye fan. I don't know if they're going to beat Indiana. It was an ugly game yesterday.
Yeah. So, everything down in Columbus is rather ugly.
Yeah, that's true.
It's playing right into your hands. What did you mutter over there, TJ?
No, I laughed when John grunted when the guy said he was a Buckeye fan.
Really?
It's a visceral reaction I have.
Yeah, and I'll go back to what I said. I think adding, do I trust Aaron Glenn to keep figuring it out on a week-to-week basis? Yes, I do. I think that some of the looks that he can throw at you, exotic blitzes that maybe you haven't put on film, and week to week you're different and you change. I think he's capable of doing that. I don't think he wants to do that.
No.
And I think, like I said earlier, it's about keeping the gap where it is. Adding somebody would allow you to maintain the current gap that you have over seemingly anybody else in the NFC. And now that gap's going to close over time, right?
Sure.
Everybody's
teams are going to adjust
to start getting better, right? This is a time of year where teams start to separate themselves. But as we sit here right now, I think there's an obvious gap between the way you and everybody else in the NFC are playing. You want to keep it that way.
I think we all think right now, as it's in this moment in time of this history of this season, that the Lions are the best team in the NFC, and there does feel like there's this gap between the Lions and everybody else. Where's that gap when you start thinking about the Lions and teams in the AFC, like Baltimore? And I know they lost to the Browns yesterday, or Buffalo. Kansas City, or Buffalo. Where we're not going to see it. We will see Buffalo, but we're not going to see those other teams until possibly the Super Bowl. If the Super Bowl were to be played today, how do they match up?
I think they would beat anybody. They have a chance to beat anybody. I think they're playing the best football out of anybody in the NFL right now.
Even without the edge?
Yes, I do.
Well, listen, you're in the game. You have a puncher's chance. You got the best offense in football.
I agree with that, yeah.
I don't think that – I'm not saying you would blow any of these teams out.
Oh, no.
But the way you're playing football, the way you're playing team football, offense, special teams, defense coming up with takeaways, right? Getting stops in the red zone, getting stops at the 1-yard line yesterday, which was probably – the nail in the coffin of that game.
Can we talk about why they didn't run it?
I have no idea. That was
0 runs from the one.
That's just bad coaching. Coaches outsmart themselves sometimes. But you were asked right here, right now, I think they're playing the best team football out of anybody in the NFL, right? And that's how you win games. It's not just because of one pass rusher. But will it help? Will it make it close the distance a little bit? Absolutely.
Well, the note on the Titans, right? And you said it right away when you came in here. That was an ugly performance by them. But I think the difference is good teams, they don't win that game close. They win that game going away. I thought it said a lot about the Lions. I know people can make it more about the Titans, and maybe it is more about the Titans, but I think it's still a hell of a game for the Lions to say, well, it's not going to dull our our razor. We're going to still go out there and try to cut you as many times as we can, and that might be 7 touchdowns. It may be 52 points. So be it. We're not going to have to let off. I mean, they did at the end because you don't want to get guys hurt,
Right.
but that's a weird spot to be in because in the NFL, we rarely see guys
backups the whole fourth quarter.
Right.
Yeah.
Like TJ, like in your head at the time, were you thinking like they got to get these guys out of here or like?
Oh yeah, it got to probably the end of the third quarter where you're like, all right, this is probably the last drive
You
for some
mentioned
of
that
these
on air.
guys. Yeah, let's go try to cap it off with some points and go take the helmet off and grab some water,
Yeah,
right? And
get
it
yourself
ended
an
up
umbrella
doing
drink.
that. I think after the Jake Bates field goal, they said, okay, like we've seen enough, good work. Let's not be irresponsible here because the only thing that can make that worse, like we saw in Dallas, somebody getting hurt.
We've got calls on the Lions. We want to work in some Michigan and Michigan State. Paul Bunyan stays in Ann Arbor. Little bro back in the lexicon. It's 97.1. Little bruh, is that what you said? Yeah, here's the deal. This time of year, we're talking about getting off the sidelines and getting into the game with Moran Chevrolet, where GM employees and immediate family members can lease a 2025 Trax 1RS for $239 a month. That's 36 months, $999 down at Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Moran has shipments arriving daily. That means they're going to have what you're looking for. Maybe it is the Trax. Maybe it's a truck. Maybe it's Silverado. They're going to have what you're looking for. Score your best deal at MoranExpress.com or stop out, test drive, meet with the staff. They're on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Guess who? Dan Campbell, locker room after the game.
Guess who?
As if there was any doubt.
Yeah, he didn't drop a man in there, so I guess you might have the guess who.
I'm glad you told me. I was really going to guess. All right. Yeah, you ruined it.
Sorry.
No surprise.
That could be a, what do you call the Tuesday trivia?
Oh, the two Grand Slam?
Yeah, put that on tomorrow.
Thanks for listening.
See if we can get it.
TJ's
I usually miss it by like a minute.
Oh,
really?
You're not up that early.
I take the kids to school on Tuesday and Thursday, but we leave at 7:30.
So you should, for the education of your kids, you should make sure that they're in the car at that time so they become educated
like 25-ish, I think you guys usually do it.
Yeah, 7:25.
Yeah, I'll have to start leaving a little earlier because I do like participating.
Okay.
Except on the geography. It makes me feel very dumb.
You don't know your cities, counties, capitals.
Makes me feel very dumb.
Yeah, capital of Michigan. Detroit.
I'll come back to that one. Let me think on it.
Is this why you're a tackle and he was a guard?
It's part of the reason.
Because you're a geography snob.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm a snob. I'm just educated.
I got a dirty look from TJ when I just said that. I think I'm going to leave.
He's fanning the flames.
How much of
Not
that
a
is
geography guy?
Is University of Michigan and Eastern Michigan University?
Well, then I don't think it's that. I think it's public school versus private school. I mean, in public school, you're taught the capitals. You're taught the counties in the state of Michigan. You have a state of Michigan history class, and I'm not sure that you guys had that at Rice.
Well, I only went to college for 3.5 years, so I think the second semester of my senior year would have been geography.
Would have
been
all.
beneficial.
Yes, but I had to go train.
Would have learned things like the state bird and all that stuff.
It took me 4.5 to get
It's
there.
a big, I guess, it's a big semester. I missed an important one. Oops.
All right, we're going to knock out a couple Lions calls, and then we're going to get to the Michigan State business. Scotty, you're on 97.1. Good morning.
Gentlemen, hear me. The time is now. The Lions will never or have never had a better chance at success in the postseason and later on this year than this year. You all know, everybody listening to me, we're 2 or 3 players away. And we can make these moves. The formula that Campbell has in place right now, everybody has bought in. Players, fans, media, everybody. And successful. We're never going to have this chance again. We need to make the moves right now.
Scotty, let me ask you this. You said 2 to 3 players away. Other than edge, and I'll give you that one. Clearly, we need an edge defender. What are the other 1 or 2 players that we're in need of?
I mean, everybody in that room talking right now could speculate. We could go back and forth. Maybe a linebacker or maybe another receiver. I don't know. But we have talent all over this field at every aspect of the game. We have never had a better chance to go far in this year than right now.
Correct.
We need Campbell or whoever needs to make moves right now.
ASAP. And I don't think it's 3 people, to John's point. It's go get a pass rusher and you go in the Super Bowl.
I could see them adding 2 edge guys.
Yeah.
That would be that's the 2. I was kind of hoping he was going to say that. Not just 1 edge, but you could use it on both sides. That might be dreaming, but other than that, I don't know there's another position that I think they need to go out and find.
Linebacker and receiver, he mentioned.
No,
I think we're good. and let's not act like this team has a glaring weakness. Like pass rush, I think you need help, but
it's only glaring because everything else is so good.
Yeah, but I don't want to do the rest of the team a disservice by saying like, we got to go do this now because we're not going to win with the guys we have now. That's kind of the vibe that you get, right? And I think that's
no, they can,
unfair.
But it's just about doing everything you can.
I think it's giving yourself the better chance, right? And completing your roster, which we all agree with. But I don't like there kind of gets a feel to it where this team right now is not good enough
to win it all.
Which I absolutely do not agree with.
That's why I mean when he said 2 or 3 players away, I was kind of like, well, okay, I don't think we are 2 or 3 players away.
Defensive ends, maybe. I mean, yesterday you were down what? You're down to guys that weren't even here, in the offseason. I mean, Pascal didn't play. It sounds like, that's a short-term thing.
Right.
You're down your top 3 defensive ends. Yeah, you clearly could probably use another couple bodies there.
I agree with TJ that you don't have to make a move to win it because they're better than last year. But so you guys agree they're a better version of last year's team, right? They're just deeper. They're more experienced.
Yep.
But to become, I think, the true number one team in this league, you've got to. The eye test is there after 2 weeks. It's clear and evident they're not getting anywhere close to home.
Yeah, unless they blitz.
Yeah,
and then you're opening up the back end.
You got to be careful with that, Tom. 248-539-9797. Douglas in Sterling Heights, 97.1.
Hey, guys. I think it was John that said earlier that this team is actually set when it comes to like the defensive ends, when it comes to rushing. I think they're all set. So I think what we need to focus on, not just D end, we need to focus on pass rusher. I'm going to throw out a name. You guys can talk about it maybe. The team is in absolute shambles. Their salary cap is horrible. I haven't heard it yet, but what about a guy named Micah Parsons that could potentially be available, which I didn't think he would ever be available from the Cowboys, but man, they are fading fast, and they spent way too much money on two
Dak
offensive
Prescott?
players to be able to keep up with their payroll.
Jerry Jones loves him some Micah Parsons, as you would expect. I think he might even be more so in the untradeable category versus a Max Crosby who's on a second deal, Myles Garrett who's on, third deal. Micah Parsons right now, he's going to cost them, but he's not currently costing them.
A ticket texter says, did TJ really put his hand in a mousetrap on TV yesterday? What's going on?
I did, yeah.
What's the backstory? Because there's a trap game? You were demonstrating?
Yeah, Wojo brought some mousetraps that were live. I didn't know that because he was using it as a prop to say, don't take the cheese, and Woj being Woj. And
you put your finger in there.
I did. I put, not my finger, I put my hand in there. And yeah, it left a mark, dude. I could see why those break necks of mice, dude. Those things are strong. It left a mark. Didn't hurt overly bad.
Okay.
It was a small one, though. It wasn't a big one.
It was a small one.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was armed. How do you...
Miller kept setting him up in between breaks and just kind of sitting him around too.
Right.
Hammer got caught with one too. Jan Hammond took one to the finger too. But yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Put your hand in there.
Yeah. I'll send you the replay. I think it was on live TV too.
Of course it was. It's very rare that a ticket text like that pays off. I love that.
What was the reaction too? Because normally I would drop a curse word in the surprise.
I had to get the mic away from my mouth, no doubt.
So wait, what were you thinking? You didn't think it was at live?
I didn't think it was going to hurt that bad because it was a small one.
Yeah, his size doesn't matter.
It's
generally not hurt by those small ones.
Had some punch to it. Yep, I did.
All right, we got TJ in for another segment. I do want to get his thoughts on Michigan and Michigan State and everything after the game, too. That's next. It's 97.1.
Hey, Monday Night Football is tonight. You still have a chance to cap off NFL Week 8 with a chance to win on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. New customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins on tonight's game. And we all know it's Giants at the Steelers for Monday Night Football. Russell Wilson, over 1.5 passing yards. Here's a parlay for you. Russell Wilson, over 1.5 passing yards. Malik Neighbors, over receiving yards. Najee Harris, anytime touchdown. Just one of many that you can either construct or choose from in their in the pre-made SGPs that they have. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to make every moment more this NFL season. FanDuel is an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now in trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, TJ, we've got like less than 10 minutes.
Okay, perfect.
But we got to cover an entire rivalry game. All the on and off field shenanigans. Are we still doing? Are we still doing Little Brother?
I mean, I don't, not a fan of it, but I don't know. I mean, it kind of is what it is. It's rivalry.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit here and laugh and say like, oh, I loved when he said it. I really didn't have any emotion to it, except thinking last time that they did that was kind of where
it turned,
started falling apart. Yeah, I don't know. I just kind of felt kind of indifferent on it. John, you probably weren't a fan. You don't really.
No, I'm not. I'm not a huge fan of the original, Little Bro, and I don't like that it keeps coming up. I didn't like it that it came up after the game, but I did like how Sharon Moore in his press conference handled the situation. I don't care, what happens. We can't allow something like that. We can't react to it. And the whole fight after skirmish, whatever you want to call it, it's a fight. I don't like that happened. And so it's really going to come down to Sharon Moore and Jonathan Smith, what the tenor of this rivalry is like moving forward. And I thought they both handled it great after the game.
Yeah, I agree with you because we have seen some ugliness.
Yeah.
Not maybe the most recent matchups, but obviously.
Well, 2 years ago,
it was 2 years,
the tunnel.
Was it 2
the
years
tunnel.
ago?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I was going to say last year, don't remember seeing anything, so I guess it was
it wasn't much going
on. It took a year off.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
maybe that narrative doesn't work.
Yeah, they didn't score.
Yeah, I don't know. And look, the end of that game, did I think it was egregious for Michigan State coming off the ball? Like, no, he didn't take a cheap shot on him. Was it unnecessary? Is it kind of a
it was a prickly thing to do.
Douchebag, move like when the game's over to take? Yes, that is. It's just guys that do that.
But if you're Loveland, don't headbutt him. Just go.
But okay, if I at the same point, I'm going to say I didn't think what the Michigan State player did was egregious, taking a cheap shot. I also didn't think what Colston Loveland did was egregious either. People want to act like he headbutted the guy and broke his. It was like a helmet tap. He kind of leaned in and gave him you see that all the teammates do that to each other.
But then don't come out and say you were headbutted after the game when you did it. That's okay.
And I agree
you just
with
own
you,
it
but
and you move on.
Yes, and I don't think either one was egregious.
Agreed.
I do think that people that want to act like Colston Loveland did it out of nowhere and he started the whole thing are completely loony. I mean, the guy did. Anytime somebody comes off the ball when the game is over, look, and I know people want to say, well, there's still time on the clock. Can you do it? Yes. It's just a scummy move. It's a douchebag move. The offensive players are going to be in a vulnerable position, right? They're not firing off the ball at you. So it's just it feels like a move where I'm going to get one last lick in.
Yeah, even though I'm losing.
I don't think it's dirty, but I just think there's kind of an unwritten it's a scumbag move, And
John, you called it a little brother move earlier today. Even though you don't like that phrase, you thought that was a move that you make.
Yeah, they kind of keep proving the point.
Yeah, well, Michigan State's not the only team that's ever done that, right? And there was a couple guys that did it. Greg Schiano, I played against the Tampa Bay team where the guys were taking a knee, and literally the defensive players are like, guys, we're sorry, we have to come off the ball, or else
they're giving you the heads up.
We're going to get reamed in the meeting, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, what are we doing? Like, seriously, we're up by 3 scores. You know what I mean? So it's just a scummy move. That's what it is. Yeah. It's not. I don't think it's dirty, but let's not act like Colston Loveland went up and just headbutted the guy out of nowhere. You know what I mean?
Right.
The guy came off the ball. He took a shot at you. You take offense to that.
But
then they reacted. It is what it is. I didn't really see what happened after that.
Well, that's
I know it was just
tough.
kind of a big pile up in a scrum.
And I'm not trying to make excuses for it either. The scrum, it's tough because people have circled Khalil Mullings, number 20, and I don't know if he's stomping on someone or if he's stepping to avoid someone. If we had better footage of it, I think there would be a suspension if he's stomping on someone, right? But I have a hard time based on the angles definitively saying that. Do you know what I'm talking about? Have you seen this clip?
I've heard people talking about it. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's kind of the camera pans and like the graphics on the screen, and you're like, he's doing something in there. I don't know what he's doing.
I mean, I can go probably without all the post-game stuff that's been happening, you know?
Yeah.
It's a rivalry game. You understand it gets chippy. I mean, that game obviously, it's not some I didn't come out of there feeling like it's some great win. Like, it's obviously great to beat your rivals, but I didn't come out of there thinking like, oh man, this is going to propel this team. It's going to change the season. No, I didn't feel that, but anytime you beat a rival team, no matter what your record is, you get a little bit more emotion going on. So, it just is what it is, man. Like, I feel indifferent about the whole thing. I'm not going to blame one person or blame one side or say, these guys are scumbags and there's same old little bro comments doing the same things. Like it could have been handled different from
both sides.
Both sides.
Yeah.
Yes.
But what
and
it
is what it is. But I don't want it to take away from what seemed like a pretty good football team. Neither teams are great, but it seemed like a good football game.
It was a good football game. It was
competitive.
It was close, and it was clean during the game. There weren't any, after the whistle cheap shots.
Right.
And, until the very end. So it was, I thought it was a good game.
Yeah, I agree with you. And it looked to me like it was clearly I think the cleanest game that Michigan has played. At least in the last
this year.
month.
Oh yeah.
Well, and that's why
I said the team that didn't turn the ball over, the team that made the least amount of mistakes was going to win. And I felt like Michigan made the least amount of mistakes.
And it's why I would tell you, I think Sharon was the biggest winner in all that, right? I mean, they had a game plan for two quarterbacks, and it seemingly set them both up for success. They didn't turn the ball over a single time. They didn't get penalized in the game. MSU had more yards. MSU made more mistakes.
Yeah.
I think Michigan gets credit for being buttoned up and avoiding the catastrophic mistake, especially with the Sharks circling the waters going into that game, right? The thought was Sharon isn't a good coach, but Jonathan Smith is, yet I feel like at the end of that game, I felt like Sharon outcoached him.
Yeah. If I was a Michigan State fan, I think the one thing that would piss me off the most is late in that game when Alex Orji was in running the ball, I had to rewind it. Michigan State was playing like 6 guys in the box.
What's the two high safeties
and they were
doing?
still playing like a nickel
defense.
defense. And I'm watching this just going, this is unbelievable. This is horrendous coaching right now. Not to stack the box against a quarterback that can't throw. That's the one thing that would piss me off the most. I know Michigan State, and I've already heard it from some people. They want to project some different, how did Michigan not get one penalty? Oh, how did this? Oh, how did, you look at a couple plays that Michigan State was calling, and it's just, Gator, I don't mean to say this to be mean. It was just, in my opinion, really, really bad coaching. Late in that game, there is no excuse not to have 7, 8, 9 guys in the box against Alex Orji.
Field, I would commit completely to the run because he can't throw the football, and it's been proven he can't throw it. So that's a mistake. But the biggest problem for Michigan State in that game was that they couldn't protect their quarterback. They couldn't give him enough time to set up and do what he does great. Because when he's got time to throw, he destroys teams throwing the ball downfield, and he couldn't do it. Number 0, all over the place. That guy's great.
Josiah Stewart.
Yep.
He's great. And he was just wreaking havoc the whole time. You couldn't block him. And when you don't have that time to set up and throw, it's going to be a long day for Aiden Childs. I thought he played reasonably well. Obviously, the sack fumble hurts him. But the play was won and lost basically in the first half with the first drive. Michigan State ends up with nothing.
Yeah, chip shot.
8.5 minutes of the clock or whatever, and they don't get the field goal. And I'd rather they would have gone for the touchdown, but I'm okay with going for just to get points on a drive.
Yeah.
And then the debacle, what happens at the end of the first half for Michigan State is just everything you guys have said is right. I mean, I'm not complaining about the officiating in the game at all. Michigan doesn't have penalties, whatever. They played clean. What do you want to do? Michigan State stuffed the run. I thought did a great job defensively, but again, Michigan State's issue, they can't get after the quarterback. They haven't had a sack in 4 games or something like that. It's not good for a team that was getting after the quarterback pretty good early in the season. Now they can't seem to do it, and then you have what you have at the end of the game, which is the same thing you had 2 years ago. But
yeah.
Nobody's going to be complaining. Nobody's going to be asking for charges and all this.
Did yesterday make you feel a little better?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Look, I'm over what happened on Saturday. Congratulations, Michigan. You're good enough to beat Michigan State. But what'll happen this weekend for him, we'll see what happens.
So Doug is legitimately sick today. Let's just get out in front of that right now. He's out.
What do you mean by legit?
Well, because some people would say, you're not here to deal with the aftermath after the game.
Well, frankly,
it would have been way worse if Michigan had lost and Doug was sick.
Well, look, I'll give my thoughts on that stuff at probably coming up at 11 o'clock.
Okay.
But I'm going to guess that we're going to do more college football talk tomorrow than we do today. We'll have Jared Goff tomorrow as well. But today is about 52. They threw a 52 burger on a team, and it looked like they weren't even trying to throw 52 points on.
Right.
It just happened. Like, how? They scored again. Huh?
Yeah.
This is one of those games that, like, I've seen in college when I'll be scrolling through scores on my phone and I see somebody have 52 points. I want to see the box score. See if somebody had a huge day. So quarterback throws for 400 yards and 6 touchdowns or something.
Monroe
you go
St. Brown
through
with
it, and you're
7
like,
yards.
How did 52 points when a quarterback throws for 90 yards? They ran the ball well, but it's not like I would have thought they ran the ball for 250 or 300 yards, and they didn't. They didn't.
It's a bizarre game. Yeah,
it's a crazy game, and the way that game started, and it's 14-14, and we're all like, "What is going on? Can't we just put these guys away?" And then it ends up 52-14. How did they not score the rest of the way? The way things are going.
Yep.
Yeah. It seemed like you were trying to take
With
mercy
no
and
pass rush.
just like get some work in, and on your way you accidentally scored 52 points. You know?
Whoops, Daisy, how'd that happen?
Okay.
Today was a good day. Messed around, got a triple double, right? I mean, that's what they should have been singing all day yesterday.
The whole way home. Gators coming up next. It's 97.1.
Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Karsch Anderson program. Yes, it's true. Doug is out today, a little under the weather. Kang with us. Kang, it's funny. What you and I were talking about before the show is exactly what the guy said during when they got off the air and we listened to the sports update. Same discussion that I did not bring up. But I think we could bring it up for the listeners. The man who lives the healthiest lifestyle on the show.
They brought this up to you?
Yes. The man who lives the healthiest lifestyle on the show is the one who...
Maybe at the station.
Maybe even at the station. Is the one, on our show at least, between the three of us, who typically feels under the weather the most, which is interesting.
Yeah, and it's not a lot or anything,
No,
but I think
not at all. It's not, and we're not complaining.
Yeah,
we're kind of
no.
having fun with it.
But it is kind of funny, right? You think about it. I mean, my man, kale this, kale that, vitamin this, vitamin that. Got to eat at this time every day.
Yeah, he's a man of routine.
Yeah, health regimen.
Yep, the man who will take celery and kale.
Yep. Calls in
over some delicious treat that you and I are frothing in the mouth over.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay.
The man who says no to everything, are you going to eat that?
Yeah. everything. Literally everything. Like, but Doug, this has chicken on it. Yeah, but there's some kind of mayonnaise base in it.
It's too high in sodium.
Yeah, I don't know, guys. No. I don't
like the color.
Yeah,
I don't eat things that are orange. And then he's like this morning, I got the black lung pops.
He's out. He sends the precautionary text yesterday, and I'm thankful for that. Just to get myself a little bit mentally prepared that he's probably not going to be in today. And then we get the text this morning, sometime around 8 o'clock or whatever it was, where he said he has the black lung and he's not going to make it in today. Nice Zoolander reference. I like that. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Hansel's hot right now.
So
are the Lions, by the way.
Well,
is there anything hotter than Hansel? It's the Lions, right? That's blue steel.
That is. It's Honolulu blue steel.
Yes.
They're playing out of their minds. And I said this with the guys in the crosstalk. I'm not sure we can really explain it. When you see the score of 52-14, you're automatically thinking it's just awesome destruction with your offense. We know what Jared Goff has been this year, and let alone the last several weeks, where he's been near perfect. In fact, one game was perfect, 18 for 18, and he's had this ridiculously high completion percentage. Knock on wood, he hasn't turned the ball over.
Water.
I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. He hasn't turned the ball over. He's taking care of it, and the team is winning. And then you look at this score and you see 52-14, and you're thinking, at least I would have been thinking, had I seen the box score and not watched the game. Okay, so what'd Goff do? Throw for over 300 yards, probably had 4 touchdowns. They probably ran for close to a couple hundred yards. And then you look at it, no, they had 17 first downs in the game. Tennessee had 23. Okay. They never went for it on fourth down. Interesting. They only ran 47 plays. 47 plays. Tennessee ran 71. Tennessee had over 400 yards in offense. The Lions had 225 yards in total offense. I'm sorry, what's that? You score 52 points in the game with 225 yards in offense. They averaged 4.8 yards per play compared to the 5.9 of Tennessee. So obviously something else happened along the way. And what happened along the way was turnovers. Tennessee commits 4 turnovers. And I'd have to do perhaps a little more research on this, but I feel like all those turnovers happen in the red zone. Their own red zone, by the way. This will allow the Lions now to take over in the red zone. And the Lions were perfect. I think they were 5 of 5 for touchdowns in the red zone. They just didn't have to go very far. That's the thing. When you have a one-play drive for 70 yards, because you hand the ball to Jahmyr Gibbs, and I don't know about you, but for me, watching that play, I had to go back and rewind. I'm like, I know that they fair caught the catch or whatever, the kick, and they start their own 30. I know they did this, but that didn't look like it was a 70-yard run. It looked like it was like a 45-yard run. I rewound the tape because I wanted to see how fast he gets to the 50. To go from the 30 to the 50 like that, which is exactly what he did. Jahmyr Gibbs is awesome. And obviously has that breakaway speed, and just an amazing game by the Lions. And we'd be remiss if we didn't mention the contributions of the special teams.
Well, yeah, you mentioned turnovers. Special teams is the other reason.
Yeah, exactly. It's 4 turnovers, and then, okay, well, that accounts for a lot of the points, but they still scored 52. How else? Well, here's how else. Khalif Raymond with 190 punt return yards. You had a nice kickoff return as well. So you've got that going for you, which is nice when you see Khalil Dorsey take it back 72 yards. And not getting the end zone, but didn't matter. Not long after that, they did. You see Jake Bates hit 7 of his hits. It has another 10-point game for Jake Bates, 7 extra points, and then a 51-yard field goal, which it feels like right now, and I don't want to, I'm knocking on wood here. I don't think they have a problem with their kicker. I like what Jake Bates is doing this year, and I think he's only going to get better as time goes on because he's getting more and more experience of of kicking in an actual football game, kicking in front of 65,000 fans every time he takes the field on Sunday, at least 65,000 fans. That's what we have here at Ford Field, let alone what you're going to see on the road when the stadiums are bigger. So I don't really worry about him. And Jack Fox doing Jack Fox things. He goes unnoticed. Did you know Jack Fox averaged 61 yards a punt?
Dude, he had one that went like 65 or something.
67.
Oh, God. I'm sorry I shorted him 2 yards.
Yeah, 7 yards. Oh, no, it was 2. 3 of the 5 kicks went inside the 20. Jack Fox apparently, according to Sportsworks last night with Dan Miller and the crew, I believe they said that that's an NFL record for the highest net average with at least 5 punts in a game. It was insane. 61 yards a kick. That's absolutely incredible. But a lot to talk about, a lot to unpack when it comes to the Lions. Look, the score is great, but you could see after the game, Jared Goff wasn't like completely thrilled with it. And I'm sure you watching the game, you weren't completely thrilled with it either, but maybe for different reasons. But let's get to it. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to text us as well. Kang and I would love to talk to you right here. Karsch and Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Lions head coach Dan Campbell, pretty happy with the win, and why wouldn't you be? 52-14, they just hammered the Titans. And, Tennessee looked like that was going to be a interesting game early in the second quarter when they tied it up at 14, but then they don't score the rest of the way. Tennessee inexplicably at the goal line at the end of the first half, they've got 4 cracks in the 1-yard line, and they're not running it. With a guy like Tony Pollard, who's been kind of a bowling ball, he can get through there. And nope, they're going to try to throw it. Okay, go ahead, take your best shot. And they didn't get points, and that kind of signaled the end there. And then the second half unwinds, and it's. Let me refer to my notes. The second half was hilarious. 3 and out for them. Then they had the punt return from Khalif Raymond. Then they go 3 and out again. Then Calvin Ridley fumbles on the next possession. Then they go 3 and out. Then there is a fumble by the tight end. Then there's nothing of consequence after that, and then they just finish out the game. They did nothing in the second half. So I want to give Aaron Glenn some credit for figuring things out and finding a way to compete defensively when you have absolutely no pass rush, because that's what's happened. They have no pass rush since Hutchinson got hurt, and you keep waiting to see somebody else step up, and nobody has. The only sack they got in the game, Alex Anzalone, and he wasn't blocked. It happened like that. Just came right through the line. 2 linemen went to one guy, left him wide by himself, and boom, they sacked him. So that's still out there. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Send me over to text. Want to get your thoughts on the game yesterday. What was going through your mind and your biggest takeaway from the game as the Lions win their 6th of the year, 6-1 to start the season, the best record since 1956 to start the season. Let's start things off with Peter in Macomb. Peter, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Peter.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Yeah, the only thing I didn't can take away that's a downer, yes, we need a pass rusher, but I also, if Jared Goff got injured, Hooker, I know he didn't get much chance to do anything, but I was actually kind of scared when he saw Green Bay when Love went down. And Jacobs just came right in there as a backup, and that's what scares me, too, that we might need a little bit more than just a pass rusher.
Well, I'm not worried, and thanks for the call, Peter. I'm not worried about the backup quarterback situation with the Lions because they're in the same situation as every other team in the league. It just happens that Malik Willis, who's the backup in Green Bay, he got a couple starts under his belt, and they actually won those games. Green Bay's a talented football team. So are the Lions. You don't want to worry about that long term, but I'm not worried about – I can't sit here and wait for the quarterback to get hurt. What I will say is this. This is what I was saying to myself. Again, if I refer to my notes. In the second half, I did have a question of why Goff is still playing. The Lions' first drive of the second half, he got hit and he got up and he was gimpy, and then you saw the replay where it was an ankle thing, and he got sacked. He fumbled for the second time in the game. He got sacked and fumbled, and they fortunately he was able to recover the fumbles. But it was right there, and I said it's time for Hooker. And then they have 2 more drives. Their 10th drive of the game, and I'm still why is Goff still in? And they end up kicking the 51-yard field goal, and then Hooker came in for the last couple of drives for the Lions. So, I think it's legitimate concern, not worried about him getting hurt, but in the game itself, why was he still in the game when it was so out of control? It was a 5-touchdown difference at that point. I think everybody probably had that same feeling. Am I wrong, Kang?
Yeah, I mean, you always worry because, of course, in a game like this, the only thing you're concerned about at that point is injuries. You just don't want anyone on your team to get hurt. And these guys are pros. They could get hurt at any moment, and I don't have a huge issue. I wasn't one of those people that went straight to social media and said, why is Goff still in the game? I knew at some point he was going to get pulled. Of course, you don't want it to get uncomfortable, especially when you already saw him limping a little bit, and you're like, okay, that's literally the last thing we need at this point. But you know what? I think he'll be fine. And the other side of it, you kind of do want to see Hooker play a little bit more just in case the unimaginable happens and you get him some more reps, live action, things like that, get him more comfortable. But when he got in the game, Hooker, they basically were just handing the ball off.
Yeah, they threw one quick screen, and then they threw another quick pass. It wasn't really.
Yeah, just run the clock, the clock. Let's go.
These were things you and I called for on Friday, hoping to see Hooker because of a blowout, not an injury. It was kind of a little bit of both. More the blowout than the gimpy ankle from Jared Goff. The other thing was, of course, King, we were both very chesty about this game, even though the spread was, at the time on Friday, was like 11.5 points. We felt pretty comfortable about that.
Yeah, I mean, I was there the whole time, Gator.
Yeah, I was there with you.
No, but
after the first half hour.
Yeah, right. I'm glad you came aboard and saw the light, had the moment of clarity. We're like, what am I doing? Why? I don't think this is going to be close.
Why they're playing Tennessee. Tennessee's not good. It's Mason Rudolph. And
Not
Mason
only-
Rudolph started to look good.
Well, he did to look
Damn
good
it.
to start the game, but not only were they not good, I just felt like at this point they had given up on the year, kind of, and not the players that are still on the team, but the organization where you trade away Hopkins and there's talks
Their
about
second, they're
Landry.
maybe their best defensive player they got rid of.
And then they're starting linebacker, right, and all that stuff. So I'm thinking, all right, they're moving on, and the Lions are too good of a team to fall for that trap game at home. I felt pretty confident, and it turned out that way. But at the beginning of the game, you're right. Mason Rudolph, he was actually really, really good, surprisingly good. He was hitting tight windows, and that's when you looked at the defense. Go, okay, they're not getting any pressure. Is this too much to put on the secondary and the guys to cover Calvin Ridley and guys like that caliber? When you're letting a Mason Rudolph kind of carve you up in the beginning of the game, you're like, all right, this isn't right.
Well, they figured it out. First, remember there was the point in the game where Kirby Joseph came to the sideline and got just lit up by Aaron Glenn. Aaron Glenn was not happy with the way things were defended on the touchdown that Mason Rudolph had scrambled and walked into the end zone. We put a move on Nowakowski and was able to get in there. But he could have thrown it in too if he wanted. He had the option because there was nobody covering the receiver. They listened. That was the last time that Tennessee scored, and they took care of business. Calvin Ridley had 6 catches for 118 yards in the first quarter. He finished the game with 4 more receptions for 25 yards. That was it the rest of the way. They figured things out. They handled it well. They guarded him much better. They covered him much better. Whether it was putting Terry Arnold started getting some work against him, which was great, and they just shut him down. And they had a bunch of yards in the game, over 400 yards in the game. I don't have the half split up, but I kind of feel like all those yards happened in the first half because of what they were able to do, specifically throwing to Calvin Ridley. Tony Pollard got free for a couple of runs as well. He ended up with 94 yards on 20 carries. As a team, they ran for 158 yards. That's a lot. That's more than you want to give up for a team that's really good against the run like the Lions are. But at the same time, they're trying to stop what Mason Rudolph was doing in the first half, which was throwing the ball, and they end up winning 52-14. There's not a whole lot to complain about.
No, and the reason why the Titans had so many yards or the yard advantage is they just had way more plays. The Lions just did not have the amount of plays to accumulate a lot of stats because they work in short fields, and when they had the ball, one play drive, 70-yard touchdown run by Gibbs. That's when they had a long field, and the rest of the game, it was short field from either defense or special teams.
Well, that's what's a little alarming about it. And well, I should say, special teams and the defense did an amazing job to give them short fields to work with. It didn't matter. Lions averaged less than 5 yards per play. That's despite having one play that went for 70. So it's just kind of a weird game. It felt like you never got a chance to get the offense on a nice long scoring drive. It just didn't happen. But that's a credit to the defense and the special teams for putting it in a position that they did. You come away with 4 turnovers, and then you have 190 yards in punt returns. You have a 72-yard kickoff return. You're in great shape. Hard to complain about it. But there are some things you like to shore up, and there's still certainly something looming before November 5th, which is the trade deadline. 248-539-9797, a telephone number. Also, today means champ and chump. We want your champ and chump votes. People had a great weekend. People that didn't have a great weekend, you fire them off for champ and chump. You can call or text with those votes as well. This is 97.1, The Ticket. That it was. He was awesome all day long. 5 punt returns for 190 yards. He had the touchdown. They had the receiving touchdown. When Jared Goff found him in the wide open in the flat. Lions they could do no wrong yesterday. And yet, it's funny. Look at this game, and statistically, there's not a whole lot there. As a team, the Lions were 15 of 19 throwing the football. I say as a team because Hendon Hooker got in the game, was 2 for 3, and David Montgomery threw the short touchdown pass to Sam Laporta. He was 1 for 1. 15 of 19, for what ended up being 94 yards passing. And then you take away yards for sack yardage. But it's Lions had like 225 yards in offense. That's it. 225 total. And yet the team puts up 52 points. No, there were no pick sixes, no fumbles returned for a touchdown, no defensive touchdowns. You did have a punt return for a touchdown. But what the defense did do was get 4 turnovers, put them in tremendous field position, and then the Lions would take care of business after that. And it's just it's fun to watch this team play. Offensively, we know they're gifted. Defensively, we know they have their issues. And yet, after a shaky start to the game, they really took care of business. The second half, they pitched the shutout against Tennessee. And look, I get it. Tennessee's nothing special. They're a 1-6 team. They've given up, I shouldn't say I've given up on Will Levis. Will Levis was hurt, so he wasn't playing. Mason Rudolph played. Mason Rudolph looked really good in the first few possessions and then not so much later on. But wins are hard to come by in the NFL. You'll take them when you get them. And it's exactly what happened. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. It's time now for Champ and Chump, where we will offer up our Champ and Chumps of the weekend. Kang is with us today. Doug is out. He is sick. Apparently, got a lot of people going down. A lot of people going down.
Dropping like flies, Gator.
Yeah.
Dropping like flies.
Kenny, I hope you're well. Get home safe. Another one dropped this morning. We got David Hatchett's out. Good luck, Hatchet. Doug's out. We'll see who else doesn't make it. But I'll start with my champ, Kang. And it is Khalif Raymond. Hard not to be. 190 return yards in the punt game. Plus, he had another receiving touchdown. He's beloved by his teammates. And if you watch the video afterwards where Dan Campbell gives him the game ball and the team's cheering for him, I want to ask Jared Goff about this tomorrow because it seems like nobody is prouder than Jared Goff. He has the biggest smile on his face as he's standing in the back of the room by the lockers. It's great. But for me, Khalif Raymond, champ of the week. You?
My champ of the week is Red Zone. At the end of the 1 o'clock games, amazing. There were like 4 or 5 games in the balance still, come from behinds, drives, trying to go down a tie or win the game. And that's the day you want Red Zone. Scott Hansen was on his game. I was just sitting back and letting him take me to whatever game was, whoever's about to score or had the possession. Gator, I know you have Red Zone. I know you're a Red Zone fan, but spectacular.
I waited till after the Lions game was done before I sent you a text about Red Zone because Red Zone was amazing. And we have this thing where we don't text each other during the Lions game because why push it?
We don't want to ruin the bad mojo.
No.
But yeah, champ of the weekend, Red Zone for me.
For champ of the weekend, I got Tyreek Stevenson. Who's Tyreek Stevenson? Well, he's a defensive back with the Bears. And if you saw the end of the Bears game against the Commanders, where they got this thing won, they come back. It was actually kind of a back-and-forth game. The Bears came storming back, take the lead late, and then they're lining up for the Hail Mary play. And Tyreek Stevenson is, as he's walking back, he's got his back to the play, and he's jawing with the fans in D.C. He's jawing with them. The play is going on. Ball's been snapped. Jaden Daniels is starting to scramble, trying to buy himself a little extra time. Then Tyreek Stevenson turns around and says, oh, I got it. Okay. And starts to jog towards the middle of the end zone where he sees that that's where the action is going to take place. And then the ball's thrown 65 yards in the air. And 4 Bears converge on where the ball is being thrown, and 4 guys try to intercept it. 1 guy touches it. Yep, you guessed it. It was Tyreek Stevenson. And then what happened? Well, he deflects the ball. It then goes behind him into the waiting arms of the receiver for Washington, who is there to make the moves. And Noah Davis? There to
Noah Brown.
Noah Brown. There to make the reception, win the game on the game's last play, the Hail Mary, and you find out that Tyreek Stevenson was probably supposed to be the guy who's preventing that from happening. After the game, Matt Eberflus, the coach, is talking, and he's saying, when everybody's, look, we have all these contingencies set up for that play. Whether this happens, or this happens, there was supposed to be a player to ensure that doesn't happen. And when you have 4 players all going into the business for themselves, trying to make the big play instead of just doing the responsibility, there it is, my chump of the week.
Yeah, and they could also be champ for losing. Thank you, Bears.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
My chump of the weekend is Omri Amrani and Oscar Leon. Who are they, you ask, Gator?
Gotta be fighters.
No. They are the sculptors of the Dwayne Wade statue outside of the Miami Heat Arena they unveiled this weekend. You haven't seen it? Oh, my God.
You know, it's funny because I saw this story that was there. Hey, there's a statue on that. I'm like, should I look at this?
Yes,
no,
you should.
I won't.
All right, so I'm not saying it's easy to do, but these guys are the pros, and they've done other statues, like Michael Jordan, apparently. They did that one. They did Kobe Bryant. I guess they've done Jackie Chan. Are you looking at it right now, Gator?
I mean,
the face of Dwayne Wade looks like Lawrence Fishburne from Matrix. Like, it doesn't even look anything like Dwayne Wade. It's hilarious. I can't believe this is the best that money could buy for the Miami Heat. But anyways, I found it hilarious. I'm giving them my chump of the weekends because
I don't even know what to make.
I don't even, like, if this is supposed to be art and I can't understand it, congratulations. But otherwise, if it's supposed to look like him, it doesn't look like him. So that's my chump of the weekend.
I'm looking at this thing. What is that?
I told you, man.
Looks like Ray Charles without glasses.
It's bad.
Am I wrong? It's like he's singing Georgia without the sunglasses. And that's terrible. That's terrible. I think we have the yardstick here in Detroit, or in the state of Michigan. If you're going to talk about a statue and how good or bad is it, I guess is the bar, if it's bad, okay, is it worse than the Magic Johnson statue outside the Breslin Center? Or is it back inside now? I forget where they have it now. But is it worse than the Magic Johnson statue at Michigan State? I say firmly, this is worse than the Magic statue. Not good. Not good. 248-539-9797. Same number to text us as well if you'd like to offer up your champ and chump votes from the weekend. A lot happened this weekend. It's been a lot of fun with the Lions, certainly in the game yesterday, 52-14 winners. Michigan State. I'll get my thoughts coming up at 11:05 on what happened in that game, and of course the aftermath is what has some people talking as well, though not as much as they were 2 years ago. But we'll get into that. I got some ticket text coming in. Champ, Lions special teams, the chump, the Red Wings, the Iser plan is a failure. Seems a little bit quick to get there when they're literally a 500 team right now, and say it's a failure with the start of the season. But okay, you be you. We need 10 texts now. What are Doug's symptoms? I say it's type 2 diarrhea. No, although I don't know if he's got the rhea, the number 3. I don't know if he's got that. I know he's got a sore throat. That is what I know. Gibbs was clocked at 22 miles an hour on the 70-yard touchdown run. Fastest run so far in the NFL this year. Matt in a dump truck. Does not surprise me. I'm telling you, I had to rewatch the run because I was like, wait a minute, that was a 70-yard run, right? That wasn't, because it felt like it was a 50-yard run because he was so fast on the play. Champ, Lions special teams, Chump, U of M football, who should have multiple players suspended and huge fines for mob beating of MSU players and staff post-game. I'm guessing that's from a Spartan fan. And again, I'll offer up my thoughts coming up at 11:05. My champ are the Detroit Lions for getting it done in all 3 phases. My chump is Dave Warner for showing back up at Michigan State in the second quarter. Just terrible play calling on offense. That's from Tim and Brighton. I think Michigan State was limited to what they could do in the passing game because they couldn't protect the quarterback well enough. That's what I thought. But they did a great job running the football, certainly earlier in that game. Champ, Khalif Raymond. I didn't need to elaborate there, right? No, you don't. Chump, Tyreek Stevenson. How about finishing the game, pal? And Matt Eberflus, Graham, a dog walking, Rob. Yeah, listen. It's Those are the same championship I had.
Well, Eberflus also because not just the Hail Mary play or whatever, because let's say he doesn't coach that stuff, right? But before that, they handed the ball off to an offensive lineman on 3rd and goal, and he fumbled.
Well, there's that, and then how about?
Then the play before the Hail Mary, right?
The defense allows. Oh, look, there's 12 seconds left. Let's let him pick up 15 yards with uncontested. Throws the ball and get out of bounds after a 15-yard gain.
It was a free play,
right? So now
to
they
get
have
him into the Hail Mary range
at the 48-yard line, and I don't know. Do you think that Jaden Daniels can throw the ball 52 yards in the air? The answer is yes, because he threw it 65 in the air, and he could probably throw it a hell of a lot farther than that, but he didn't need to. Great play by the Commanders. Great play in game 1 by the Commanders. Unfortunately, the Bears lose. And we'll get into what's happening in the NFC North, because a lot of movement happened over the week, and we do want to get into that. We'll also get into the Michigan State game coming up at 11:05. More of your champ and chump calls. We continue talking Lions right here. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. I don't know if you guys knew, but it was National Tight End Day.
Oh, was it,
yesterday.
Gator?
Yeah, I don't know if you saw that.
Oh, no way. I missed it.
It really is amazing how often it would be said. Whether watching the pregame shows, watching football, postgame shows, it just didn't stop.
Tirico last night. Did you watch Sunday Night Football at all?
I saw a little bit of it, Tirico.
And I think he was like reluctantly saying
for the millionth time. Yeah,
he knows.
We've heard that today. Yeah, he does know. He totally knows.
Tirico's like, it's yeah, I'm sure you've heard, but it's it's National Tight Ends Day.
There we go, Tight End Day. Yeah, way to go. And then if you're watching the games, there were a lot of tight end touchdowns.
Yes!
in the day yesterday. I think it feels like there were more than normal. And the Lions got 2 of their tight ends touchdowns on National Tight End Day.
It was definitely felt more than normal because tight ends this year have largely been underused, I guess. They just haven't put up the numbers they have in the years past. Like the big tight end names, like, Kittle's had a decent year, but like Kelsey, Andrews, Kyle Pitts, those guys
scored in like 12 games or something.
And then guess what? He scored yesterday, Gator, on National Tight End Day.
A touchdown.
But yeah, that's why he probably seemed like a little bit more as well. Laporta finally scored. And I know he scored before, but he hasn't had a ton of receptions all year.
He was his breakout game. He had 6 receptions for 48 yards and a touchdown. The Lions as a team only had 15 receptions, for the 93 yards or whatever it was. And also, just random, I can't get enough of the commercial with McConaughey. Jerry's eating rice. I love it.
Really? Did you see the extended version?
Yeah, the extended one's even better.
Wow, I was like,
all the food references.
Yes,
it was for Uber Eats or something like that. And McConaughey is sitting with, is it Christian McCaffrey?
Yeah.
Then talking about McCaffrey's like, I'm hungry, and McConaughey's like, oh, how coincidental you're watching football and you're hungry. He's like, what do you mean? Well, because football is training you to eat, and it makes all the references with the names of the players and stuff. It's great. And then I don't know, what do you say we ask Jerry? What's Jerry eating? Rice. Jerry's eating rice as Jerry Rice sits down. It's great. Great commercial. Anyway, let's get to the phones. Rob is next up here, 97 The Ticket. Hey, Rob.
Gentlemen, happy Victory Monday. How are you today?
I'm doing well on a Victory Monday.
Good, good. You kind of stole my thunder there with the chump. It's Tyreek Stevenson. You laid out everything, waving at the fans, chump behavior, and then to have that go for a touchdown, just the cherry on top there. But Champ, we got to go Dave Phipp. Lions special teams this year, not just yesterday, but all season, and Dan Campbell made mention of it in the locker room yesterday. He said it was their best unit over the past 4 seasons or whatever he said. Dave Phipp, the champ of the weekend.
Dave Phipp has been, and I'm glad you brought his name up, and he got a game ball yesterday, and for reasons, because they've been fantastic. They lead the NFL in, and thanks for the call, in kickoff return average. They lead the NFL with 35.5 yards per kickoff return average. They are third in the NFL in punt return average at 16.6. They've just been fantastic when it comes to the return games. And then you look at, what's happened with Jake Bates and what he has done with the field goals. He's been great with his field goal percentage, tops in the league, tied with a couple other kickers at 100%. He's made all 11 of his field goals. He's missed 1 extra point, 27 out of 28 extra points. So you give him credit. And the Lions have attempted more extra points than any team in the National Football League aside from the Ravens. And the Ravens have played 1 more game than the Lions. So this is it's amazing what we're seeing here with this team and how good that they are. Points per game, Lions are tops in the NFL. No surprise after, lighting them up 52 yesterday. 33 points a game. That's what they're doing on offense. On defense, it's been great as well. After giving up just the 14 points yesterday, the Lions have improved now to giving up 19 points a game. That's good for 8th in the league. Their numbers are getting better, and yet they don't have a pass rush. It's the obvious hole in the Lions game. They still don't have a pass rush and trying to find a way with life without Aiden Hutchinson. It's been 2 games, but nonetheless, we can all see. Reese is in Clarkston. Welcome to 97 The Ticket. Hey, Reese.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey.
Originally, I'm from Nashville. I've been here for a couple of years, man. Me and my wife. I'm a Titan fan through and through.
Okay.
I'm calling. I want to give you guys props, man, because I want to give the offense props. They came in, they did exactly what they were supposed to do against one of the best defenses in the league. Your defense, on the other hand, it's kind of iffy due to the fact that Hutch is down. And our offense is trash, and we was able to do a lot of the things that we was able to do, although we're known for giving other teams points, good field goal percentage, field percentage
position,
and all
yeah.
that. And it's kind of hard to grade your defense or whatnot.
How do you think they played? How do you think
man? I think you guys you still need a pass rush.
Well, yeah.
You guys. Arden Key will be a good fit for y'all defense. Our defensive ends that we got offer us a 4th or 5th round pick for him. We need anything, man. But like I said, and then Khalif Raymond, I want to give him his props. He was a Titan. He got playoff experience with us when we was in the AFC Championship game a couple of years back or whatnot. He's a great player. People just don't know about him because he kind of been overshadowed by J-Mo and everything else. But this year he's starting to come out. I feel like he get more reps, he get more balls thrown to him. You'll see he'll be a 60, 70 catch receiver. It was a good win for you guys, man, and it sucked that it was against my squad, but MVP golf.
I appreciate it, Reese. Thank you very much. The Khalif Raymond, I think the Lions fans appreciate him very much so, and the Lions locker room appreciates him a ton. He's brought up all the time by the coaching staff. He's brought up all the time by Jared Goff. They love Khalif Raymond, and he's a big part of this team. Even if he's not going to be a 60 or 70 reception guy, he has his role on this team, and he does it better than anybody else in the league as a punt returner. And as a extra receiver on this team, it felt a little bit, Kang, when we kept discussing about Lions need a third receiver, even though they have Khalif Raymond. It wasn't a knock on Khalif. What it was looking for a prototype. You wanted a guy who was, if you have a third option at receiver, to be taller than 6 feet. We were hoping to find somebody, and Tim Patrick is that guy. Allen Robinson is that guy. And it's not that would necessarily take away from Khalif Raymond. It's just that you want to have somebody of taller stature out there.
Well, because they're looking for guys to play their roles and excel at their roles. Like Khalif Raymond, just like you mentioned, excels at his role. It's not about the third receiver. The other receiver they were looking for, that X-type receiver, is a bigger-bodied receiver with a bigger catch radius to make contested catches, a Josh Reynolds to a Tim Patrick. So that's why. And Khalif Raymond is not only really good at what they ask him to do, he's an ultimate culture guy. The guy, and when we talk to Jared Goff every week, or we talk to any coaches after the games and other players, they all mention how Khalif Raymond is so positive. He buys in. This guy... He is everything what the Lions want in that locker room. He doesn't mess up anything. He does his job. He knows his role. He's positive, like I said. Khalif Raymond, there's a reason why they brought him back again. They love him. The reason why they brought him in the first place, Dan Campbell, told the story of how Brad Holmes showed him the tape and we want this guy. We got to get this guy. And that was just on the field stuff. Once they got him in the building, they see how he is mentally. Fantastic for this team in the locker room.
Yeah, look, I don't want to overreact to what happened in the game yesterday with regards to Arden Key, who had himself a nice game, coming off the edge and destroying Jared Goff a couple of times. And he got the better of Taylor Decker on those pass rushes. But is that a name that you would consider? I mean, he's got the size you want, 6'5", 240. He's an edge rusher. But he hasn't been extraordinarily productive in his career. First 3 years in the league, he was with the Raiders and had 3 sacks in 3 years. Then he went to San Francisco, had 6.5 sacks. Then went to Jacksonville, had 4.5. And he spent the last year and a half with Tennessee. And in 24 games, he's got 9 sacks in 24 games with Tennessee. He's also forced 3 fumbles. Is he somebody that Lions would target in trade talk? Perhaps. I mean, they did just see him up close and personal. They have that. Like the caller said, you wouldn't imagine it's going to cost you too much in terms of draft compensation. I doubt it would. But is that going big enough? is that taking a big enough swing at the plate when it comes to who you're looking for in trade to bolster the pass rush? I'm not sure it does. I mean, based on what you saw yesterday, it'd be like, oh, yeah, give me that guy. But it's more than just how he did against the Lions. It's how does he do as a pass rusher throughout the league? And they would have an idea. So it's interesting. I think we all had the same thought after he crushed Goff the first time yesterday. Does this guy fit in what the Lions want to do? 248-539-9797, the telephone number. Want to get your calls and thoughts and texts as well regarding the Lions game yesterday. Did the Lions still need to go out and get a pass rusher? Does this emphasize further that they need to, or are you starting to walk the other way and say, look, they only got 14 points. They did okay. Get your thoughts on that, and we'll talk about the Michigan State matchup, what happened over the weekend as well, here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Wendy's. A dominant win by the Lions now sets up their second enormous division battle of the season already. The 6-1 Lions will clash with the 6-2 Packers next Sunday for the NFC North lead. A plot twist, Green Bay's quarterback Jordan Love left their game yesterday with an injury and did not return. Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network called the groin issue minor, but the status for Sunday is in doubt. Matt LaFleur said he had a high level of concern for Love. The Honolulu flu theory still holding up. Teams who play against the Lions now 0-7 the following week. Captain Alex Anzalone was asked about a hypothesis for why that is. Yeah, the Honolulu flu is real. Today is the sports equinox, by the way, the 31st time in history that all 4 major sports will be played on the same day, according to Yahoo. 11 NBA games, 8 NHL games, Steelers-Giants on Monday Night Football, and it'll be World Series Game 3 between the Yankees and the Dodgers in New York. Now, the Pistons are one of the 11 NBA games. They have yet to win a game during their early campaign. Losses to Indiana, Cleveland, and Boston. They'll play yet another playoff team from last year, the Miami Heat, tonight. The call going to be right here on 97.1 Dustin Fiocco on the pregame at 7:05. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Trying not to make eye contact with Villar. Look, people are dropping like flies in this building, man. I don't want to look at you. People are sick all over the place. Don't look.
I went back there and Kang was like a one-man band playing the 9 instruments at the same time.
Yeah, he's got a million jobs right now.
Really enjoying it too.
Yeah. Well, this is what happens when looks like perhaps the flu is running around the building. We don't know. Doug's out today. If you haven't figured that out, he kind of let us know yesterday he wasn't feeling so great. Hopefully he's going to be better and be back tomorrow. Kenny went down this morning as well. David's down for the afternoon show. A lot happened, I guess. I saw a story last week that the flu is running through the Red Wings room. Glad to hear it's doing that now as opposed to later in the year, which might also be a reason that there's a little lethargy looking for the Red Wing offense. Maybe not, but just throw it out there. So hopefully people are washing their hands, not touching their face. Go back to the here's what was great about the COVID rules is that the COVID rules weren't just for preventing the spread of COVID at the time. It's also just good practice to not get sick from other things.
Wait a second. We got to wash our hands again after we use the bathroom?
Yep.
What is this?
I know.
I thought we were done with that.
Well, we're not. Not today. Wash your hands. Get the Purell going. Make your own. Are we going to make our own Purell again? Yeah. What do we got to do? It's got to be greater than 120 proof or whatever the liquor is supposed to be with some Vaseline. I don't know. YouTube it. You'll figure it out. Or you could just buy Purell, which they have. It's plentiful now.
Yeah, you can get them now. They're still on shelves.
So it's toilet paper, we hope.
That was currency.
Yeah, it really was. Anywho, we're doing all. Kang and I are holding the fort down here. Kang's doing a great job holding the fort down without the screener as well. So there's a lot going on. So be patient with him. We're going to be patient, and we look forward to talking to you. 248-539-9797. All right. Wanted to talk about give my thoughts on the Michigan State game from Saturday night. I chose not to go to the game. I didn't want to deal with the night game and get home at an ungodly hour, which is exactly what would have happened because the game came down to the wire. Michigan wins it 24-17. Michigan State had a chance to tie it late in the game. They got deep into Michigan territory, and unfortunately, Aiden Childs couldn't connect with his receivers, and Michigan State loses 24-17. And then you have another incident at Michigan Stadium, and another one that involves Michigan State and Michigan that has people talking about what happened afterwards. So let me first, I guess, I'll talk about the game itself before we get into what happened with 20 seconds left or whatever. It's unfortunate for the Spartan fans that wanted to win. Maybe, I think Michigan State fans felt a little chesty about this one going in, even though Michigan was favored. Not a whole lot of respect given to Michigan's offense, and deservedly so. It's not a good offense. The offense is terrible, in fact. But that terrible offense beat you. They had less than 300 yards in offense. In fact, they had like 260 yards in offense. 265 yards, I think, was the total. But they won the game. They did enough. They couldn't do anything early. And Michigan State had 2 tremendous drives early in this game to go up 7-0. But it should have been more. Should have at least have been 10-0. But they missed the field goal, chip shot field goal. I'm sure there were Spartan fans like myself that would have liked to see him go for a touchdown, but I wasn't overly vocal on it. It just had my 51% would have said, I want to score a touchdown here. Go for that. Pin Michigan deep, knowing that they have no offense. Take your chances that way. But they didn't. They missed the field goal, whatever. But it's what happened at the end of the first half that really hurts. Michigan finally mounts a drive late in the first half, and they're getting down in the 11, 12-yard line. And there's only one player on Michigan's team that's going to strike fear in any team in this country, and it's Colston Loveland. That's it. The running game was completely non-existent in the game with the running backs. Khalil Mullings had 13 carries for 18 yards. Donovan Edwards was 9 for 24. I mean, that's 22 carries for 42 yards. Do the math on that. It's not good. It's not good at all. They weren't able to run the ball. The only one who's able to run it is the guy that you should know is going to run the ball when he's in the game, and that's Alex Orji. Michigan State didn't account for him enough. You know how many passes Alex Orji threw? This many. It's a 0. None passes. It's very, very frustrating to be a Spartan fan watching that game, and when Orji comes onto the field and you're trying to respect the fact that you think he can throw the ball, and he can't. He's just going to run it. Act accordingly, and they didn't. I feel like in the end, and maybe this is just me because I'm a Spartan, and I don't want it to come out there. I always try to be as even-keeled about this as I can, letting you know what my biases are because I can't stand Michigan. I try to be objective about this, but I thought this was a game that Michigan State lost more than Michigan won. And is it taking away some of the victory for Michigan? Sure, I guess, but whatever. They won the game. And in the end, congratulations, you're good enough to beat Michigan State, which means nothing. But this has been a bad season for Michigan, admittedly by their fans. They're not thrilled with this. The win puts them at 5-3, 3 losses already, and they got a big game this weekend against Oregon. They still have Ohio State, and it's going to be a tough road there. So it's not a great season for Michigan after winning the national championship last year. But for Michigan State, they had their opportunities and let them slip. And Doug said it on Friday, and he was dead right. He said this is the first time he's going to go against the conventional wisdom that says the team that rushes the ball better wins the game, which you normally see that. It's a ridiculous hit rate. It's like 90% of the time that's true. Well, Michigan State ran it for 163 yards, and Michigan ran it for 119. And Michigan State didn't win. What Doug did say was that the team that turns the ball or wins the turnover battle will win the game. And there it was. One fumble in the game for Michigan State, and it cost them. There were no fumbles in the game for Michigan, no interceptions from either team. I don't blame Aiden Childs for coughing it up. I think when you watch this game and you see what was happening, Josiah Stewart's a beast. Number 0 for Michigan. He is a beast on the outside. And he chased down Aiden Childs. Aiden Childs is rolling to his right. He never sees him. So I'm not going to fault Childs for fumbling on that play. Unfortunately, it happens when it happened. Michigan State had just given up the touchdown to Michigan, where Colston Loveland is wide open in the end zone, even though he's the only guy you need to cover. But Blake Spencer just kind of lost him, and he's open. Touchdown. They missed the extra point. Michigan State still has the lead, and then Childs coughs it up, and Michigan's right there to recover and kick a short field goal at the end of the half. And they go up 9-7. And then they start the second half with a long touchdown run, and now it's 16-7. Michigan State answers the field goal, and then they exchange touchdowns in the end, and then you get to what we had with 20 seconds left in the countdown. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. I will tell you my thoughts on what happened after the game, or I should say with 20 seconds left and the clock continuing to tick while it was going on, as we continue here on 97.1 The Ticket. Al, they did. But it's the end of the game that has people talking a little bit today and over the weekend of what happened. With 20 seconds left, you have an altercation on the side, and it's not a good look. Anthony Jones and Colston Loveland are jawing at each other. Looks like Jones kind of takes a swipe at the face mask of Loveland. Loveland follows with a headbutt, and then Jones grabs him on both sides of the helmet and kind of throws him to the side and on the ground. And then all hell breaks loose because the entire Michigan sideline came out onto the field. And Michigan State sideline did not. In fact, the Michigan State players didn't come running over to get involved with this initially. Initially, it was all maize and blue going after Michigan State, going after Anthony Jones in particular, and then then the coaches come out on the field, there's staffers on the field, and they're all trying to keep people back. And from the Michigan State side, they did a great job of that, of not getting other players involved. But when you're watching it unfold, you do see Michigan players taking liberties with some people wearing green, whether it was a jersey or just a green jacket because they're a staffer. And it looks like Kal-El Mullings, Samaj Morgan, that they are a couple players that are involved in something that looks a little bit more than just extracurricular, and that maybe at some point we could hear something from the Big Ten if they wanted to hand down any kind of suspensions. Nothing was handed out during the game, which is kind of crazy when you think of it this way, that the clock is still ticking while this is going on, while there are players on the Michigan sideline coming onto the field while the clock is still ticking. Now, I'm not going to complain too much about this. I'm really not, because I'm over it. State lost the game. Yes, people want to make comparisons to what happened a couple years ago with the tunnel incident, and I thought that was way over the top the way it was handled by Harbaugh, by Ward Manuel, by the Attorney General, by everybody involved with that. I thought it was way over the top, that the way that it was handled. The way that this was handled afterwards, it's almost like it didn't happen, which is kind of strange. Nobody's really talking about it. Jonathan Smith didn't pound the table. Alan Haller, the athletic director from Michigan State, he wasn't pounding a table. Nobody's on the phone with law enforcement to make. Nobody's trying to, let's gather all the cell phone evidence we have, and all. None of that's going on. And yet it's basically the same thing, except one happened in a tunnel and one happens on the field. And when it happened in the tunnel a couple years ago, I said on the air that had this happened 100 feet west of the tunnel and on the field, that nothing would have happened. It would have just been, oh, yeah, heat of the moment, guys are upset, fights happen, it's just football. Because that's kind of what it was. Now, I know Michigan fans will go, well, we don't throw helmets at players and all this, and they were ganging up, and it was unprovoked. It wasn't unprovoked. And yeah, helmet swinging, that gets a little bit too much. And players were suspended for the rest of the season from the Michigan State side. Players were brought up on charges a couple years ago, which was kind of ridiculous when you look back at it. I'm not calling for anybody to be brought up on charges. Should there be an investigation by the Big Ten to see whether or not Mullings or others deserve to be suspended for a game? Sure. I think that should happen. I know Michigan won't do it proactively. That never happens. Like, I don't know, for instance, maybe when you have a player on your team that got arrested for speeding in an area and then there's a gun in the car. I know they won't address it right away proactively. They got a big game coming up Saturday. They can't do it proactively. They can't suspend them. But that's a little bit of my green and white side coming out. And as I try to calm down, I will tell you all that I don't think what happened on Saturday night was a huge deal. The problem is the precedent was set a couple years ago when, again, it was a similar incident, and it was made like it was the biggest deal in the world. That's a problem. I will also tell you this. There continues to be a problem at Michigan Stadium of keeping the teams away from each other. Michigan's sideline had no business coming out into the field, and yet they did. And this was towards the end of the game. But at halftime, there was also an issue as Michigan players were trying to get up the tunnel while Michigan State had not gotten to the tunnel yet or hadn't finished going through the tunnel yet. And there's nobody there to stop them. The officials on the referees, the guys wearing the black and white, they were the ones that had to stop that from happening because there could have been something that happened at halftime. Fortunately, there wasn't. But I thought over the years that we've learned things, specifically at that stadium, that you need to keep the players away from each other, particularly at halftime and postgame. But that was a problem there. So what does this mean in the long run? Probably not a whole lot. Maybe a Michigan player or two, maybe they get suspended. We'll see. If not, I'm not going to cry about it. It is what it is. It's football. I don't think it's that big of a deal. But could it be deserving of a suspension? Yeah, if they look into it. Will the Big Ten even look into it? I don't know. Will the NCAA do anything about it? Probably not. And instead, you're going to have a game on Saturday in Ann Arbor, Michigan taking on Oregon, and they might take some serious lumps in that game because Michigan has no offense. And Michigan's vaunted defense, they're good, not great. And I'm not even sure how good they are. They're definitely good, but it's not like they're just this close. No, they're not anywhere near what you thought they were going to be. They're a pretty decent defense, but it's nowhere near what they were last year.
Now, it sounds like to me that you don't think this should be made a bigger deal than it is.
Correct.
After the game stuff to kneel down. But something did happen.
Mm-hmm.
And with that being said, and we know the history, the tunnel, and everything like that, I'm asking you, do you think the rivalry has gotten too toxic at all? Like,
no.
Okay. That stuff was just football in your mind. It wasn't like anything.
It is a rivalry. Mm-hmm. These teams hate each other.
The fan base hates each other.
Fan base hates each other. It's a rivalry, right?
Okay. Yeah.
And the fan base hates each other during the course of the game. And but before the game, we're friends with the other side, right? Michigan fans have Michigan State fans as friends, and vice versa. I wasn't there normally I go to this game, but I didn't go because it was a night game and I just didn't want to deal with it. If it were a 3:30 kick, I would have been there. For a noon kick, I would have been there, and I would have been reveling with my Michigan friends. We've been having beers together before the game, sharing a brat, whatever the case. We would have had a great time. And after the game, we would have gotten back to the cars, and I had a post-game beverage or whatever, or even if it means a Coke Zero, we would have been fine. But during the game, it's different. The switch goes on, and everybody's in combat mode. It is what it is. It's a rivalry. And there's no hiding from it. The Michigan players admit afterwards, hey, they're a big rival of ours, and, things get heated, and that's just what happens. Colston Loveland had the little brother comments on the field after the game, and then he walked it back a little bit later on and said, I may have gone a little too far with that, and then started giving some accolades to Michigan State and said, look, it's just a rivalry. It is. It's just the rivalry. Stupid things are said. Stupid things are done. It happens Auburn, Alabama. It happens Michigan, Ohio State. It happens Michigan State. It happens everywhere when you get to rivalry games. I don't think it's toxic.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to throw it out there. I'm not saying it is or isn't. I just, want to get your thoughts on that because things have happened the last few years more. I don't know if it seems more than other times, but maybe it's just recency bias that, it's happening right now, so I'm reacting. But, you and Doug know how I feel about college football. And college football fans, y'all are crazy. Y'all are crazy.
We're crazy.
And that's part of what makes college football unique from the pros.
I think it's different between. That's the difference between college and pros is that you have this connection to your school, and it's not like Lions fans don't have a connection to the Lions. But
it's a different connection.
Totally, you don't.
And there's nothing wrong with that, and that's why I want the two. I can be able to distinguish between college football and pro football. Just because I'm a pro football guy more than college football doesn't mean I don't like college football, but I like the differences. And nowadays, with NIL and everything going on with money and the contracts, the lines are being blurred more, and it's becoming professional sports. And I don't want to lose what college football is. And honestly, what part of college football is these great rivalries.
Yeah,
got to keep them in check, though.
And it is a great rivalry. But I'm not calling for anything to happen. If something happens, if the Big Ten decides they want to suspend Mullings or whomever, okay, but I'm not asking for it. I'm not demanding it. Game's over. Michigan State lost. Michigan came out on top. 248-539-9797, the telephone number, same number to text. You want to comment on the Michigan State game? Feel free. We can have a healthy discussion now that it's over. You want something to happen moving forward? Okay, that's your prerogative. You want your thoughts on the game heard? You want to vent a little bit? Feel free to do that. We're also talking, of course, basking in the glory of another Lions win, 52-14 over Tennessee. The league's leading scoring team, the Lions. They just smoked the league's alleged best defense.
Well, the funny thing about it is the Titans still didn't give up much yardage. So their defensive numbers actually, other than points against, won't really take a hit.
No, it won't take a hit, which is funny because the Lions never had to worry about going the length of the field. They had to do it once in the one play, 70 yards. 97-1 the ticket. Jahmyr Gibbs apparently got up to 22 miles an hour on that run. That's the fastest time for a running back this year. Nice job. And it was fast as hell, King. I had to go back and watch that. And was that 70? Because it looked like it was only 50 yards. Like he's already past midfield. What?
So the funny thing is he had to get to the edge there, right, on the sideline. And I think he actually slowed down a touch to make that turn upfield. But it was like barely, because that's how fast he is. And I think Quandre Diggs was the last guy who had a shot at him. And it was, sometimes you get close enough where you think, all right, the guy's going to dive. I think Diggs knew, and you saw this because he didn't dive, like, I have no shot. Like, he is running, like, I'm running to catch him, and he's turning the corner, and he's gone. At this point, I just look like I'm trying to catch him, but there's no chance.
It's one of the drills I hated in football practice as a defensive lineman. They made us do the same drills as everybody else, and they were pursuit drills, pursuit angle drills. So we'd line up in the middle of the field, and then we had to take our pursuit angles on a play that goes to the outside. And I hated it because as a big defensive lineman, the last thing you want to do is run 60 yards to try to chase after somebody. But these were the drills we did. So you would learn the right angles to take. When you're slow as hell like I am, it doesn't matter what angle you take, I'm not going to be able to catch on the sidelines. But you're watching this, and when these are professionals, and that's a professional safety in the National Football League, and Quandre Diggs is pretty good.
Yeah, he's a good one.
And he just takes the wrong angle, coupled with the fact that Jahmyr Gibbs is FAF, and you got no shot. It was a lot of fun. 248-539-9797. Let's go back to the phones. Brandon is in Shelby. Welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
All right, Brandon.
Say, real quick, you guys got to be careful because you guys got the Honolulu flu, or whatever the guy said, going through your studio right now.
Yeah, we really do have the Honolulu flu going on.
I think that's what it is. I think it's the Honolulu flu.
It could be. I mean, Doug's down today. Kenny's down. Hatchet's down. Hopefully nobody else.
Hey, be safe, guys.
Yeah.
But so I had something to say about the Lions, and then my champion chop. So the cool thing with the Lions game was it was 7-7, 14-14, and then so Kirby Joseph got yelled at on the sideline, and then he comes out and he gets that interception.
Yep.
And as soon as he got that interception, I feel like we just slammed the door,
It was like almost like a switch was flipped, and the Lions just totally took care of business at that point, and it was utter devastation. I mean, they had 4 turnovers in the game. They forced 4 turnovers, I should say. Lions never worked with a long football field because the field position was amazing. The punt return game, the kick returns, everything just worked for the Lions yesterday.
Yeah, you don't know what was yelled at him, but whatever was said, it worked. You
said you got a champ and chum?
Yeah, so my champ is Raymond, just because all the returns, like every time he got the ball, you just were like, oh, he's going to take it to the house. You just assumed he was like Devin Hester, he was going to take it to the house. And so my chump is Tennessee at the end of the half. They threw the ball 4 times. Like, their running game was the only thing that was really working for them, and they were at the 1-yard line. They threw it 4 times in a row.
Yeah, and that was fortunate, I think, thanks for the call, that they did that, because you would think that with all those cracks from that close to the end zone, just hand it off, run it in. But they didn't. Thank you.
I just, my saying and thoughts on that is bad teams do bad things.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, the Titans aren't a good team. They showed us why a lot of times during that game yesterday. And that was one of the moments where they didn't run the ball 1 time before the end of the half to try to score from the 1 or 2 yard line.
Special teams for the Lions this year has been great. And it was a couple weeks ago. It was a post-game remark. I think it was Dan Campbell or somebody else that talked about how, we had a play set up for, I think it was a punt return that would have gone for a touchdown. Punt or kick return. That would have gone for a touchdown, but whatever reason, it didn't happen. And I had that in the back of my mind going, okay, so we know that Phipp is really good at what he does, a special teams coordinator. So when they have 3 returns, 2 in the punt game and 1 in the kick return game, that go for over 60 yards, if 3 of those plays, you understand, they are working at an elite level when it comes to special teams. We thought going into the season with the new kickoff rules, I thought for sure that we were going to see more kickoff returns for touchdowns because it's just it feels like it's a shorter field, even though it's not. But everybody's already there. You can kind of see how things are shaping up as a returner. You don't have to wait for the players to run down the field and see I mean, it's already there. So you have time to set things up. But you're not seeing many kickoff returns this year, period, because the kickers we don't really care, and that's the strategy of the defense. 248-539-9797, and we go to Morris, who's in Rochester Hills. Morris, welcome to 97 on the Ticket.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Great show.
Thank you.
Look, I'm a Sparty fan, but you look at that game. I got to get U of M credit. I think they outcoached MSU. You got. I'm always amazed with football coaches. Like, you have 100 of them on the sideline, and who's actually coaching at times. You look at that play. You mentioned it before. Loveland is the only offensive threat U of M has, right? So you would think, okay, man mark, maybe get a safety, be aware of them, right? So you look at that first touchdown, number 45, don't know what his name is, don't even want to know his name, gets caught up, gets smoked. Your job, I got flag football kids that know, hey, protect the end zone, right, when you're the safety. He gets sucked in, wide open. But then the most disappointing thing, you would think at halftime you would be talking to that guy. Make sure that doesn't happen again, right? What happens in the second half? The same play on the other side.
Well,
and he does it again. He gets
I don't think it was the same play, but it's the same player, and it was Malik Spencer, 43, from Michigan State, the safety that bit on the Donovan Edwards touchdown pass to Loveland at the end of the game. That one bothers me more than the first one. The first one is, okay, you kind of tripped up trying to run over to the spot, and he's wide open. It's a touchdown. This was a different play. He bit on the run fake. He saw everybody going down to the side, and Donovan Edwards was ready to turn the corner, and he thought, I have to come up here. But I'm with you, Morris, because I'm screaming at the TV. You only have one guy to be concerned with in this entire offense, and it's number 18. That's it.
Yeah.
Just leave him back there. Stay back behind a play to make sure that 18 doesn't get behind you, because if he does, it's trouble. And he was trouble. He had the 2 touchdowns. He's the best player in Michigan's team on offense by far. It's not even close. And then the other issue I had, and thanks for the call, Morris, was when Alex Orji comes into the game, there is not one reason to respect his ability to throw the football. There's not one. Leave your corners on an island one-on-one with the receivers. Do that, because the receivers are no great shakes. You got to worry about Loveland. But as far as Orji is concerned, I'm only worried about him running the football. So make sure you contain him. And when he ends up running it into the end zone, you watch that play, go back and see how Michigan State's lined up. It's an unbalanced line, and he just simply runs to the area where there's not a concentration of Michigan State players. It's a brain fart. I don't know if it was they just didn't line up right, or people want to blame coaching. I don't know if it's coaching or not.
Gator, do you think he got outcoached, Smith? Do you think Michigan State got outcoached this game? 2 first-time coaches in this rivalry.
I think Spencer made a bad play on the second Loveland touchdown. I think Spencer also got caught up and stumbled on the first touchdown. I don't want to put it on one player, but it's 2 plays that were monster plays in the game. Do I think Jonathan Smith got out-coached? I think in certain aspects he did. But I also think that, they won the battle the first couple drives of that game. They owned the clock. Michigan State drove right down the field to start the game. It was methodical. It was awesome. It was over 8 minutes. It was amazing. But they couldn't get the job done. They couldn't finish in the end. And they tried to kick the field goal. He wanted to get points out of it, and they missed the field goal. I mean, that's not getting out-coached. Then the next drive, they come right down the field again. And Nathaniel Carter had a great day for Michigan State, ran for 118 yards. He had a couple receptions for over 50 yards. Great day for Nate Carter. And Michigan State's offense put up yards. It's like 350 yards in the game against Michigan's defense, which is supposed to be really good. I mean, you look at the numbers, Michigan State wins the battle in a lot of areas. But they didn't win the turnover battle. And the turnover cost them a field goal at the end of the first half. And then the biggest battle of all, you got to be able to contain the best player. And they let him slip through their hands on a couple different plays that were deadly. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Jake Bates answering questions. That's his first 50-yard plus field goal. Nailed it from 51. He's 11-11 on the season. Another 10-point game for Jake Bates yesterday. 7 extra points. They win 52-14. Not even close. It was close to start the game. It was 14-14, believe it or not. But if you just open up the stat sheet in this game, you're just going to scratch your head like, how? What? How did this? Huh? And the Lions had 225 yards in offense. That's nothing special. They had less than 100 yards passing on National Tight End Day. 2 tight ends caught touchdowns.
Yeah, one from Goff and one from Montgomery.
Right, exactly right. And Dave Montgomery throws a touchdown.
That pass by Montgomery, Goff said it after the game. That was a dart. That was a nice little tight spiral because it wasn't like, oh, he needed.
He had to get it over the defender's
Yeah, he needed
heads.
a touch and some something behind it, right? Because he had to fit it through a window basically, and he was a quarterback, I guess, in high school. It was a nice throw.
It was a great throw. Ends up in a touchdown for the Lions. They go on to win it 52-14. But like I said, it was a 14-14 game. And then Tennessee just started turning the ball over like it was their job. And every time they turned the ball over, it was like inside their own 30-yard line. The Lions said, oh, we got to go 20 yards for a touchdown. We had to go 12 yards for a touchdown, 13 yards for a touchdown. I mean, it's amazing the luck and the fortune of where the ball was after the turnovers. No, they forced their turnovers. Amik Robertson with 2 forced fumbles. Great job. And Kirby Joseph with his 5th interception on the season. Impressive. They did their job. But it's just what I'd say was fortunate is where it happened on the field. Because they didn't have to have these 8-play or 10-play drives for 70 yards. Everything was right there. 3 or 4-play drives for 17 yards and a touchdown. 1 play, 70 yards because Jahmyr Gibbs got loose. It was great to see from a Lions standpoint. And now they improved to 6-1. And you look within the division and what's going on in the division. Well, the Vikings lost on Thursday night against the Rams to start things off. And then you see what happened with the Bears. The Bears took the lead late in the game against Washington, and then inexplicably, for one player and the coach, they both kind of messed up. They gave 15 yards with 12 seconds left. They just said, go ahead, do what you want to do. 15-yard play for Washington allows them to have a chance at a Hail Mary pass. Ends up being a 52-yard touchdown pass to end the game because the defensive back for the Bears is busy yelling at the fans, has his back to the play while the ball has been snapped. There are already players running downfield, and he's not even looking at the play yet. Then he turns around and sees, oh, hey, they're coming downfield. And then he's the guy that tips it up in the air along with 3 other Bear players that are in the vicinity, but he tips it up right into the waiting hands of the Washington receiver, and they win. So you got the Vikings lost. The Bears lose in heartbreaking fashion. Then the damn Packers. Jordan Love gets hurt. Like, what, the first or second series of the game? Not the second series.
No,
it was early in the
quarter.
game. Yeah. And then early in the second half, he goes out of the game with a groin injury. Malik Willis comes in and doesn't miss a beat. Does what he does. He's very mobile. He's throwing the ball extraordinarily well right now with the Packers as well. He hits Jaden Reed down the sideline with like a minute and a half to go while they're trailing, and it turns into a 51-yard play. And then the Jaguars are lining up, and then they realize, wait a minute, we need to let the Packers score so we can get the ball back. Well, the Packers are onto this at this point. Now they have coaching moments, and coaches are able to tell them, make sure you just go down. We're just going to kick the game-winning field goal. And it's exactly what happened. Because Jaguars tried to let him score, and the running back takes it down to the 2-yard line and then, falls to the ground in the fetal position, and Green Bay kicks a field goal to win it with no time left on the clock. So you start looking at the North, the NFC North. And it's still all about the quarterbacks, Kang. I'm not worried about Sam Darnold. We saw the Lions able to beat him. The Rams beat them. Sam Darnold is what Sam Darnold is. An average quarterback at best. And probably not even, he's probably below average. But working with a great offense. But when you go against better defenses, he's not going to help them out. The Bears, they took a loss, which is great. However, watching Caleb Williams play, you are going to be dead dog tired by the end of it because all he does is scramble. He's scrambling for his life out there. He's still learning the offense. He doesn't have the quick trigger to throw it. He's trying to buy extra time because the game hasn't slowed down yet for him. But he's great at scrambling. He's fantastic at scrambling. There was a point where he got sacked once yesterday in the game. He's scrambling like within the pocket, and the defender is like dizzying, not sure if he should go left or right, and he just kind of stands where he's at. He's literally a foot away from Caleb Williams, but he's not going to move. And Caleb Williams stopped moving, and then he wraps his arms around him and takes him down. It was like, how is that a sack? He just gave up. But Caleb Williams can be a problem. He could run for 200 yards in a game if he wants to.
Well, that 200 yards might be lateral, though. That's the thing. It might not be actual forward yards. Because the thing about Caleb Williams that made him really good in college was he played a lot of hero ball. He didn't have a great offensive line at USC. He was able to keep plays alive. And with his arm, he could find the holes, find a guy down the, streaking down the sidelines, wherever. The difference with that and now in the NFL is these guys are grown men out here. Everyone's fast. Everyone's strong. And so when he's doing that, yeah, I think lately he's been, playing much better than he was when he started the year. But that stuff can bite you in the ass,
It can. Oh, it's growing pains.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that this is a game like the Lions have 2 games against the Bears coming up.
Yeah, and then we have, the Lions, they struggle with mobile quarterbacks. And
most teams do.
Yes.
But the Lions seem to really have an issue with the mobile quarterback, which brings you to Malik Willis and the Packers on Sunday. And just a quick early look at that game. We don't know who's going to start the game at quarterback for the Packers yet. I would guess it's probably Willis because groin injury, I don't think that heals up anytime quick, and it's going to linger. So I wouldn't expect Jordan Love, but if it's Jordan Love, he's good. If it's Malik Willis, it's a different skill set. And by the way, he's been great for Green Bay this year. We still have the best quarterback in the division in Jared Goff. We have the best offense in the division. We have the best defense in the division. Maybe the best defense. I don't know. Without a pass rusher, we'll see. That still is something that needs to be addressed. And I feel like after the game yesterday, it becomes a screaming need. And I think it always has been since Hutchinson got hurt in particular. Everybody knows they have to do something. The Lions are being patient right now, waiting to see how things shake out, what players become available. But I do have faith in Brad Holmes. He's going to go out and get somebody. Do I think that the sense of urgency is amped up a little bit? Only because we're getting closer to the trade deadline do I think that. I think it's always been at a high level because of what the Lions are. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Let's go to the phones real quick and pick up Simon. Simon, welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Simon.
Hey, morning, Gator. Morning, Kick.
Morning.
I have a quick statistical amusement, point of statistical amusement, and then my champ and chump. Amusing stat, there's a full slate of games this weekend. Nobody had the bye week. So out of the 14 other games that were played, Lions themselves outscored 8 of them. And with Steelers, Giants tonight, there's a good chance it'll be, good chance it'll be 9.
The 52 points is higher than the total for other games.
Yeah, 8 other games. Yeah, it could be 9 after tonight. And 3 others were close, like 53 to 55 range.
Yep.
So,
in your champ
I just thought that was interesting. Champ and champ. Washington Redfoot comms for snatching victory out of the jaws of defeat. It was borderline miraculous, and because I can't stand the Bears, it was very entertaining.
Yes.
Chump, it's going to be Washington also. I live in southwestern Michigan, so I'm in the Windbag City Market, and I watched a lot of that game late afternoon. And Washington didn't have firm control, but they had enough control of that game. They didn't need to lean on, field goal after field goal, put themselves in a situation where they're trailing in the final minutes. So
yeah, it made it
all's well that ends well. But.
Yeah, a little more nerve-wracking than perhaps you wanted it to be, but at the same time, I mean, Jaden Daniels was a game-time decision whether or not he was going to play. So he wasn't anywhere near 100% doing the Jaden Daniels things he can do. So I can understand why he was a little closer than you wanted it to be. There were some weird scores yesterday. The one game was it 3-2? The Chargers led the Saints 3-2 at one point. Then it was 9-5. Crazy point totals when you get a safety. 97-1 the Ticket. Good afternoon, everybody. Gator and Kang with you today. Doug is out, a little under the weather. Hopefully he'll be back with us tomorrow. But apparently something's going on in the building. Had several people dropping like flies. So do the smart thing. Wash your hands. Try not to touch your face. And keep a distance. Should we do the 6 feet rule too, Kang? It's probably wise. Stay away from each other. Oh, man. It's no good.
I'm just trying to get through the day, Gator.
Yeah, I think we're all trying to get through the day.
Shout out to Bobby for coming in, by the way.
Absolutely. Way to go, Bobby.
Thank you.
But it's look, it's an easy day to talk about things because it's fun to talk about a Lions victory when they win 52-14. It's fun to talk about it not only just from the winning standpoint, but also because you watch the game, and despite the fact that they win, by 38 points, there's things that still need to improve on. The defense was so good in the second half. They created turnovers. They pitched a shutout in the second half of the game. But the same problem is with this team that was there a couple weeks ago when Aiden Hutchinson got hurt. They don't have a pass rush. In the 2 games since, they got 4 sacks against the Vikings, but it felt like those were coverage sacks, and it came with so much time. Darnold had all day to throw. And then the game yesterday, Lions had 1 sack, and it came on a play that was a missed blocking assignment that allowed Alex Anzalone just to scream right through the line and make a play when he was unblocked. Other than that, they got a little bit of pressure at times on Mason Rudolph, but not enough. There were probably a couple of plays where they could have sacked Mason Rudolph and he squirmed through. That's okay. I'll recognize that. But I don't think it's enough where you say, Lions are good. Go to the trade deadline. They don't need to add anything. Not a thing. No, that's not the case. They need to add. They need to add something significant. But as time is going by and, you have another opportunity for an owner to speak, and Mark Davis did, trying to be as emphatic as possible, he's not trading Max Crosby. That's what he says. The fact that he doubled down on it, Kang, does that make you think, okay, he's for real now?
Yeah, I've always thought that was a dream, a pipe dream, and I think that your mind maybe starts to wander and a little bit when they trade Davante Adams. Because all right, well, I know he wasn't happy. He asked for the trade out, but that means maybe they are starting to sell, right? So does that mean Max Crosby's available? I made the analogy was, last week, you go to a garage sale and Davante Adams was on the table outside in the driveway, but you see Max Crosby inside the house.
Right.
And you're like, listen, I see your Davante Adams out here, but do you have a price on that Max Crosby inside the house? Because I want that. That's what I want. I don't want the stuff you're trying to pawn off to everybody else.
I'm not looking for baby clothes,
No.
But I was looking for that coffee table that you have inside.
Yeah,
Looks
exactly.
really good.
That's nice.
No, we know it's nice, and we're keeping it.
Exactly. So, I've asked the owner multiple times now, and he's like, dude, get the hell off my driveway, right?
Yeah, you're about to be escorted.
I'm not selling the coffee table. So I've moved on. I want something else. I've moved on to a different neighborhood. Let me ask you this, Gator. After a dominant win like that with the Lions, do you want the Lions more than ever to get defensive help on the front four? Are you the same or are you less then?
It's going to sound like a cop-out, and it's not meant to be. I've always been at the same level, which is you've got to get somebody. You have to get somebody. And I'm willing to be patient to hold out for the best player you can get. I think it's obvious Crosby's not there. Myles Garrett, I don't know. Cleveland won yesterday with Jameis Williams in dramatic fashion. Are they going to sell off Myles Garrett? I don't think they want to sell off Myles Garrett. When Myles Garrett showed up to game day looking like the Terminator because he went and got some makeup and a mask and stuff, and he looked awesome as the Terminator walking in, I think he wants to stay there. Now, if he's available, of course, go get him. And yes, I'd offer a lot to get him. I don't think he's available. So is there another player out there anywhere near that ilk? And I think the answer is no. Those are the 2 guys. So if they're not, then I don't have to worry. We don't have to have this discussion about first-round picks anymore. You can start talking about other players. And maybe the talks will start to amp up here about Trey Hendrickson, the defensive end with the Bengals. Cincinnati lost yesterday, 37-17 to Philadelphia. Philadelphia's a team that's got all this talent, but they just can't seem to put it together. They put it together yesterday, and they took care of business against Cincinnati. Now, Cincinnati is banged up, but when you're 3-5, your prospects don't look very good for the season. And now you're a week away from the trade deadline. You've got a piece that could fetch, a high price. It's not a first-round pick price, but it's probably, a third-round pick maybe?
You can get something.
Yeah.
I
don't know what it costs to get Hendrickson, but it damn well should be interested. And he's, he played in New Orleans before he was in Cincinnati, so there's maybe some familiarity there. Zadarius Smith is the other name that keeps being brought up and probably likely had for, a lesser price. Is that somebody that Cleveland is willing to move? I imagine they would be, but it's players of that ilk. There's Carl Granderson from the Saints that might be somebody. Arden Key was the player in yesterday's game that showed up and beat Taylor Decker, but Arden Key doesn't have this long track record of being a great defensive end or edge rusher. He's got 3 sacks on the season. I think he had 2 of them yesterday. So in his high sack total in his career is 6.
Yeah, but that's the type of player you're probably going to get at this point.
Right, and I'm not arguing because is that guy better than the guys we're parading out there now? And the answer is yes.
Yeah, unfortunately. The thing is, we've already talked about this. You're not going to get a player to replace Aiden Hutchinson.
No.
That dude was on his way to winning the Defensive Player of the Year, so they don't just fall off trees.
He's still the leading pressure, has more pressures than anybody else in football, and he's missed 2 games. And that's, by the way, the Lions only played 7. Some of these guys have played 8. And he's still the leading guy.
Yeah, so you're not replacing that guy. I mean, the closest guys that we could think of course, were Max Crosby and Myles Garrett, 2 guys that maybe were on the block, which we don't think they are. So what you're going to do is you're going to get a lesser guy, which means less compensation, though, you have to give up. They need a guy that occasionally can beat his man one-on-one, and they don't have that right now, and that's the problem. You can't scheme up blitzes and stunts every single time to get home. They have to have a guy, which was like Hutchinson, who could beat his guy. Now, you're not going to beat him on a consistent basis like Aiden was beating all the left and right tackles he was facing. But at some point, right, what James Houston was doing a couple years ago, he was beating his man.
Yeah.
You need a guy like that to, every now and then come up and beat your man and get to the quarterback.
I think James Houston had a pressure yesterday. I think he had a pressure.
I saw him playing out there, and I know you were
He didn't play
focused.
much. I would guess he was less than 10 snaps. But he did have a pressure, and yes, I am watching him. I mean, we saw Isaiah Thomas out there, Muhammad's out there, but and they were playing without Pascal.
O'Connor's out there. I mean, they're trying everybody out there, but those guys,
they're going to have to get somebody. I mean, you agree with me? You got to get somebody.
Yes.
Is it more of a sense of urgency for you, or were you always at that high
I've
level?
always at the same, hey, this is the window, go get your guy. I was just more reserved on who they could get, and I think it's a guy like Zadarius Smith or less. But Zadarius Smith would help this team out, by the way.
He would. And, do I think they need to get it done this week? I wouldn't be upset because you're playing Green Bay. I don't have a problem with that. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and your texts or next up here. We'll continue with that here on 97.1 The Ticket. Well, look, cold weather is causing problems with the garage door, I'm sure. And if it's not, then you're great. But if it is, if you notice it, then you need to count on Precision Garage Door Service to take your call 24/7. That's what they do. They'll schedule a repair appointment quickly, even on the same day, in fact. And they have someone who's out on the holidays, the weekends, and evenings. They're just there for you. The service there is amazing. And listen, cold weather can really wreak havoc on your garage door. With winter coming, you want to make sure that your garage door is running at the optimal level. So they can get it back to ensure it's operating properly and withstand the colder months. And if you want your garage doors done right, do what I did. Call Precision Garage Door today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment. Dan Campbell talking about what happened yesterday, just the awesome destruction of the Tennessee Titans in all facets of the game. Special teams, really. I mean, I think a lot of people forget about the impact special teams can make, and then you see a game like yesterday and realize, oh my God, they can make a massive impact when it's as good as it is. When you have 190 punt return yards from Khalif Raymond, including a touchdown. He's my champ of the week, by the way, for that performance. It's amazing. When you add to that you get a 72-yard return in the kickoff game, and then you have a punter like Jack Fox that is averaging over 60 yards a punt and 5 punts, which I believe is an NFL record, to do what he did, pinning 3 of those kicks inside the 20. If you want to play the field position game, the Lions can do that, and they kill you with it. You know, then Jake Bates comes in, need you to kick a 51-yarder. Okay, I got it. And he goes and does it. 51-yard kick. And we know he's got the leg, but we just haven't seen him really tested yet so far through half the season here. Not even half the season. They played 7 games. They're 6-1. Best record since 1956. It's just that game will tell you all you need to know about if you ever doubt special teams plays a role. And then, of course, the defense getting 4 turnovers is huge. The offense turning the short fields that they were presented into quick touchdowns. I think 5 of 5 in the red zone for touchdowns. And they continue this incredible stretch where they have more offensive touchdowns and they have incompletions over the last 4 games. It's amazing what they've done. Before we get to the phones, a couple of quick notes in college football. Chris Solari, who is a Spartan beat reporter for the Detroit Free Press, is out in East Lansing at the weekly press conference they have out there, and Jonathan Smith is speaking to the media right now. Unfortunately, he did have to report that the long snapper from Michigan State, Caden Schickel, will miss the rest of the season. Looked like he suffered a leg injury. Not good. But he also says, I'm not burying the lead here. Smith says that Alan Haller, the athletic director for Michigan State, has been in contact with the Big Ten about the postgame altercation at Michigan. So we'll update that as necessary. Brad Galley from Channel 7, he's in Ann Arbor checking out what's going on with the Wolverines, said Sharon Moore, and I know this has been a talking point for some people out there, so here's what he's reporting on it. Sharon Moore said that there is no chance Will Johnson shuts it down for the season. Moore said if Johnson could play this past week, he would have. Johnson wants to be back on the field. So we'll see where that goes. I know a lot of people are thinking if Michigan's season takes a turn, had they lost to Michigan State, would people have started to opt out for the rest of the season to either get themselves ready for the portal or just to get ready for the draft? Will Johnson is likely to be a first-round pick, and there's some thought about that. Well, Sharon Moore says that's not going to happen. Would it still be a possibility later in the season? Who knows? I don't want to speculate, but they do have a tough schedule with Oregon. They still play Indiana, who is undefeated and 8-0 for the first time since like 1967 or something like that. And then they have Ohio State to finish up the season, as you know. Let's get back to the phones. 248-539-9797, and we'll go to Chris in Shelby Township. Chris, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, guys. Okay, real quick. So suppose the Lions win this Sunday in Green Bay. Now, hypothetically, let's say Monday the Lions pull off a blockbuster trade for, let's just say, Max Crosby. Ask yourself a question. If the Lions can go into Green Bay without Crosby, Hutchinson, and Jameson Williams, are we just not only talking Super Bowl, are we talking a dynasty for the next 6 years? Are we the new Kansas City Chiefs for the next 5 or 6 years? In my opinion, absolutely yes. So I say we mortgage the farm. And again, I mean, regardless what happens on Sunday, we still need that elite pass rusher. But I'm just trying to put in perspective, I'm not worried about 3 first-round picks. When you have an opportunity to possibly become a dynasty for the next 6 years, I say we pull the trigger.
Well, I'd love to pull the trigger on a big deal, Chris, and thanks for the call, but I don't know if a big deal is there to be had. All right, so if the big deal ends up being Trey Hendrickson or Zadarius Smith or Carl Granderson or Arden Key or Harold Landry or whatever the case is, a player of lesser value than the Myles Garrett, Max Crosby, I'm not going to be upset because that's the market. I don't think those teams want to get rid of those players. Now, would I give up a couple of first-round picks for either of those guys? Yep. I wouldn't think twice about it. Do I think it opens up the window for a dynasty for 6 years? No. That's a long time. What I do think is that the Lions have set themselves up to do that, where they do have a window, though. And the window could be open for a long time. I don't know how long. But 5 years is a long time. But this is where they're starting to give these extensions out. And they're giving them to young players. When you give an extension out to Amon-Ra St. Brown or Penei Sewell, to David Montgomery, giving it an extra couple years, is not 5. But you're looking at where they've extended Lee McNeil. They're going to extend Aiden Hutchinson, I'm sure, next year. And then they got to start thinking about Brian Branch and that whole crew from that draft class. I mean, they could keep this thing going as the salary cap goes up and up and up every year. Jared Goff was given a big extension, but Jared Goff is also on the other side of 30 now. So how much longer is he going to be playing at this elite level? As long as the offensive line is there to protect him, they can. But you saw yesterday, he got hit a lot, and he rolled up his ankle. I'm sure he's fine. And hopefully he doesn't have to practice too much this week to rest that thing up, get whatever treatment is necessary to be as close to 100% as possible for Sunday's game. But you got to start thinking about replenishing the offensive line. I know they extended Decker, but Decker's also an older player. They have to look at, in the future, the very near future, about replacing Decker and Ragnow. Love both guys. Huge Frank Ragnow guy. But we know Ragnow is playing on borrowed time because he's always dealing with the injury. Just going to come at some point, he's going to be like, that's a good career. I'm done. Despite playing at this incredible level. I'm not forcing him out, but I'm saying if you want to keep a window open for 5 or 6 years, like the previous caller is saying, you're going to have to make some changes.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is what Brad Holmes has been doing the entire time, though. He's been trying to build this to be sustainable, okay? I don't throw the word dynasty out because they haven't even made it to the Super Bowl, let alone win a Super Bowl. But I know what the caller is trying to say. He wants to be ultra competitive and in it every year for years to come. And I think, like I said, that's what Brad Holmes is trying to do. It's not that easy, though, people. So when you say, yeah, just give up the first-round picks, one, you need someone who's willing to sell, okay? And we get this text here from Mike in Birmingham. He says, I'd rather trade for a guy who's a lot better than someone who's marginally better. Go big or go home. It's just not that easy. You don't just call up the Raiders and say, we want Max Crosby. They're like, no, well, we're not selling Max
Right.
Crosby.
He's not for sale.
Yeah, he's not for sale. Now, if you were talking, grossly overpay, that's a different story, right? Do fans really want to overpay for somebody, which might not keep this thing sustainable? And I know they have a lot of young players, and they've extended a lot of these young players, but Brad Holmes is so good at his job because he's so good at drafting and developing, right? And then what comes next when they develop? They extend. I don't think he really veers from that plan. Now, I want him to go get somebody, but it's not as easy as just go big or go home.
No, it's not. And I wonder if, and that's kind of like the understated thing about this whole thing is, can they afford him anyway for past this upcoming season? Like, there's a reason you go after guys that have expiring contracts, because it's a rental player. You know it. They're going to improve the team. Got it for this year. When you look at somebody who's got multiple years left on a contract, like, oh, that's awesome. We have him for more years. When Hutchinson gets healthy, having those two guys in the edges is going to be fantastic. But the question is, can you afford to have them? And that's the answer I don't have, right? Because the salary cap is so convoluted. It's not just because I'm terrible at math, and I get that. It's so convoluted that you don't really know how much space you have to play with in years to come without having to restructure contracts and all that. Can they actually afford to take on a player who's going to make $20 million a year for the next 3 years? Can they afford to do that? If they can, great. Then make the deal happen if you can. But unlikely that those players are available. But there are players of consequence that are available. Adam is next up here, 97 to take it. Hey, Adam.
Hey, Gator gang, how you guys doing?
All right.
Good. Hey, I'm coming out from California for the Thursday night game. I wanted a couple recommendations on food, but first I got a champ and chump for you. My champ is Khalif Raymond for an amazing job with the return game and the passing game or receiving game. And then my chump is the cornerback that gave up the Hail Mary taunting the fans for the Bears.
Yeah, that was just so beyond stupid. and those are the same way to put it. Yeah, and those are the same champ and chumps that I had as well. So I will agree with that. You say you're coming out for the Thursday night game? Which Thursday night game?
December 5th.
Okay, the way I'm playing Thursday. Okay, so December 5th against the Packers. Gotcha.
Yep.
And you're wondering for places to eat?
Yeah, I'm just looking for recommendations. I've been there. I'm 46 now. I've been there 4 times. I went for my 40th birthday. My wife surprised me. I've been a Lions fan since 1990, born and raised in California. So,
well, there's certainly lots.
Being a buddy, you're heading.
If you want to head downtown, I mean, it all depends what you're looking to eat. I mean, there's great places downtown. There's great pizza places downtown. There's a great Italian downtown. You want barbecue? They've got that. Whatever you want to do, but it depends kind of where you're staying too, I guess.
I'll be at the MGM.
Oh, so you're gonna be right downtown. Listen, man.
Yeah.
You got there is so much to look at.
Oh, there's
with Detroit.
Greek Town with Greek. There's Southwest, Detroit with Mexican
Village and all that. It's amazing. It really depends on what cuisine you're looking for, and it's everywhere. Even comfort food. Obviously you got the Conies down there and everything else, but it's if you're gonna be here for a few days, you're gonna gorge yourself. There's a lot to eat in Detroit. It's a great restaurant town. All right, enjoy it. Good.
Sounds good. Look forward to it.
All right, thanks, Adam. And like to hear that people come in from out of town, specifically to see the Lions play.
Good look at the casino, too, by the way.
Of course, sir.
You may be more comfortable at one of our smaller tables than on lower-end tables. They'll fix you up real nice over there.
Oh, you'll fix me up. Yeah, we'll fix you up. Some more words coming out of East Lansing and Ann Arbor regarding what happened at the end of that game. Jonathan Smith saying what's happening. We'll update you on that coming up next year. 97.1 The Ticket. It was a thing of beauty. Khalif Raymond was amazing yesterday. He's my champ of the week. 190 yards in punt return yardage. Plus, he had the touchdown on the punt return. He also caught a touchdown pass from Jared Goff in the game. Great job. Great job by special teams all throughout. And, Kang, what was your champ? Was it Phipp?
No, my champ was, because obviously, Khalif and the whole special teams crew, I knew they'd get a lot of votes. So I went elsewhere. I went with Red Zone. Zone, at the end of the 1 o'clock games, was fantastic. If you have it, you're fortunate enough to watch Scott Hansen with, was it the quad? Was it, 5 boxes, whatever? I mean, there were so many games that were coming down to the final minute or two that I just sat back and watched and got to see all the, the craziness that ended the 1 o'clock game. So Red Zone was my champ of the weekend.
My chump was Tyreek Stevenson, the defensive back for the Bears, who's busy jawing with the fans at Washington while the play is going on, while they're setting up their Hail Mary pass, and he should be paying attention to that. He lost focus. He wasn't. Turns around, because he literally had his back to the play. Turns around and then realizes the play's going on, tries to get in position. He's in position, along with 3 of his teammates. They jump up in the air in the end zone, tip the ball. It goes behind them into the waiting arms of the wide receiver for the Commanders, and the Commanders win in the last second. It's hysterical, and it's so dumb that he wasn't paying attention in the first place. But great that the Bears lost.
Yeah, it's actually ironic that he actually got over in time to help the Commanders win the game, because he's the one who tipped the ball in the air for Noah Brown to catch it. My chump of the weekend was Amri Amrani and Oscar Leon. And you wonder, who are these guys? I've never heard of their names, right?
Yeah, I never heard of their names.
They are the sculptors that made the Dwayne Wade statue outside of Miami Heat. They're a stadium. I don't even know what the arena is called. But, they're doing these a lot now for the legends of the teams. So Dwayne Wade's the latest one to get a sculpture of him outside the arena. And Gator, I had you look it up because you hadn't seen it yet.
Wow.
And it looks like Lawrence Fishburne in The Matrix. It does not look like Dwayne Wade. I don't understand. We've done so many wonderful things in art. We can't get down the sculpture for some reason, right? Is this it's not doable or what?
No, it's doable.
He's not the first. Dwayne Wade's not the first one to have a poorly or a sculpture that doesn't look like him at all.
No, I feel like the bar is set at, okay, is it when you say it's bad? Okay, is it worse than Magic Johnson? Is it as bad as that?
Cristiano Ronaldo, have you seen his?
All right, these are bad statues, and is this on par with that? I think it's worse than Magic. I don't know if it's as bad as Ronaldo.
You said this looked like Ray Charles without his glasses.
It does.
Right?
It looks like Ray Charles singing Georgia without the sunglasses on.
So those are my chumps of the weekend.
I get it. 248-539-9797, the telephone number. Get some more texts coming in. We'll get to those in a second, and more phone calls. But Chris Solari from the Free Press in East Lansing. News that Alan Haller has been in touch with the Big Ten about the post-game incident, and that Jonathan Smith confirmed that there was a player and a staffer that were both kind of at the bottom of the pile, where it looks like Khalil Mullings and other players are seen stomping on the player on the sidelines. We'll see what happens with the Big Ten, what they decide to do. But that they also appealed the Jordan Turner targeting call, which we haven't gotten into yet, which was a big blow for Michigan State to lose him off the defense in the second half, and will be huge for Michigan State to not have him on the field for the first half of the game against Indiana on Saturday. But the appeal was denied by the Big Ten, which is unfortunate. It's so hard with targeting. You're trying to determine intent in some ways, but I guess you're really not. That's why they tried to make it just letter of the law. And on a play like that, he leads with his head to put it into the chest of the quarterback, Alex Orji. Orji's a runner. He's not defenseless. And Orji lowers his helmet to meet with the helmet of the defensive player, and then ends up being a targeting call. I'm not blaming Orji. He's playing football. Turner's playing football. And there was no flag thrown on a play. It's the end of the quarter. They come back from the quarter and they say, now it's being reviewed. Both guys were fine. It was nothing malicious in either part. It just happened to be what it is. And so unfortunately there for Michigan State, Jordan Turner's out. Jonathan Smith had this to say. Said, we will not forget Saturday night. I promise you that. But we're moving forward. Said he felt a, quote, genuine dislike between Michigan and Michigan State and fan bases before the game. He said, after experiencing this one time, this thing is different. And that crystallized for me on Saturday. So if you're a Spartan fan, you're glad to hear that now he understands what the rivalry is about because he'd never been part of it. He knows the Oregon State-Oregon rivalry is about, but he doesn't know what Michigan State is. And obviously it's very intense, as we know. And now we'll have to wait another year before those two teams battle each other. But Michigan gets the win on Saturday night over Michigan State. Now, congratulations, both teams. Now you got to both take on undefeated teams. Michigan State taking on Indiana. Curt Cignetti, the coach of Indiana, said today he's not sure if Rourke is going to be ready to play on Saturday, but he's trending in the right direction to get their quarterback back. Jonathan Smith, when asked about that, said, well, we didn't see a whole lot of drop-off with the other quarterback they brought in. They run the same offense, so we're prepared either way. And then, of course, Michigan has Oregon coming up. Oregon comes to town. The advantage for Michigan is that, well, they don't have to worry about a time change or flying 3,000 miles across the country. Oregon does. But the downside for both teams is you're both taking on teams that are competing to get into the college football playoff when you're not going to. 248-539-9797. Derek is next up for 97 with the ticket. Thanks for hanging on, Derek.
Good afternoon, Gator and Kang. How you guys doing?
Going well.
So I'm going to start my champ. I think it's Jahmyr Gibbs on that 70-yard run. The reason why I'm going with him is because the Lions was -9, total offense. That's like to change the whole dynamic of the game. That was crucial. The chump has got to be Tyrique Stevenson. I mean, if I was the Bears coach, I would sit him this upcoming week. That's an embarrassment to that franchise doing that.
It is, and I will give Stevenson credit for after the game, and he was, answering questions about it. He addressed it. He owned up to it. He knew that he was way in the wrong. And said all the,
I didn't know he did that. Yeah,
yeah, he said all the right things.
I mean, you
but
can't
still,
do that. You can't do that.
He did it. Right. I mean, you can't ignore the fact that he did it. Like, hey, congratulations for the apology, but we still have to punish you for it. But it'll be handled internally. I don't know if they're going to sit him out, but it was. I
know it's just in the moment, but other than that, that's about it. So I appreciate taking my call.
All right, thanks, Derek. Appreciate it. 248-539-9797.
Former head coach Herman Edwards was on one of the NFL shows last night, and he said that if he were the coach, he would suspend him. He would sit him out. I don't know how many games he would sit him out, but he said he'd sit him out. And
wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, it's a pretty bad mistake, man. I don't know if I'd do that, but especially if he's learned from it, because that's the key thing is that Doug would say teaching moment. Right?
Well, exactly.
You gotta,
right.
Hey, man, this can never ever happen again.
Yeah, and Stevenson totally owned up to it afterwards.
I think he knows that, but sometimes you send a message through the rest of the team too by sitting a guy out.
I'm just trying to pull up the quotes of what he had to say about this. There was a statement released actually on Twitter. He said, to Chicago and teammates, my apologies for lack of awareness and focus. The game ain't over until zero's at the clock. Can't take anything for granted. Notes taken. Improvement will happen. So there is that. But the video that you see of him, like a cell phone in the end zone, and he's just flaming the fans of Washington while the ball has already been snapped, while literally Jaden Daniels is scrambling around buying himself some time, and he's not even paying attention to the game. It's inexcusable. But like I said, at least he did apologize for it, and we'll see what the Bears decide to do. I don't really care. It doesn't affect the Lions in any way. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Look, you see these trucks all over the place, right? The red, white, and blue. They're there for a reason. They're there to help you out. The red, white, and blue trucks, they belong to the only plumbing and HVAC team that I trust. It's Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. I've had issues in my house. They've come out a couple times, fixed the issues in a timely fashion. I couldn't be happier. They are awesome. They're going to help keep you warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. But don't just take my word for it. Do some research, and you'll find out they've got an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Or they've got a bunch of 5-star reviews on Google. So whether it's your furnace or your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com, and then you'll be all hooked up. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. Lions head coach Dan Campbell, a lot to like about the game you saw yesterday. From a couple different, from all facets of the game. I mean, I know the offense only had 225 yards, but they weren't tested. They weren't given the ball at their own 25 and said, go try to score. I mean, it happened once. Got the ball at the 30. The first play, they handed off Jahmyr Gibbs, and it goes 70 yards for the touchdown. They were working on a short field thanks to the defense that caused 4 turnovers. They were working on a short field thanks to the amazing job of the Lions special teams, with Khalif Raymond leading the way with all of his punt returns for 190 yards in punt returns. Khalil Dorsey returned 1 kickoff, and it went 72 yards. I mean, they just did not struggle at all. They had no issue. Their scoring drives: 2 plays, 23 yards. 1 play, 70 yards. 3 plays, 25 yards. 4 plays, 12 yards. 7 plays, 22 yards. 3 plays, 9 yards. 3 plays, 26 yards. And then they had the field goal at the end that went 8 plays for 48 yards. I mean, what are we talking? It's unbelievable.
It was the ultimate field position game.
Incredible.
I mean, it was just, hey, they were 5 for 5 in the red zone?
Yep. For touchdown.
Because they started the drives in the red zone.
Yes.
You know, they didn't have to work the field. The one time they had a long drive was not really a long drive because Jahmyr Gibbs went 70 yards on 1 play and maxed out, over 22 miles per hour on that run?
Yeah.
Incredible.
I don't think Jared Goff's too upset of going 12 of 15 for only 85 yards. He threw 3 touchdowns in those 15 passes.
That's crazy.
And then David Montgomery took one of his touchdowns because he handed him the ball and he throws it to Sam Laporta for a 3-yard touchdown pass. But it's just crazy how it works out. You know, as a team, they throw for less than 100 yards. As a team, they only have 225 yards in offense for this explosive offense, the best offense in football. But their point total just went up. Now they average over 33 points a game. We'll see how they do against the Packers on Sunday, but I'm looking forward to that matchup. Taking on the Packers at Green Bay, and we don't know who the quarterback's going to be for Green Bay, if it's going to be Jordan Love or Malik Willis. Either way, both quarterbacks can throw and both quarterbacks can run. What's happened with Malik Willis is he's got a new lease on life. Playing with that organization, with those complementary players around him, they got a tremendous receiving core in Green Bay. And they have good tight ends. They invested in the tight end in last year's draft. They've got Josh Jacobs running the football. It's a solid offense. It's a great base to work with. And with the Lions not having a pass rush, you know, this could be a real test. This might be the toughest test for the Lions. I think it is the toughest test for them all season long. We went into the Minnesota game, thought the same thing. I like Green Bay better than Minnesota as more time has gone on. Obviously, the Lions handled Minnesota, and then we saw the Vikings lose to the Rams, of all teams. But the Rams are playing better football now that they're getting healthier. I still don't think the Rams are a threat, but they just did that to Minnesota, and they're healthy. And you look at the NFC West, King. NFC West does not look all that impressive. You know, Seattle and San Francisco, the Rams, in Arizona. They're all are they all 4-4?
They're all very close to each other. And the Niners clearly were going through it. They got a win last night against the Cowboys, but I mean, I don't think anyone really believes in this Cowboys team either.
No, and they're all 4-4 except the Rams are 3-4. Otherwise, I mean, so it's up for grabs.
Mm-hmm.
Completely up for grabs.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough test against Green Bay. This one's going to be to see who leads the division, because if Green Bay wins, they'll have the tiebreaker, the same record as the Lions. Big game. And whether it's Jordan Love or Malik Willis, I think the concern with you and I and Lions fans are, can they get enough pressure on the quarterback? You know, Malik is obviously more mobile than Jordan Love. Jordan Love's a mobile quarterback too, though. We'll see how mobile he is if he plays with that groin injury. They just got to find someone. I said this earlier. They have to find somebody that can beat their man occasionally one-on-one, because that's what Aiden Hutchinson was able to do consistently. So I'm not asking anyone, and you're not asking anyone to be Aiden Hutchinson. That guy was going to win the Defensive Player of the Year. But we need someone at times, hey, to just beat your man. I mean, everything can't be schemed and blitzed, you know? And so right now, I think they're just kind of going through, trying to figure out, can anybody step up?
I just saw a stat on Twitter about a half an hour ago, which I think was Pro Football Focus, that showed the leading defensive pass rushers this week with pressures that they got on the quarterback this week. In the game yesterday, Myles Garrett led them all. Actually, he was tied for first with 9 pressures on the quarterback. He was tied with his teammate, Zadarius Smith. They both had 9 pressures on the quarterback. One of those guys you're trying to trade for is going to cost you everything you've got, and you're not likely to be moved. The other one might be moved, and Zadarius Smith can be had. I think he's got an expiring contract. You wouldn't think much more than maybe a 4th-round pick. And if he's getting that kind of pressure on the quarterback, and he already has a few sacks this season, he's a veteran player. He's a proven commodity. Everywhere he's been able to get after the quarterback. I think that, and we kind of identified him as probably being the most likely guy that you can get because of the situation Cleveland's in. That's not a good football team, although, hey, they just won a game. They feel pretty good about themselves, and Jameis Winston turned chicken into chicken salad at the end of that game. Jameis Winston looked good, and I'm not saying that the Browns are thinking they have a new lease on life and they're all of a sudden going to be competing for the playoffs, because they're not likely to do so. But the clock is ticking. You got one more game before the trade deadline, and what do they want to do? And if you're the Lions, I think you'd want to get a move done as quickly as possible at this point. I don't know if he's the best pass rusher that's available. Is it Trey Hendrickson from Cincinnati, who took another step back yesterday with a loss? And you always keep in mind, even though Cincinnati always has these higher aspirations of making the playoffs and being a Super Bowl contending team, can't help but know that Trey Hendrickson asked for a trade before the season began. So if they find themselves out of it, and now they're 3-5 on the season, maybe, just maybe, he becomes available again. So we'll see. The Lions have their work cut out. They clearly need to add a pass rush. Yeah, they've won the last 2 games against these teams without Aiden Hutchinson, but they're still not getting after the quarterback even a little bit. And that's disturbing, because we all feel this is a Super Bowl caliber team. But we'll feel better about it if they were to add a pass rusher before the deadline. 248-539-9797. You want to talk about your champ and chump of the week? The Lions game from yesterday. We've got some questions about the Lions, and what was your biggest takeaway from the game? Are you more or less necessary in your mind to go get a pass rusher for the Lions? The Michigan State game, Michigan fans can feel a little bit better about themselves. They come away with a win, but it might be short-lived because you've got Oregon this week. They've got Ohio State and Indiana. Those are road games. Weird to say Indiana, but Indiana's awfully good this year. Man, have they turned things around with Kurt Cignetti, the new coach.
Man, we have a trade in the league.
Uh-oh, you're shaking your head. We'll have the details coming up next here. 97.1, The Ticket. All right, welcome back. 248-539-9797, the telephone number. Same number to text as well. King, before we get into some texts, you had some news in the NFL about a trade.
Yes, there is a trade in the NFL. The Patriots are sending pass rusher Josh Uche from the Patriots, like I said, to the Kansas City Chiefs. Compensation hasn't been released yet, but KC is adding another player on the edge here, according to Ian Rappaport and Mike Garafalo.
So Josh Uche from Michigan, of course, he's outside linebacker, pass rusher. In his career, hasn't done a whole lot. Third year in the league in 2022, he did have 11.5 sacks, but prior to that, he only had 4 in 2 seasons. And since then, he's had 5 in 2 seasons. He's got 2 this year. Undersized guy, 6'1", 240, but that's why he's at outside linebacker type. I'm not lamenting this at all because I don't think that's what the Lions are looking for, specifically for this go-around with the trade deadline, because you're not long. I don't think you have the luxury of looking for somebody that could fit a bunch of roles on this team that has the versatility of being an outside linebacker, drop into coverage, and also be a pass rusher guy. I think because of the injury to Hutchinson, you're looking for specifically a defensive end, a pass rushing defensive end, not somebody that you're worried about dropping back in coverage. So this one doesn't bother me at all. I still think the Lions going to get something done. There are other plays we've talked. There's a handful of guys off the top of my head that I'm looking at that I'd like to see them get. Uche was not on my list, so it has nothing to do with him being a Michigan guy.
Sure,
before
it
that
does.
comes in,
Mm-hmm.
got nothing to do.
Especially just it happened Saturday. It's okay, man.
Right.
No, I'm just playing with you. No, but seriously though, I mean, I'm shaking my head a little bit here because, yeah, Uche isn't. This is the type of guy, by the way, that you're going to probably get if you're the Lions. Just let Lions fans know you're not getting Max Crosby, you're not getting Myles Garrett. You're going to get someone of lesser caliber. Uche, yes, he's not a straight defensive end. He's an outside linebacker that can rush. But I think, first of all, you saw Malcolm Rodriguez get hurt. So linebackers are going down as well, not just defensive ends. So I think that he could have helped that, depending on how long Malcolm's out for. I'm not sure. I know he's in a walking boot after the game. You got Trevor Nowatzki right now stepping in, who's doing a really nice job, actually.
Great job.
Yeah, and I like him as a player.
And more Jalen Reeves-Maybin, if that's what that means, that's okay.
Yeah, I know, but they're getting deeper into that linebacking, room. So, and then, you mentioned like you'd rather have a more prototypical type of defensive end. I think they have that guy with the guys they're kind of putting out there with Isaiah Thomas and O'Connor and other guys. They kind of set the edge, just a bigger defensive end. You need a guy that can get to the quarterback. And Uche has done that in the past. He 11.5 sacks a couple years ago, not as productive since then, but still shown that he can make, can get off the edge and get to the quarterback. The other thing is Kansas City is continually making moves, Gator. They're the defending champs. They're undefeated, and they're not resting on their laurels. Do you know what I'm saying? They went out and got Hopkins. Now they're getting Uche. As a Lions fan, how do you think Lions fans feel that I said this last week, they're getting restless, right? And I'm not saying, oh, no, the Lions lost out on Uche, this season's over, but it is kind of like that meme with the stick, do something, right? I'm not mad at Brad Holmes, and I trust him 100%, but they kind of have to make a move here at some point.
Look, I know how Lions fans feel. Lions fans they're impatient, they're frustrated, they're like, get something done, let's go. I think there's a difference between Kansas City and Detroit. Kansas City is a team that's operating with like no depth. They are so thin that when something like that happens, they've got to get somebody. Like they don't have the opportunity to say, let's see if we can absorb this with other players, and then we can be patient and get somebody later on. Now, to your credit, and I would agree with you that now we're starting to see more hits, right, with the Malcolm Rodriguez injury. Hopefully it's nothing that's going to keep him out terribly long. It doesn't seem like it. But it is another hit to the depth of this team because the depth is going to be tested. But losing everything they've lost on the defensive line, and now it's starting to seep into the linebacking core, that is concerning. But again, I still have all the faith in the world they're going to add. We just don't know who it's going to be. So I'm not concerned just yet. Again, in the Uche thing, I wouldn't have gone after Uche. Would not have been on my list of players that you need to. Even though you're starting to look at, okay, do they need to worry about linebacker at some point? And I'm still not there because of the way that Nowaski has played, and also Maben comes in, does a nice job. But if they were to suffer another injury, then maybe you're okay. Now it's getting ridiculous here. But fortunately, we still have the game Sunday to find out where you're at injury-wise, and then you have a couple days after that to make trades at the deadline. But yes, I do think they have to make a move. My sense of urgency didn't go up because my sense of urgency was always at level 10, and it hasn't changed. I'm sure for some people that maybe they were, let's let it play out or whatever, and that after seeing what's happened the last 2 weeks, I'm guessing those people, the level has gone up. Do you imagine the level's gone down for anybody? The sense of urgency?
No, not at all. And just to make it, it is a 6-rounder in 2026 that the Patriots are getting.
So not much of a return.
No.
But that's so I like that because that's setting the standard for guys that are better than him. What is the price tag for Zadarius Smith, who's clearly better, has more upside, but this is a 6th-round pick in 2026. It's not even next year's draft. So we'll see where that puts the Lions, but I still think the Lions absolutely have to make something happen. Back to the phones, and Andrew is next up here on 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Andrew.
Hey, Gator, Kang, happy Monday. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, happy Monday to you.
Yep, championship. My champ of the week is by far and away the Lions special teams. Be curious to see if that continues to carry over and is as consistent moving forward. That would be a huge help, especially the game coming up with Green Bay. My chump is Tyreek Stevenson, but not for the taunting. It's actually for the fact that he's the last player to touch the football before it gets to Noah Brown.
Yep.
So not only was he doing the taunting, then he finally enters the play, and he's the one that taps the ball into the end zone to Noah Brown. That's the craziest part.
Yeah,
so,
that is crazy. And if you're going to tip the ball, don't tip it backwards. Or there's something because you're the one. I don't know if he's necessarily the one that's supposed to have the contain there, but you tip it behind you, you run the risk of somebody's there waiting for it, which he was. Horrible play.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Some ticket texts have come in. Champ Khalif Raymond, man, had himself a day. Chump Colston Loveland, great performance, but he didn't need that scuffle at the end and really didn't need his post-game comments. Now is not the time to talk smack when your team might not win another game this year, dude. Carl at work. He walked it back a little bit afterwards, which I guess good for him. But it's the rivalry. You say whatever you want to say. You got to back it up at some point, and he had 2 touchdowns in the game. He can say what he wants to say. You want to shut him up, you shut him up on the field. Michigan State didn't get enough done. Champ, Khalif Raymond. Chump, Tyreek Stevenson. Taunt the crowd mid-play. Then you tip it to Noah Brown to complete the Hail Mary. Poetic. That's some wink in Royal Oak. Champ is Freddie Freeman, 100%. He's an all-around great dude. Chump is, well, I'm not going to say that, but Steve at Duo Guard. Suffice to say he's more of a Michigan fan than he is a Michigan State fan. But I don't know what Michigan State did to make you say that, but whatever. Freddie Freeman hit the grand slam for the Dodgers in Game 1 of the World Series in extra innings. And it happened 36 years ago, was the Kirk Gibson home run. At apparently the exact same time is what people are saying. Very interesting. You know, you get the Gibson home run for the Dodgers, which is iconic, as iconic as the Gibby home run is for the Tiger fans when you saw him in the 84 World Series. But the one in 88, I feel like it's another one, if you were around, that you know where you were at when he hit that one. This one Freddie Freeman hit would have been that level, except there was so much other things going on. It felt like nobody saw it. Not that nobody saw it. There are plenty of baseball fans out there watching it. But here in Detroit, I feel like Detroit wasn't representing watching the World Series happen in Game 1. But it was an amazing moment nonetheless. Tremendous moment. 248-539-9797. Champ, Lions, dominant win. Chump, MSU, and Smith. Why the hell do you not absolutely stack the box and Orgy was in the game? Can't argue with that. Steve from Madison Heights. Champions are the special teams. Chump, Doug for not getting back from Istanbul on time for his shift at the radio station.
Oh, is that what it is? But he was at the Michigan game Saturday. That'd be quite the turnaround.
Well, yeah, but maybe he went quickly over to Istanbul after the game. For a little touch up.
And then he had to call today off, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't spoken to him. This is through text, so he could text from anywhere in the world. He didn't FaceTime me or anything,
This is true.
Right?
It's not going to tell you it's from
out
of country text.
Yeah.
If he's texting from his phone. Very interesting.
And DJ hasn't called in today.
No, he hasn't. Maybe he had some touch-up work done on the scalp.
Maybe it's a follow-up appointment.
We'll have to find out. Next time DJ calls, we do want to ask him about that.
Yes. Doug cut him off right away.
Yeah, he did.
I think he was like, dude, don't. Shh.
Right. Like Fight Club?
Yes.
Hair Club?
Yes.
Don't talk about it. You've already said too much.
Yes.
97.1, the ticket. It's Kirby Joseph. I had an interception, his 5th of the season in the game yesterday. Lions big-time winners over the Titans, 52-14. And if watching that game from the get-go, you thought this is going to be a shootout. And it was, because the Lions scored 52 points, and there were 66 points scored in the game. But it wasn't even a contest when you got to halftime. It was 35-14 at halftime, Lions on top. And the Titans could have made it interesting if at the goal line, right before the half, they had 4 cracks from like the 1 yard line and 4 cracks inside the 3. If they tried to run it and maybe punch it in, but they didn't. They kept throwing it. Incomplete, or complete, and it just, hit for the tackle. Just dumb.
Yeah, because they were getting the ball in the second half to start.
Right.
So that's back-to-back. You never know what can happen. And I don't think
you try to do the double dip.
Yeah, I don't think anyone thought that the Titans were going to win the game. But if you're going to give yourself a shot, get the ball in there and run the ball one time and score a touchdown. But
1st and goal from the 1, Rudolph pass incomplete. 2nd and goal from the 1, Rudolph pass incomplete. 3rd and goal from the 1, Rudolph pass incomplete.
I don't even think they play actioned. Like they just straight drop back and passed it.
They got the ball. There were 37 seconds left on the clock when they were at 1st and goal from the 1. 4th and goal from the 1, Rudolph pass incomplete. 23 seconds. They took off 10 seconds on the clock in 4 plays. Or maybe it was 14. But that's it.
Bad teams do bad things, man.
That they do. Bad teams do bad things, and that was a bad team. And
yep.
And then they go 3 and out to start the second half, go to punt, take him back for a touchdown.
Yeah, that game looked like it.
It's 42-14. You're like, huh? And then they get the ball back and they go 3 and out again. The Lions go 3 and out. Then they fumble. It's just hysterical. You're right. Bad teams do bad things. Exactly what happened. And
yeah, because to start that game, like you said, we're thinking, oh my God, offensive shootout here. I mean, Ridley had 100 yards plus in the first quarter.
Had 118 yards on 6 receptions in the first quarter.
Crazy.
Finished with 145 on 10 receptions. The Lions were clamping up. He had 4 catches for 25 yards the rest of the way. Let's go to Mark in Detroit. Welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Mark.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Good.
Hey, I wanted to get a champ in. My champ is going to be Michigan coach for switching the quarterbacks, using multiple quarterbacks. I couldn't see it, which brings me to my chump. Now, my chump is, and I have to do the Gator rant for this.
Oh, boy.
It's only 2 games that we care about in Michigan in college, that we care the most about. The Michigan State game and the Michigan-Ohio State game. For whatever greedy bastard that allowed this game to be a night game, you're excited about it, and then you get home and you can't even watch the game on the regular network television. I couldn't watch the game. I'm a truck driver. I rushed all the way home. I'm feeling good. I get relaxed. I get in the bed, and I can't even watch the doggone game because I ain't paid for whatever network they had, the Big Ten network. That was just completely unacceptable, and they shouldn't. If you're going to allow it to be on any game, you don't allow it for the Michigan State game or the Ohio State game.
They don't care about you, Mark.
That's my champ.
I hear you, and I'm sorry that you missed the game. I mean, we have to accept that these games are going to be on Big Ten Network occasionally, and because that's why they have the Big Ten Network. I hate that they have these games at night. That the Michigan State game is at night for personal reasons. I just, it keeps me away. I don't go. I'm not going. I don't want to. And I just talked to Rico outside, and he's like, he went. He's like, I had no idea that you can't get home. I'm like, how did you not have an idea? Like we talked about this Friday. You going to the game? I'm like, no, I'm not going because it's a night game, and I don't want to get home at 2:30 in the morning. The only way you get home at a decent hour is if you leave the game early, and you don't want to leave this game early. And it came down to the end. Michigan State had a chance to tie things up. They get down deep into Michigan territory, and then they just kind of flame out and turn it over on downs. And it's unfortunate for Spartan fans, but good win for Michigan and their fan base. Davis Warren, by the way, who started the game, and I think was a bit of a surprise. I think people thought if I told you that the starting quarterback was going to change, I don't think people would have thought it would Davis Warren. I think people would have thought it was going to be Alex Orji. But Davis Warren came into the game, did all right, 13 out of 19. It's not like he threw it a ton. 123 yards and threw the touchdown pass. One of the two touchdown passes thrown in the game, his was 1 of 1, but both were to Colston Loveland. And he made plays when he needed to. Davis Warren made a couple of fantastic throws in the game. But Michigan's passing offense wasn't something that should have been a fear factor for Michigan State, and ended up being a nightmare because you let the one guy you can't let loose, you got to let him loose twice. And both times, unfortunately, it's Malik Spencer, the safety, responsible. I don't blame him as much for the first touchdown as I do to the second one. The second one that Donovan Edwards throws to him, you watch that replay. As soon as Edwards starts heading to the outside, Malik Spencer just makes a beeline running from his safety position, trying to come up and make a play on Donovan Edwards, even though he's 20 yards away, or maybe not 20, maybe he's 12 or 15 yards away, and he's got half a dozen of his teammates already there in position to do something. So he goes to, and he runs right past Colston Loveland. And then Colston Loveland goes, "Cool story, bro." And he keeps going. He goes into the end zone and just waits for the pass to come from Edwards because, I mean, a child could have thrown that pass. He was that open.
I don't know about that. He's a good thrower now, man, Donovan. Running backs, man.
Your child could have thrown that touchdown pass.
Oh, well, she's got a great arm.
Yeah, this is obvious. This is obvious. But, I mean, it was, look, a great play call. You got this. You're hoping the safety bites on it. That's why you call these trick plays. The safety bit. And ends up being, critical moment in the game when Michigan obviously gets the critical touchdown. Yeah, brutal for Spartan fans.
Yeah, it's it's not a game you want to lose ever, of course, in a rivalry game. But I think Michigan did the right thing. They kind of like they pulled, they hit the reset on the PlayStation. Started over, went back to Davis Warren, and said, let's just do this all over again. And using Orji, I think that's the way to go. I don't generally like using the 2 quarterback system because usually it's, hey, both quarterbacks are kind of good. We don't know who to start. I think this was one of those where both quarterbacks not that good. Don't know who to start, so we'll just start them both.
Right, and
or play them both.
When everybody talked about this game, they thought, okay, if you're going to change quarterbacks and move away from Jack Tuttle, then you go with Orji because he's actually taking care of the football. Davis Warren was turning it over. Well, Davis Warren didn't turn the ball over, and that's the number one reason why Michigan won the game. Because the team that did turn the ball over was Michigan State. Though they only turned it over once, it was quite costly. Right before halftime, game that Michigan State was leading 7-6, all of a sudden turns into a 9-7 game because you turn it over with 30 seconds left and deep in your own territory, Michigan kicks the field goal. Keith is next up here in Detroit. Welcome to 97 The Ticket. Hey, Keith.
Hey, how y'all doing today?
Doing well.
I was just saying, I don't think he's going to get anybody to help the Lions. He didn't do it last year when he had a chance. He had a chance to get the guy from Chicago for a 3rd-round pick. He didn't want him. We're never going to win the Super Bowl. We just can't. He's too cheap, man. That's crazy.
What do you mean cheap?
I'm saying he needs to go get some. Listen, man, you get a 2nd-round pickup. What would you care? I'm just saying, you give me the last pick in the draft, right? The 1st-round pick in the draft. That's the 2nd-round pick. Why would you not trade him for a better player?
Well, I'll tell you what, Keith, I think this is a great call to make next week after the trade deadline. If they don't make a move and you see players that you think would have helped this team out get traded, and Brad Holmes doesn't make a trade for one of those players, I think you got a legitimate gripe. If you want to bring up last year, I think the reason they didn't trade for Sweat was because Sweat wanted a contract extension. The Lions weren't going to give him a contract extension, so they didn't do it. They let him go. The other player was Chase Young. Chase Young was not a fit for this team. They don't want guys to take plays off. So they didn't go for him. Which brings up something interesting. Actually, Kenny jarred my memory about something I had a thought I had right before the show started when I was walking in the studio that I want to bring up to you and test you on this and see where your head's at. And also Lions fans. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1 The Ticket. Just a reminder, if you wanted to stream the show or any of the shows here at 97 The Ticket, you can do so with the Odyssey app. That's Odyssey, Audacy. Take it with you wherever you go. Let's do it in your car. Let's do it in your phone, your device, wherever. It's great. Got a rewind feature there. You can go back 24 hours, listen to stuff that was said earlier. And you want to keep up to date with what's happening. If you're out of town, you want to know what's going on in Detroit, you want to get up to date. And, hey, if the Lions make a trade, good to download the Odyssey app and hear us talking about it. Speaking of which, so we were talking about the trade deadline and a little bit what the Lions, obviously we all know they need to add a pass rusher. I don't think anybody has fallen off of that stance. If anything, it's just gotten more and more of a sense of urgency to get it done. But King, I was thinking of this. I know what it seemed like last year. They haven't come out and said specifically about Chase Young that was a guy that they didn't want, right? But you read between the lines and you think, okay, that's probably he's not the team-oriented guy that they want. But Chase Young's only on a one-year deal with New Orleans. And he's not having a great season. He's got 2 quarterback sacks. It's a terrible team to have in New Orleans. If the price were nothing, and it's not like his salary is going to cost you a ton of money for the rest of the season, would you bring him in for like a 7th-round pick in 2 years?
Yeah, basically what Josh Uche got traded for.
Josh Uche was his 6th-round pick in 2026. Would you be willing to bring that player here for that lower price?
That's really, really an intriguing question, Gator, because I think as well as I do, Chase Young didn't check all the boxes for the Lions last year for clearly some reasons that I don't even think were locker room reasons. I think it was just tape. Like you see if a guy give up on plays and not pursue the ball completely all the way through until the play's over, whistle to whistle, all that stuff. But if they're just going to give them to you, like if it's a 7th-round pick, guess what? That's probably damn near the last pick in the draft because you're one of the best teams in the league. The Chiefs gave up a 6th-round pick in 2026. That might as well be a 7th-round pick with how good the Chiefs are, right? So if you're asking me, would I take a chance on Chase Young just for nothing? My answer is yes.
I think I would too.
Because here's the thing. You don't need an every down defensive end from Chase Young. I need him to play the role like kind of what James Houston did a couple years ago is you're going to be in there on 3rd and long. Go get the ball or go get the quarterback, right? Now, if there's questions about his work ethic, and like I said earlier, maybe not playing all the way through the whistle, I think if you get into this system, into this locker room, into this culture, I think that changes, at least for the rest of this year, I think he sees what this team's about, what Dan Campbell's about, what the rest of the players are about. You fall in line. It's almost like the Patriot way or whatever. Any good team, any good culture, the Steelers, the Ravens, whatever, pick your good locker room. I would be willing to take down, especially for nothing. Because right now what you have is you don't have much as far as guys that are able to beat their man one-on-one and get the quarterback. Chase Young has shown he can do that.
I just thought I'd bring it up because I'm thinking to myself, I mean, anything is better than, not anything, but someone like Chase Young is better than what they have.
Yeah.
Okay?
No disrespect to the other guys, but it's like...
But, I mean, even though Chase Young has not lived up to the billing of being a 2nd pick overall in a draft, and he's never had more than 7.5 sacks in a season, he has not shown the propensity to stay healthy. He is the ultimate rental player. Because it's it. His contract's up after this year, and again, you're not paying him much of anything because he signed a free agent deal to go to New Orleans, and it wasn't much of a deal anyway. Hoping that he will have recognized that playing for a good organization like San Francisco last year, that maybe he's got that taste back. Like, I really miss playing for a winner. I started my career in Washington. We did nothing. I got to San Francisco. We get to the Super Bowl. Don't win it, but man, that was fun. And now I'm back in New Orleans. We have no shot. We're terrible. And then I'm going to get greedy because I don't think that stops you from going out and getting somebody else either. If you could land Zadarius Smith and Chase Young, and it costs you not even a 2025 draft pick. Let's say it costs you a 6th-round pick in 2025 and a 6th-round pick in 2026 to land both of those players. Is that is that a no-brainer, or is that something you'd have to think about?
Oh, that's a no-brainer because I feel like Zadarius might cost you
maybe it costs you more. Maybe I should say give him more credit. Let's say it's a 4th-round pick in 2026, a 4th-round pick in 2026.
Oh, I do it. I definitely do it.
I do it for him alone, but why not go and fortify the position, take a chance? Because if you're trying to take a flyer on Chase Young, who clearly isn't going to cost you much.
Chase Young would be like, yeah.
He's just a name at this point, right? Josh Uche was traded for a 2026 sixth-round pick. I mean, is this a no-brainer?
Yeah, because
if he's available, I would assume he's available.
Yeah.
What are the New Orleans going to hang on to him for?
Because what you have right now, and I want to say this with all due respect, is they just activated a guy from someone else's practice squad. You know what I mean? Like Isaiah Thomas, which, by the way, I love the fact they wore an Isaiah Thomas Pistons jersey.
That was nice.
Yeah, you're playing guys like Pat O'Connor. I didn't even get his name right. And Isaiah Thomas. So, yeah, I'd take a flyer.
Muhammad. Yeah.
Exactly.
And then you're still playing James Houston, who isn't getting it done. And I understand the trepidation. And, when you look between the lines last year and read between the lines last year, and Chase Young's guy does take some plays off. Maybe he's not the greatest locker room guy. I don't know if he is or isn't, but if he doesn't fit the culture, why bring him in? Well, the reason why you might bring him in is because maybe you've got enough guys that fit the culture that can help him assimilate to what the culture is. Maybe he can be motivated by the coaching staff that the Lions have. I feel pretty good about the Lions coaching staff. But if they still say, yeah, no, not a fit, then I guess you don't. Eric is in Detroit. Welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Eric.
Hey, how y'all doing today?
All right.
I was calling in for my champ and chumps of the week. So my champ is going to be Jahmyr Gibbs. For the 70-yard run and how he's just been playing. He's been awesome.
He's been incredible.
My chump, and I'm surprised you guys haven't mentioned this, is Anthony Richardson for checking himself out of a game because he said he was tired. You're a quarterback. How you expect your team to look at you? You're going to lose your team. Ain't nobody going to follow you. You should have just stayed on the field and said you was injured. You couldn't get your breath for injury time out, but don't come out in the media and say I was tired.
Well, if you fall down and let's say you get hurt, you do have to come off the field to play. What he was just doing is saying that I need to come off the field without pretending he was hurt. I mean, he was having a rough day, man. He finished up 10 of 32 passing in that game. He was on the run for his life the entire time. He got sacked 5 times. He ran it 6 times for 45 yards. I mean, Houston is relentless with their pass rush. Kang, you're a huge Anthony Richardson fan. I know you're trying to catch as much of that game as you can. My man, are you upset with him for saying he was tired? He had to come out of the game?
That's not a good look, man.
It's not a good look.
It's not a good look. And like, I can't defend Richardson this year. He's been bad. He hasn't progressed like I thought he would. And then you can't come out and say, hey, I needed a breath. You can't.
It's tough. That's tough, man.
I was tired. I'm not going to lie. No, lie.
Jonathan Taylor's like, dude, but Jonathan Taylor gets to come out of the game once in a while.
Uh-huh.
When the quarterback has to come out of the game, now it's all of a sudden, you can't do that.
And on top of that, Richardson looks like he's in great shape. It's not like,
But he just got back, though.
Yeah.
Last week was his first game back?
Can't say it, though.
No, you probably can. It doesn't. It's not a good look. Like, optically, it leaves a lot to be desired. Jim is next up here, 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Jim.
Yes. Got champs and chump.
All right.
With the Detroit Lions.
Hold on. We do one champ.
Oh, right. But I got an unusual one, but very important. Graham Glasgow. Think about what they just did. They won 4 games in a row, correct? And the 4th game ago, he went in for center when Ragnow was hurt. And then the next game, Ragnow was back, so he went back to his left guard position. And then again, 2 weeks ago, the right guard was hurt, so Glasgow went to right guard. And then the game yesterday, he went back to left guard. They kicked butt all 4 games, and he never complained. That's a champ to me.
Okay. I got you down, Graham Glasgow. I think he's played awfully well. He's a good player for this team. And your chump?
And he's versatile. How many players in the NFL and the pros do that?
I think most guys that are interior linemen are kind of, interchangeable. They learn both guard positions, and they can play center. I think a lot of those guys do, but I don't want to take credit away from him. I think he's a hell of a player.
Yeah, he did it, and they kicked butt all 4 games. But our chump is the Chicago Bears secondary on that Hail Mary play.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. And Matt Eberflus just basically confirmed it. Said today that, Tyreek Stevenson, he's responsible for that. He's supposed to box out, and clearly did not box out the receiver for Washington. He called him out in the press conference.
He's got to be suspended at this
You
point,
would
right?
think,
He just threw him under the bus, into the bus, whatever.
You stood behind the bus. You said, back it up.
He drove
the
bus.
I'll let you know when you got too far. Keep coming.
Because he's like, he hasn't had the best tenure over there right now, know, so he can't afford to lose games that you're supposed to win. So he's like,
he can't.
What me, man? Was not me.
It was not me.
That guy.
You're there. You're a defensive guy. What happened there? I told him. We have all these contingencies where people are supposed to be, and he was there. He was supposed to be there, and he didn't do that. It wasn't his responsibility. Nice job. But in the end, the Bears lose, and that's a good thing. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Welcome back to 97.1 The Ticket. Gator and King with you. Hopefully Doug's back tomorrow. Wasn't feeling so good today. Wasn't feeling so good yesterday.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure what the side effects of hair transplants are, but I hope he does feel better.
Maybe it's just air sickness, the long flight, coming back from Istanbul.
Yeah, what's the time difference over there? I mean, is he gonna be jet lagged? And well, hopefully, hopefully the bangs are growing out and he's feeling better.
That would be we're all hopeful for that. That would be great. Some feedback coming in. My chump is tight end day. Champ is Khalif Raymond, quality guy, beer man in Oxford. It was a little bit obnoxious, all the tight end references we heard, but maybe that's because we were watching a lot of Red Zone. If you're watching Red Zone coverage during the day, you get the pieces from every game. You get all the highlights from every game. So if a tight end's going to score a touchdown on tight end day, every time the announcer is going to mention, it's National Tight End Day.
So the NFL made this up, right? I didn't even look into the origins of it. It has to be, they made it up, and now we're just going to tell every announcer to use it. Because is there a National Fullback Day? There's National
I don't know.
Left Guard Day? I don't know.
National Sippy Cup Day? There's a national. There's always a national.
But if you're a league of any sport, you got to make it up, right? National Power Forward Day in basketball. National Goalie Day in hockey.
Backup Goalie Day.
Right? Emergency Goalie
Day. Even better. These are things that have to happen. Champ, the legend, Jake Bates. Chump, Taylor Decker for not knowing when the game started.
You had some thoughts about Taylor Decker before the show this morning?
Well, my concern is that, when we start looking ahead to the draft, right? And I've said the obvious addition this team needs to find, they need to find another pass rusher, right? But you may not be able to find that at the end of the first round of the draft. Typically, those guys are gone well before. And then you're relying on your scouting to find the best guy maybe later in the draft. But I've always, me, I love offensive linemen. I want to start with an offensive line and continue to build with the offensive line. And we're hanging another year on Taylor Decker. I know he got the extension. I'm not forcing him out, but I'm saying that the replacement plan needs to start being in place anyway and start to take shape. And I don't think that they have gone out and found their backup tackle just yet for a long-term solution for when Taylor Decker decides that he's going to call it a career, which could be 3 years from now or whenever it is, or more. I don't know. But I'd like to see that plan starting to take shape. So I'm always thinking if the Lions are going to be drafting in the late 20s or into the 30s with their first-round pick, if we're so lucky to see them draft at 31 or 32, that I know you always draft based on best player available, but I'd like to hopefully that best player available for me is an offensive lineman because I want to keep this thing going. What keeps the Lions offense as great as it is, it's the offensive line. It's because you have the best offensive lineman in the game in Penei Sewell, that you have arguably the best center in the game in Frank Ragnow, and that you have experience at both guard positions, that both Zeitler and Glasgow both playing very well, and because Taylor Decker is a veteran of the left tackle position. And they're all good. I want to keep it where they're all good. I don't want to have the weak link. I want to make sure that you can reload when the time is right. That's all I'm saying. Now, what you and I were talking about before the show is when we look at the trade deadline, do I start looking at other teams and seeing, can I identify an offensive lineman that I'd like to add to this team to have as, just to add to the depth for this upcoming year, but also looking ahead to the future? Can you identify a player like that? Now, I don't know if you can because players of that ilk usually aren't available at the trade deadline. Like those are players you can find in free agency maybe. But if you've got a really good offensive lineman, teams hang on to them. You don't give up really good offensive linemen until they're way late in their careers. But it's just something I'm always keeping my eye on and being mindful of. Carl is in Chesterfield. Carl, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Carl.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, how are you?
Since you guys work with Doug, can you tell him to find out why Michigan won't use the other two younger quarterbacks that they have?
We can ask him tomorrow, but I'm guessing that the one is a true freshman. And probably not. Here, I will tell you this, Carl. Here's what Doug has said in the past when it comes to the other quarterback, the freshman, is that sometimes when you see players in practice, you realize they're nowhere near ready physically or from a standpoint of being able to grasp the playbook. Some guys they're just different. Some players are ready to step in from moment one and play, like a Lamar Woodley was ready to step in and play right away because he's a man. And other players that come in, you're like, ooh, you need to get some more meat on the bone before we put this kid in the game.
Because the Jalen dude, they say he could play, so I just want to give him a couple of series just to see, man.
Well, maybe
we got Oregon coming in.
I don't know if you're going to see that this week, and I don't know if you're, at this point you're going to. I guess you're not burning red shirts unless they actually play a few games, but I don't know. I'll ask Doug. We'll be sure to ask Doug tomorrow if he wants to discuss that. But they did just beat Michigan State by going back to the first quarterback.
Gator, something tells me the Michigan coaching staff isn't having their morning meetings going, listen, man, Carl's got to see what we have back here with the freshmen.
Right.
Like Carl's got to just see it. I think it goes back to what you said about Doug. Not Doug specifically, but the coaches see it every day in practice, and they're trying to play the guy who best gives them the chance to win. And they're not always right, but I tend to believe there's got to be a pretty, major reason why you're not seeing, why they went back to, Davis Warren, right? And they didn't go to the freshman. He's not ready. He's just not ready.
I think that's the obvious answer.
It might do it more harm than good, and it's not. They see it. So I'm sorry that if Michigan fan Carl hasn't seen it yet, but you got to trust the coaching staff at this point.
When you've got three quarterbacks that are vying for the starting job, and then one of them wins the job, the guys that get the other reps are going to be the other two quarterbacks in practice because you have three of them that you're not sure about. So before you start thinking about the fourth option, he's going to have to actually get up to speed with some reps. If he's not getting any reps, then you're not going to see him. But, we'll see what happens as the season plays out. I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, is he the future of the team? I don't know. I don't know if he is or isn't the future of that team. But I suspect that regardless, the fan base is going to be clamoring for them to hit the portal hard and find some quarterback of substance rather than relying on what would be a redshirt freshman. Rico Beard joins us in studio.
What's going on, Gator? What are you guys talking about?
Well, I had a lot of, obviously, Lions talk and a little bit of Michigan State talk there. We just had somebody call and say, why isn't Michigan going with the freshman? Probably because he's not ready, be my guess.
No, it's funny because I think they're going to have two opportunities next year, two paths. Either you go with him, but that means growing pains. You're going to get a lot of what we get with Aiden Childs right now for next year, or you learned your lesson and you just go hit the portal hard and you go bring in the best QB from the MAC or the best QB from some little group of five school and you roll with it and hope to God he brings some of his wide receiver friends with him.
Well, I think you can do both. I mean, look, I don't want to rebuild Michigan's program, but I mean, they can certainly go hit the portal hard, find the best quarterback they can, and at the same time, try to develop this other guy by giving him some snaps during games when games are out of hand late in the fourth quarter.
I got a feeling you're going to probably see a lot more of him in the final four games, so that way you can maintain his eligibility.
Well, maybe, although the 4 games they have, 3 of the 4 games are going to be quite difficult, to say the least.
There's always Northwestern.
There is Northwestern, but that's not going to be a pushover either. You'll know you're in a game with them. You'll win, but you'll still feel it. What's coming up on the big show today?
Well, we're going to start off with the Michigan State game, and it's funny because Mike and I really didn't talk to each other that much. I mean, right after the game, but I'm just kind of, it's two separate things. I'm tired of the whole stuff that happened afterwards. You know what? Both teams wanted this stuff, and it's basically what we're saying with the political parties. Everybody sees what they want to see. My guy was this. No, it was your guy, and then the actual game, like. Right now, what did you take from this game? If you're a Michigan fan, what'd you take? If you're a State fan, what'd you take?
Coming up next year, 97 The Ticket.
The Lions play the Packers this week. Wow, what a great start to the week. But will Green Bay have their quarterback? Jordan Love's status was still up in the air after he left yesterday's game with a groin injury. Love also missed 2 games earlier in the year with a knee. Head coach Matt LaFleur said he has a high level of concern for his QB after the game yesterday. Not only did the Kansas City Chiefs get better, but they traded for a pass rusher as well. Former Michigan standout Josh Uche goes from the Patriots to the Chiefs today. Uche's best pro season came in 2022, where he logged 11.5 sacks. Per Brett Galley, J.J. McCarthy will also serve as Michigan's honorary captain for their tilt with Oregon. After the scuffle at the end of the MSU and Michigan football game Saturday, Spartans athletic director Alan Haller is looking for answers from the Big Ten. He told the Detroit News earlier that, quote, "I did call the commissioner immediately after the game. I thought the sportsmanship policy should be implied, and I requested that the Big Ten look at this," end quote. The Pistons look for their...
Washtenaw County prosecutor, did he contact him?
I don't know. The Pistons look for their first win of the season as they match up with the Heat tonight in Miami. It's a 7:30 tip. Pregame here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7:05. Cade Cunningham is the first player in team history to notch 80-plus points and 20-plus assists in the first 3 games of a year. He's coming off a 21-point and 10-assist night versus Celtics as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
One chair for each of David and Kenny's spinal columns. We are the walking wounded today, people. Karsh is sick. Cookies is just sick in the head. Kenny out. He's got the poops. David, his kids got him sick.
Yeah.
So we got Bobby on the 1s and 2s. Right now, Casper the Ghost is screening calls. It's going to be a big occasion today.
Good thing nothing big happened over the weekend.
No, not at all. So here's what we're going to try to do. 50-50 split. We're going to go a little rivalry because it's not a normal NFL Monday. And as Rico told you all last week, the Lions had their homecoming game against the early Bill Snyder Kansas State Wildcats in the late 80s. So while there is a topic, it's not huge news. So we'll start with the MSU Michigan stuff. Here's how I want to do this. Rico, do you have your bell? Okay, I want to make sure you have your bell because here's what I want to do. I'm just going to present to you in one foul swoop the rivalry thing, meaning, okay, here's a PSA to start the show. That's number 1. Then the little bro moment. That's 2. And then I'll give you the thing I actually want to do, which is football.
Okay.
At any point in this, if you feel I am out of line, missing the mark, or you just have something absolutely remarkable to say, just ring the bell.
Gotcha.
Because I'm very easy about this. But I feel like if we collectively present all 3 of these things, it'll give us the best chance to actually have remote, decent conversation. Good? All right, rivalry PSA. First of all, I told you, I hate losing this game. Like, I don't like my rival. I want to win the game. But I got nothing left for you on the other stuff. I don't care. First of all, I didn't find out about the post-game stuff until about an hour after the game because, admittedly, I went to the World Series. Okay? So, I was out. Second of all, if you're going to approach this, now listen, the one thing Rico and I are not going to do is the mental masturbation routine. I'm not going to gaslight you. And I mean, I gotta call Stoney because Evan read me a tweet he sent out there. I go, oh boy. And Johnson today, John this morning, I hope he had a hole cut out in his pants. Give it a little more room down there because I'm not playing this game where one side's clean and the other's totally at fault. It's just not reality. As I said to you when the tunnel thing happened, both teams want this to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Anthony Jones, over-aggressive on victory formation. I don't know. You see that half a dozen times. And a little scuffle breaks out at the end of the game. You want him thrown in jail? Go ahead. Colston Loveland. No, he wasn't leaning forward. No, it wasn't light. Or it was a headbutt. And then it's a dust-up. That's it. That's where it should have ended. Now, one team rushed the field. The other didn't. Now, you want to start adjudicating Zapruder film and doing all that, I leave that to you guys. Does it sure look like a couple of big-name Michigan players are stomping someone who's not a member of their team? Sure it does. I don't care. I don't. MSU's already said they're not pressing charges. They're not going to take it there. Rico and I have a common agreement that Michigan State, they kind of, well, they're not kind of, they're weak. The leadership's weak. The PR department is one of the worst in America. They don't stand up for themselves. So I don't expect anything from this. Go.
What I'll say about this, I need Michigan State to do things publicly the way Michigan did it publicly. If you're going to do this, if you want to get the groundswell behind you, remember, I think it was the only time that Warde Manuel and Jim Harbaugh were in the same room at the same time and actually agreed upon something. Other than that, you never saw them ever together again. Contract negotiation? Nope. But wait, tunnel incident happened. They spoke out. For Michigan State, they do things in the background. They do things in silence. And it always looks like, well, you always get the short end of the stick. Like, I would like to see a little more anger, a little more passionate, a little more just sticking up for yourself. That's what I would like to see from MSU.
Yeah, it'd be nice. I live in a world where I've never seen that. It's just not how they approach it. And that's why they get victimized. And again, Michigan will always win the battle of public outcry. What happened on that field, you could lay blame both ways. But I'm not invested in it. I don't care. As far as Colston Loveland's little bro thing, whatever, man. Seriously, if you guys want to get upset by it, win the game. It's not 2007, guys. I'm not a 26-year-old kid. I'm 44. The little bro thing with Mike Hart, it was fresh. It was new. It triggered this decade where MSU rose up, and it was whatever.
It became fuel for Mark D'Antonio.
But it's played. And, I mean, when Chase Winovich did it before walking out the door, it's played. And when Colston Loveland, who's a very good football player, does it, but he's never going to have to play in the game, it's weak.
Very bitch-like.
Well, it's just stupid. It's dumb. I mean, you want to use that word, that's you. I'm just saying for me, it doesn't bug me because it doesn't matter. Like I always used to say, before you arrived and MSU was winning games. I'm pretty sure you brought down the rivalry. The point I'm making is it doesn't matter if you beat them 100 times. The minute 101 happens and they win a game, it's going to go back to this. It's who they are. So, Spartan fans, you want to be upset by Colston Loveland, I would just say, if you're expecting these people to be different at any point, that's on you. You're going to drive yourself to madness. It's who they are. So you just win the game if you don't want to hear it. And MSU largely gave the game away. And that brings us to the football. Listen, Jonathan Smith said something. You and I talked Saturday night briefly. I said to you, I didn't think he was ready for this game. That I'm not going to get bent out of shape, but no, I don't need him yucking it up with Sharon pregame. Don't need that. And I just didn't feel like there was enough fire, both from the sideline or from the team. I thought they were businesslike. I thought they were tactical. I thought they played to the best of their limited abilities. But he said today, check this quote, "We won't forget Saturday night, I promise you that, but we're moving forward." He felt a genuine dislike between MSU and Michigan and the fan bases. And after experiencing this one time, this thing is different. And that crystallized for me on Saturday, close quote. Well, good, because you better figure it out. It is different. So from a Michigan State standpoint, football-wise, it's hard for me to railroad the whole game plan when it worked, but it was lacking a few things. Like, great, you're a 75% run team now, and we ran for almost 170 yards, whatever it was. I needed 3 or 4 max protect, play action, downfield shots. Like, that's where the big advantage was for us. Didn't happen.
Heaven forbid you actually have like this freshman wide receiver who could actually catch passes and do nice things.
The Marsh touchdown late almost upset me. Like, oh, good, I'm glad you ignored him for 50 minutes.
No Will Johnson. Let's not take a deep shot.
The other thing that bugged me is, guys, you're going to use the quarterback in the run game. It's a read option. Michigan's edges, and Josiah Stewart's a wonderful football player, the coastal transfer. They were crashing without any fear of the quarterback pulling and going. You needed to mix that in to chill them out. That's how you help your tackles. I really felt like they left meat on the bone. Jonathan Smith did a terrible job in the first half. You got to call timeout. You can't take the late game. Missing that 25-yard field goal, I speechless. Before the half was the real problem. You got 26 seconds left.
What's your plan?
You can't do it. You can't be uber conservative and then go from being Iowa to being Mike Leach, Texas Tech 2008. Can't do it.
How about this? You caught a break. Michigan misses the extra point. That sideline, that team was down. And then they scored, and then they missed the extra point, and they were like, oh, we do suck. Oh, man. Get the ball, take the knee, go in at halftime, you're up. I have no idea what that game plan was. I don't know how they were planning on filling that 26 seconds. They got the first down on the run, and then...
Well, they were going for it. They were trying to kick a 55-yard field goal. I mean, look, not a great job. For Michigan, here's the question. Sharon emptied the cupboard. I mean, they went into the cabinets. They found the spice you hadn't used since your Nona died. A little double reverse annexation of Puerto Rico. I'll take that. Hey, Kurt Campbell, you here? Yeah, coach. Hey, you got a running back pass anywhere? We'll take that. It's great because Michigan, in the absence of being able to just overpower people, you got to go to the trick plays. You got to do some stuff. They effectively ran a 2-quarterback system.
I told David, if you want to win,
this is the way.
This isn't what you want to hear from me, but you got to do both quarterbacks. You just can't rely on one. When the time comes, you mix them up. And apparently the MSU defense and Joe Rossi had no idea. When Alex Orji is in the game, he doesn't pass.
No, and look, here's one thing. I will meet you and probably the whole Spartan fan base on the middle on something. I have no idea why you have two safeties 10, 12 yards off the line of scrimmage when Orji's in the game. However, how much of a difference would it make when our defensive ends got treated like children facing Andre the Giant? I mean, Hinton alone on 2 of those Orji runs completely caved in the edge.
Well, see, I think it would have made a difference, Mike, because you saw it the week before against Iowa. We're just going to load up the line. So if you happen to pancake one, we got 2 people behind him. Yeah. We're going to stop the
It wasn't
run.
ideal. But here's the problem. And this is something I said to you last week why I didn't have huge confidence about winning the game like a lot of people. I said, look, I think we got a shot. But I'm not ready to sit here like we're in the lead position. Rico, 5 Big Ten games. You know how many sacks MSU has?
Yeah.
1.
Yeah.
When we blitz, it's pointless. We can't get anywhere. We don't have the horses.
Yeah.
So, look, overall, here are the 3 ways we can do this.
And real quick before that, I would like to.
I was kidding about the bell.
I would like to introduce Malik Spencer to Colston Loveland because apparently you don't know what he looks like, you don't know what his number is, and you just flat out refuse to guard him because you just kind of let him run around. It felt like that whole when TJ says, "How in the world is Cooper Kupp always open?" Yeah. I felt that way about Colston Loveland.
He's a good player, but if you put enough people on him, you force the QB to look somewhere else.
That halfback pass. Let the other 10 guys worry about Dono.
Just stay with 18, please.
You stay with him no matter what.
It was a good throw by Dono.
It was.
That wasn't bad.
It was.
But yeah, look, guys, I guess the way we're trying to spell it out is, I listened to the morning show. I mean, John's living in an alternate universe. I can't do it. No, Loveland had Butler. And Anthony Jones was over-aggressive on a victory formation. What do you want me to do? You want to throw Anthony Jones in jail? Great, send Loveland with him. I mean, what do you want from me? It can't always be one side's totally right and the other side's totally wrong. And I'm not here for it. It's 60, it's sunny. I got enough problems in my sports world. I got the Yankees giving away a World Series. I got the Giants about to get banged by Russ Wilson tonight like it's his honeymoon. Are you kidding me? I bet on the Bears yesterday. Okay.
Dangerous.
Hail Mary. I blame Rico for that. That was a message from God. So, look.
Well, I had to stay up late and almost watch my team give away another double-digit fourth quarter lead.
What? So, look, I'm happy to talk about the rivalry with you. I'm more on the football side of it. I apologize if you think it's bad of me. I'm not getting bent out of shape by the little bro thing. Guys, like I said, man, it's 17 years of it. Like, it's pointless. The kid can say what he wants to say. He won the game. I think it's weak when you say it and you're not playing in the game again, but that's their move. It's what Hart did. It's what Chase did. It's what Colston did. Even Colston said, I shouldn't have said that.
He got caught up in the moment.
Even Sharon Moore and Jonathan Smith both said neither of our teams handled it right. So why the hell are we doing shows on this station where one side wants to pretend it's the other side's fault? Guys, save that for November 5th. Keep it out of football. No, you know what I'm saying. It's like I can't waste my energy on it.
Each team wanted it to happen. I'm just believing of that now. Whether it was Devin Bush, whether it was the tunnel, whether it was this. You could have done a lot of different things, but in the end, you wanted it to happen, and it happened. And then it was Oh, well, it was your fault. No, it was your fault. No, you wanted this to happen.
You could also, if you want to call up and tell me what you think should happen, I'll listen. I won't be mean about it. I won't be smug about it. But don't ask me to get up here yelling and screaming. Can't do it. The little bro thing, can't do it. It's pointless. It's dumb.
Oh. You did forget one thing.
What'd I forget?
And you know what? Maybe we can get to that next.
Tease. Radio tease. We'll get to it next. 248-539-9797. We'll get rivalry going this hour. Get a little Lions next hour. We'll go back and forth. Being number one, not easy. Takes years of experience, dedication, and determination. Number one mattress purchased by... What? I don't see bottom here. I see... No. I owe you lunch. Listen, go buy a Serta mattress, will you, please? I just... Poor Rico. Look what I did to the guy to start the week. Get cozy this fall after your team loses, like mine. Get some rest on a Serta mattress. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com.
Thank you, Michael. Michael, I can ask you this question along with Detroit. Is your family obsessed with Wicked? You're probably wondering how much streaming and memeing your internet can handle at your kid's next Wicked-themed sleepover. Well, Xfinity Internet has enough power to handle the hundreds of devices so you can get that magical connection with fast speeds and amazing flying power, even when everyone at home is online at the sleepover. With Wi-Fi that is truly thrillifying. Wow. One might even say Xfinity engineers have secret wizards themselves. Now through December 22nd. Get a thrillifyingly fast 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $25 a month.
Bobby's
for 12
up here
months.
making up words.
And no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more and keep the magic going with your screen to the big screen to see Wicked, only in theaters November 22nd. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Currently $66 a month. Actual speeds vary.
All right, and guys, if you are calling, just a moment of patience. We got Bobby running double duty until we get a call screener in here. Kenny left work midstream today. Was not
Just got the text message, and it was just like, I'm hitting the portal.
Yeah, and then Kenny and David both sick. Bobby's kind enough to help us out today, so just be patient. Phone's probably going to ring 14 times because he's running the board end screen until we get a call screener in. So just little patience. That's all we can ask for.
I do want to say one thing, Mike, but you know what?
Deliver on it.
Sometimes I'm going to let the people talk. I don't want to steal thunder. I think our first caller is going to express exactly what I wanted to say in that tease.
Okay, well, we go to Rob in Brighton to kick things off. Robbie, what's going on, buddy?
How we doing, guys?
Rob,
yeah,
my man. It's good to talk to you, pal.
It's good. It is really good to talk to you guys. I rewatched the game on Sunday morning, and I texted all of my Michigan State, buddies. And I mean, the offensive line it had to be the most frustrating thing. State's offensive line had to be one of the most frustrating things to watch during that game, and then watching it back again. And secondly, the first drive, the play calling inside the red zone, like within the 10-yard line, not getting a touchdown and then missing the field goal and then the Childs fumble at the end of the half. It should have been, as you guys know, 14-6 at the end of the half State, and it was 9-7, right? So it was, Mike, I totally agree with you as far as the urgency. You said in your opening monologue, like you wish there was more urgency or more, I forget the word you used, but just kind of like, okay, we're here playing. There really wasn't much intensity on the sideline. That was the tough part.
But you know the problem, Rob? You got 61 new guys who primarily don't have an effing clue about this rivalry. They got no clue.
Yeah.
You bought them off the clearance rack. Here they are. They got no idea what they're in for. It's a weakness of NIL for a program like us.
From the other side, guys, the entitlement and, just going through the newspaper yesterday didn't see anything about, actually they were downplaying the, stomping and actually saying that the player from State, initiated it when clear as day Colston Loveland headbutted him. You didn't see Alan Howler and Jonathan Smith banging tables yesterday post-game, demanding that there be charges and kids sent to jail, where if you rewatch the video, in my opinion, easily they should be looked into and for sure investigated.
Well, listen, Rob, I've never been a big fan of involving law enforcement into a pre- or post-game scuffle. That's just me. I didn't like it with the tunnel. I'm not going to cry foul now. Now, I can't – look, I watched the video a couple of times. I know what it looks like. But I'm just – Rob, maybe I'm just getting old. I'm not interested.
No, I don't think you're getting old. I would say this. I'm with you. I thought it was ridiculous that you tried to bring in the law enforcement 2 years ago, and it went exactly how I thought, Rob. You're going to drag this out, and then the kids' season will be over, and then mysteriously the day after the season's over, you're going to drop the charges. What happened? Exactly that.
And then the whole Mozzie Smith thing at that time going on at the same time, which is even more incredible. But for me, if it is true that it was a female staffer that is being stomped, I don't know how you can't.
Because hold on before you get to your last thing. Because here's the deal, Rob. I have learned that there is no point in expecting the Big Ten Conference to ever hold Michigan accountable, ever. It just will not happen. So go ahead. I know what you're going to say for your last thing because Rico saw it on the screen. So go ahead. Just lay it out.
You guys know I'm a big college football guy, and I think I'm somewhat intelligent. I've been watching college football for a long time now. I've never seen a college football game with either team not having a penalty and 0 penalty yards. And I've never seen that before, guys. I don't know if you have, but
no, I haven't. Look, Rob, I'm not gonna lie to my listeners and say I didn't think about it or I didn't say it. I'm like, really? Not a single penalty? But here's the deal. Even when Michigan had no penalties, State still had the football with a chance to put it in the end zone and to get where they had to go. We gave away 6 points. But look, it's a little tough to swallow a commercial break targeting while those idiots sing their little cuckold song that they all love. And I'm watching a ref in the dark with an iPhone flashlight.
Well, let me
throw
tell you-
our defensive captain out of the game.
Let me help you with that. No one at the stadium knew. What in the world? I'm in the press box. Targeting on who?
The ref was in
Nobody
the
at
dark.
home knew.
It-
Guys, it just goes to the fact, and I'm not saying that the reason why Michigan State lost.
No.
First thing I said was the offensive line is absolute. I mean, imagine the holes for Nate Carter, or the more time if Childs could make a pass if he just had a second or two more. And for me, it starts and ends with State's offensive line. If they had a mediocre one, they would have won that football game.
Correct,
in
and we
my
don't.
opinion.
And Rob, you're 100% right. And listen, I don't blame it, but it's laughable to not point it out because I said to Rico, I said it to Evan, I said it to friends of mine who go on our college football trip. I watch more college football than I'd like to admit. I cannot cite for you another game where I didn't see a team where I had a team go no penalties.
Right. But I will say this to kind of stick up for Michigan, and maybe this is why. It's like in basketball, Mike, when one team shoots more free throws than the other, and they're like, the refs hate them. Like, or you never drove to the basket to get the fouls called. Michigan State never tried to throw deep. Michigan corners are horrible at covering, especially now that Will Johnson's not playing. Bielema made sure to let the Big Ten refs know they clutch and they hold and they grab. But you never went deep. You went deep one time, and it worked. Other than that, you kind of let them off the hook.
Did you have to true or false? Was it PI on Velling in the first quarter?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just saying.
Maybe he should have called a timeout.
We'll get ticket texts in a few minutes. I know Bobby's sorting through those. We'll get to the callers. I want to keep it a little timely. And again, not one person is saying that's why State lost. But when callers are bringing it up, guys, what am I going to do? You don't think I thought the same thing? I mean, come on. Not a penalty, for God's sakes. The targeting was the only penalty I got upset by. That's a football play, and I can't handle it. You're in the hole. It's running back at that point, which is Orji versus Turner. I'm going, are you kidding me? And
He's a running back.
We're throwing a guy out in a commercial break?
Yeah. And, oh, by the way, they lost the appeal to that as well. So he will have to sit out the first half of the Indiana game.
Right. Which, again, targeting in college football
But if you want to get petty,
I mean,
if you want to get petty, technically headbutting, stomping, and rushing 85 players out on the field while the game's still going on, last time I checked the rule book, penalty.
Yeah, but
I know. I just said if you want to get technical about it.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't.
Okay.
And again, I thought Michigan just played a cleaner game. They didn't shoot themselves in the foot.
It was a smarter game.
Yeah, State's limited. Like our margin for error, there's no game we can give away 6 points. And that's exactly what we did. Yeah. So Michigan deserved to win. I'm just annoyed because it's like, the hell was our game plan? It was like 1928 football. I'm going, you got to cut this ball loose at some point.
They ran the empty calorie offense.
Yes. You look at reviews for roofing companies, you will see negative comments, a ton of them. It's a tough industry, and people generally are unhappy with their experience. That doesn't happen with Victors. Because Victors, they're smarter about it. They got project managers. So these guys are going to be your point of contact. They will individually handle your installation. You call, they answer. You have a question, they have information. At Victors, that's how they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee. The competition might be able to get you 5. So call today, set up that free 21-point roof inspection and estimate. 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100, or you can book an appointment online anytime at victors.com. All right, we're rapping about Michigan State. 3 different levels of it. You can call in about the dust-up. You can call in about the little bro thing, or you can call in about actual football. We've tried to lay it all out for you. You guys take it where you want to go. Bobby, ticket text. Kenny, David, both sick or extended weekend. We'll find out tomorrow. Bobby, what do you got for everybody?
We got Mike hit the nail on the head, but I think Jonathan Smith needs to go out and prove this weekend we got the right guy and beat Cignetti.
I don't know. I feel like the way State's playing right now, fellas, they moved the ball on the ground against Iowa. They moved it really well against Michigan. All right, if you can do that, you should be able to move the ball against IU. Time of possession, they had 37 minutes of it against Michigan. I think you'll see a very similar game plan, and it's either the backup, who you have tape on, or Curtis Rourke off thumb surgery. I do think this weekend's I don't want to overstate it, but it's an important game. It would be a really nice credibility bounce back if he's able to get that locker room to rally up and have a big home ranked win and really open that window to 7 or 8 wins.
I wish I felt that confident as you do.
I didn't say confident. Wait a minute. I just said I don't think it's going to be 50-7.
No, here's the problem. It's the empty calories offense. It's moving the ball, but then ending up as soon as you cross into the red zone, you might as well just send Jonathan Kim out there to kick the field goal.
Noted.
Because you're not going to score a touchdown. You don't score touchdowns. Against Iowa, he kicked 7 field goals and made 6 of them. That should probably lose you a game, except for Iowa can't score.
All right, just breathe. Just breathe. Go ahead, Bobby.
Indiana scores points.
I am aware. Bobby reads something I can't take anymore.
Okay, so the real crime in the game was Jonathan Smith not calling a timeout on that first drive on 4th and goal and taking a delay penalty instead of setting up a scoring play.
Agreed. Malpractice. Terrible job by him.
Next up, State fan. Loveland's comment just felt unnecessarily forced. Didn't bother me. It's just them continuing to act like they don't care about playing us. We all see the reality.
Well, I just think, again, this probably wasn't the year to drop that one-liner, but you know what? They won the game. I'm not going to go bat bleep crazy over it. Spartan fans, here's the deal. If you don't want to hear it, win the game. That's the only out you have in this deal. So,
because it ain't going away.
No, and it doesn't matter. I mean, we kicked their teeth in for a decade. The minute they rose up out of their mud hole, that was the first thing they had to say. So
but you know what? Right. But here's the thing. Maybe that needed to happen for Jonathan Smith to understand everything.
He said it in his comments.
So in hindsight, I mean, if you look back at it, yeah, it sucked when they lost that game and Mike Hart came out and said that. But I think any Spartan fan would take the deal. It means you're going to beat them the next 4 straight years and 7 of the next 8 years. But he's going to embarrass you with that comment. Will you take that?
Yes. 100%. Again, it's not 2007. The comment doesn't resonate. It's different. Everything's different. So for me, it's like, okay, say it. What difference does it make? It doesn't make any.
It doesn't. Maybe if he says it before the game,
I'd have more respect for it. Or if he had to go take the field again, I would go, okay, listen, be careful now.
Yeah, other than the trophy, they weren't playing for anything in this game, so it wasn't big enough to be called little brother, big brother type of game.
Yeah, so listen, Bobby, all I tell you is, my man, when each team's got 3 losses, I don't know if that's the year I want anyone to say anything. That'd be the equal of like MSU trying to plant a flag. Right. Like, guys,
at that point, yeah, you're just both poor brothers, each fighting over half a sandwich.
Go to the locker room and have a peanut butter and jelly and call it a day. Right. Go ahead, Bobby.
Sparty fan that was at the game. It was the most passionless atmosphere I felt in a long time. Didn't feel like a rivalry game. Game plan was too conservative and no need to save any plays for future games.
No, it was very... Look, it was hard to watch. Who are we kidding? I was texting with TJ Saturday night, and TJ, who was probably 15 beers deep, couldn't even find it in his soul to be smarmy. He's like, Mike, I'm not even being a bleep. I'm not going to say the word. Both these teams are terrible. I go, well, TJ, I'd like to be the terrible one who wins it, but yes, this is not a good watch.
Well, and that's why you got to score on that first drive, because the fans at the big house, they were tapped out. The players, Michigan players, they were just like, man, how bad is this? At one point, I think State had like almost 100 rushing yards to Michigan's 1. They weren't happy, but then right before the halftime, the energy came into the building, and then that's when they had the light show and all the other stuff started happening.
Yeah, listen.
They were ready to quit.
I thought Michigan played a smarter game. Best thing I could say. Played a smarter game.
Yeah.
And for State, you're just not in a position you can give points away. You gave 6 away, minimum.
Yeah, I don't think that plan is sustainable, but it was sustainable enough on Saturday.
Yeah, look, I've asked the question. It's just Michigan fans feel tapped out on their own team. I've said, look, this is the 2 QB system. You brought it up. If you play this way, it gives you the best chance for success. Now, my concern for Michigan would be the ground game, it's not good enough to execute the plan you're trying to execute, meaning, look, you can't get outrushed by Michigan State. And by 50, it can't happen. You're going to go play Oregon this week. You need to possess this football 36, 37, 38 minutes. You need to do what State did to you. The problem is there's something wrong with that offensive line. They are not generating, forget explosive, they're just not generating anything on the ground.
Mike, it's not. And I think that Jed Fish, Washington coach, actually exposed it where I don't think you're going to pass the ball. I'm going to just clog up the offensive line. I'm going to flood it with players. We're going to gang tackle your runners. You got to beat us by throwing the ball. And they couldn't.
But here's the thing for Michigan, and this is what my fear would be. State didn't have the ability to pressure Davis Warren. We just don't. We have 1 sack in 5 Big Ten games. Oregon does. Ohio State does-ish.
When they feel like it.
I don't love their D-line.
Yeah, but you know what? They'll get up for that Michigan game.
If you can pressure Warren, he'll make mistakes. If you don't, he can be a perfect game manager. He can go 14 for 18 or 14 for 19, give you $120. We'll bring Orgy in to supplement it. We'll run a few trick plays. The pathway is there, but they got to adhere to it. And yes, does it help when you don't have a single penalty called in? Of course it does.
Yeah.
Not the reason you won the game. I'm just saying.
Things that make you go,
No, it just helps. It just helps. Any team. Christ, if the Giants go out tonight and don't get called for a single penalty, we got a decent shot to beat the Steelers.
But I watched 2 touchdowns last night with the Niners get called back because of a penalty.
You hate to see it. Yeah. Look, you won the game. You won the game. All right. All right. I had to watch Aaron Boone put Nestor Cortez in a game he hadn't pitched in 37 days, and Freddie Freeman hit a ball to Palo Alto. You just sit there and enjoy your win.
Did you hear that he limped up to the plate? By the way, did you know it was National Tight Ends Day?
When they put that stupid title belt that looked like a kid's construction paper project that they were bringing to 3rd grade.
They went straight to Michaels and picked that one up.
That's the WWE belt from Walmart.
Yeah, they were like, we really blew the budget out. I'm like, God almighty, why does everything have to be a bit? That's the other thing with these games, and I'll say it for Michigan State, these commercials. The fact that it's election season only makes it worse. Oh, my God. Jenny, they come back for 1 snap, and we'll be back in 30 seconds. Carl Marlinga. And I'm like, okay, mute. Okay, I'm not doing this. And then they came back 1 time, and it was 3 plays, and we're going to commercial. I'm like, mute.
Well, you know what? Could have been worse. You could have been watching the light show and turn your lights on.
But they're 4 hours. These games, all of them, pro, college, they're 4 hours.
Because they know you're not going anywhere.
Come on, man. 1 play and then a commercial? Or, hey, we'll timeout on the field. We'll be back in 15 seconds.
No, it's score, commercial, extra point, commercial, kickoff, commercial.
It's unbelievable. 248-539-9797. We will get to the people. We got to do Can We Say That? We are going to mix in the Lions in the 3 o'clock hour as well, because yesterday proved something I've never been more certain of. We'll get to that in the 3 o'clock hour. Hungry Howie's. They serve up delicious flavor all football season long. Right now, they've got not 1, but 3 delicious Howie deals, which is 2 more than plays MSU has in their playbook from Saturday night. You have 3 options here, a $10, a $20, or a $30 Howie deal. Get the perfect meal for whatever the situation. Large pepperoni duo, $10. The second deal, a 2 medium, 1 topping pizza and Howie bread for $20, or 2 large 2 topping pizzas, a Howie bread, and a 2 liter of Pepsi, all for $30. They got a deal for any situation. I wish MSU had play calls for that. Game-changing deals. Become the MVP of the dinner table tonight at Hungry Howie's. All right, we do it every Monday. Weekend. Things happen, and Rico has a ponderous question of whether we can say that. More like Kenny Cott from the toilet. Am I right? Rico, what do you got for us?
Well, Michael, we kind of talked about it today, but can we say that Jonathan Smith and his staff were not ready for this rivalry game?
Yes. And again, no ties to the Midwest, no experience in this game, and whatever you think Oregon and Oregon State are, this rivalry is different. I think he needed that one to figure it out, and he better have a different approach next year. So I will say yes. I just didn't think he was ready for it. When a coach openly says the week of the game, well, I've been doing some research on this game, I'm like, oh, we are effed.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, God.
That's the game where the punter dropped the ball, right? Yep.
I hear we play for the Brawny Man. It's Paul Bunyan. It's a little different. All right, go ahead.
Can we say that maybe, just maybe, Colorado's been downplayed because of all the hype that they had last season, but they're actually a pretty good team this year. Not great.
Okay,
but because of the hype from last year.
But here's my problem. Yes, they are going to probably get to 7 wins. Okay, fine. Maybe 8. Fine. Rico, the issue I take in all of it is, does Deion Sanders have to act like a jerk every step of the way? Even winning against Cincinnati and getting a Hail Mary before the half, he constantly has to come out as the aggrieved in the postgame. Oh, how come Shadeur's not mentioned for Heisman? Oh, I know, because you guys know he's my son. And I'm like, dude, the world's not out to get you. You kind of act in a manner that makes you hard to root for.
Yeah, especially because Travis Hunter is, and
Travis Hunter's amazing.
He's a two-way player. And
he had 2 snaps off in that game Saturday night. 2.
Shedeur, I think, is going to be a good pro, but yeah, okay.
I just think we can say Deion's done a nice job this year, and there doesn't have to be a narrative beyond it.
Okay. Bob, you got something today? Okay. Good talk.
He's a big Deion guy.
No, I think they're playing great. They are a bit overhyped, and I don't think Shedeur Sanders is Heisman at all. Because you look at the game that the games that Travis Hunter has not been a part of.
Correct.
And where's Shedeur Sanders
It's
at?
totally different. And again, Travis Hunter's doing something we haven't seen.
And he is an absolutely special player. But yeah, Shedeur is not the Heisman.
Can we say that Notre Dame is actually a good team who had a bad day?
Oh, because of Northern Illinois?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And I know you probably secretly appreciated them flatlining an arm of the U.S. military because you're a communist.
And you know what? I'm going back to communism.
Come on, Navy hadn't turned it over since August 31st. I can't help they turned it over twice in the
I'm
first
sitting
5
there
minutes.
anchors away. And
Notre Dame's
wow.
listen, Notre Dame is a solid team, but I don't know how good they are. I still question their passing game. I still question Riley Leonard. Look, they had a bad afternoon against Northern Illinois. They're going to win out. They're going to win out. I'll let them in the playoff.
But they got to win out.
That's it.
Okay. Army and USC are the toughest games left.
Army's going to beat them. I have to live in a world where Army beats them. Just please allow me to live in that world.
That will go up on the board instantaneously.
Come on, for my people at West Point. Come on.
Can we say that maybe Ohio State is a little bit of fool's gold and Indiana's the second best team in the Big Ten?
Yes, I'll go with it because right here, right now, here's Ohio State's problem. Tell me if you heard this before. They don't control the line of scrimmage. They've already lost one of their tackles. The O-line, they were getting pushed around left and right. And their defensive line, if you're looking for a Bosa brother or a Chase Young or hell, if you're looking for a Jonathan Hankins, they don't have it. Their D-line is just meh. So, yes. Hell, it should give Michigan fans hope. Think about it. If you can just lean on them and make it control it for 40 minutes and just Rico, I don't buy them because I don't buy Ryan Day.
It's just for men.
It bothers me. That's an egregious amount of hair dye in that beard. Come on.
Can we say?
Go gray with grace.
Let's go to the NFL. Can we say that the Colts really don't know what to do with this Anthony Richardson situation?
If they play, they are 4-4. If you plan on making the playoffs, you must sit Anthony Richardson for the rest of the season. 2 for 15 in the first half of an NFL game. 2 for 15? Kenny's got better odds with pickup lines at the bar. 2 for 15? And then you take yourself out of the game because, quote, you were out of breath?
That was it. He taps his helmet, which is, everybody knows, that's the universal term of, coach, I need to come out of the game. Are you injured, son? No, I'm just tired. I had to run around for these last 3
You got Frank
plays.
Ragnow playing with a torn pec. This guy's out of breath.
He was a stretch to be a starting quarterback in the NFL anyway, coming out of college. We all knew he was a great athlete, but not a great quarterback.
Number 4 pick.
No, but he's not ready.
Yeah,
and
and
Bobby's right. The problem is it's not 1976. I can't sit a guy for 3 years. This is why it's hard to draft somebody who you have to teach how to play football. But this is something that TJ and I will talk about with you on Friday. There is a problem is that collegiately, all of these offenses are the same. One read and go. One read and go. None of these kids go through progressions. It's rare.
Also, doesn't he have to pass a conditioning test before the season starts?
Well, I mean, it's not the fire department, but I mean, I would say like maybe, yeah. Here, Anthony, do these stairs.
You got to do 100 push-ups. And you got
right. It's
I don't get how he can't play a full game.
I don't get how you had the audacity to say that publicly. Yeah, I was just tired, and that's why I wanted to come out the game.
That's supposed to be the face of my franchise. I'm sitting his ass. I'm playing Flacco.
Can we say the Eagles are the biggest threat to the Detroit Lions in the NFC?
This breaks my soul. What they did to the Bengals in the second half of that game, imposing their will, reminded me of who they were 2 years ago. So for that reason, I'll say yes.
They're a bit too inconsistent for my take. I don't think they're a huge threat to the Lions, but they will definitely be there.
Tell me more, Bobby, please. I hate the Eagles. Here, they haven't scored in the first quarter of a game all season long. They're frauds. But, Bobby, they go down to Cincy, and they exerted their will on the Bengals. They broke them.
Yeah, quarters 2 through 4, they did okay.
And while Bengals look good, they're also an inconsistent team. So this is a really bad game to gauge it off of.
And when all else fails, they're going to go to that stupid tush push.
Which,
ban that play for the love of God. It's not a football play.
Or either that or, my God, I wish MSU would just learn that and give it to Aiden Childs. Anyway, can we say, after watching this, that maybe, just maybe, this guy needs to be a permanent starter someplace? Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Heisman Trophy winner, Jameis Winston.
Oh, no. No.
I think nope. I think people look at him because they're like, oh, well, he says the stupid things. Teams play for him. He can go out there and get guys to just rally around him, and he wins.
I'm going to say no for this reason. It was week 1. You're going to get a little bit of the new quarterback bump. However, I've been down this road before. It always ends the same way. I'm going to say no. Here's what I think we can say. That's how bad Deshaun Watson was. Deshaun Watson, out of 250 eligible quarterbacks with as many pass attempts as he has had, ranked 247th out of 250 in QBR in the last 20 years of the NFL. They could have started you in a single bar helmet.
Jameis came
would have
out,
been better than Deshaun
gave
Watson.
the speech before the game.
I know. He's eating W's. I know.
It's for the logo.
Okay.
Gonna make this team proud. All right.
We don't have a logo.
There's no logo on our pants. But can we say, last one, that Tyreek Stevenson cost the Bears that game against the Commanders?
No. I know what it looks like, but the reality is there were 10 teammates on the field who still allowed somebody to get behind them. Not just the guy who was telling the crowd what to do with that wrestling thing, and then the play goes, and he's like, oh, is that the ball up there? I better get over here.
Game's not over? Yeah.
There were still other people culpable now. It takes a village to F up a Hail Mary, no?
You know what? That needs to be a bumper sticker. I like that.
Brought to you by Greater Life on Tireman.
You know what? No better way to end it than right there. That is, can we say that for this past weekend? 97-1.
All right, guys, I apologize to do this to America, but cap off week 8 with Giants Steelers. Oh, God.
Woohoo!
Listen, just please, FanDuel, $150 in bonus bets with your first $5 bet. If you have the audacity to bet Giants and Steelers, Russell Wilson being weird, minus 250. Malik Neighbors being open, but the Giants not having a quarterback to hit him, minus 600.
That just moved to minus 700.
Just bet FanDuel.com/ticket, and I apologize to American Advance for my team's performance tonight. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. Michigan State Athletic Director Alan Haller told the Detroit News that he reached out to the Big Ten after the game concerning the post-game fight. Michigan football coach Sharon Moore said any punishments would be handled internally. Jordan Love's status is up in the air for this week's game with the Lions. He sustained a groin injury yesterday, which is unrelated to his knee injury he suffered a couple weeks prior. The Pistons are 0-3 to start the year. They face 1-1 Miami tonight. Pregame at 7:05 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Detroit an 8.5-point underdog. Game 3 of the World Series is tonight as well. The Dodgers already have a 2-0 lead. Walker Buehler faces Clark Schmidt. For MLB, the first 2 games of the series saw a 93% increase in the 18 to 34 age group. And Game 2 also set a postseason record for viewers in Japan. At the Corwell Hall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. Good to have you with us. And we're going to call a little bit of an audible. I want to get to the Lions, but we've got people on the line, and they want to rap about Michigan State. We will do that. Quickly, if you want the full presentation, Odyssey.com rewind. Here's the 3 ways we talked about the game. 1, the little bro thing, you do what you want with it. If you're a Spartan and you're bent out of shape, that's on you. A, win the game. B, if you think these malignant narcissists are ever going to change their behavior, once again, that's on you. They're never going to change. It's who they are. So win the game, and at least for the next calendar year, you don't have to hear it. When they win the game, they get to talk the talk. So, again, it's not 2007. If you were tuning in thinking I'm going to be bent out of shape by it, you're crazy. 2, the scuffle after the game. Did Anthony Jones get aggressive on a victory formation? Yup. Did Colston Loveland turn around and escalate it by headbutting him? Yup. And then Michigan poured onto the field, and chaos ensued for a little bit. But much like 2 years ago, I'm going to say the same thing. I don't think law enforcement should be involved. Now,
law enforcement should never be involved unless you actually go full ass Boy Scout and kill somebody on the field.
Now, are people alleging certain players on Michigan, including Mullings, their starting running back, was stomping on a player and a staffer? Sure. I need to see the footage. I don't have that. And I'm not going there because, again, part 3, the football. Like, I want to win the game. I hate losing this game. But it's the rest of the nonsense that is routinely surrounding this game, especially in the last, call it, 9 years. I don't have time for it. I don't find it amusing. I don't find it fun. I don't find it interesting. It's nonsense. And here's the problem. I can't live in a world, Rico, where one side is never wrong. That's just not how anything works in life. And there may be instances where one side is right and one side is wrong, and it's that cut and dry. The reality is it's usually there's culpability on both. And whether it's the media, hell, I listen to the morning show. I mean, John basically was like, well, Lubden kind of tilted his head, and I've never seen that on a victory formation. I'm going, John, we're making things up at this point.
Yeah,
it wasn't the sport, John. And even TJ corrected him, and TJ was like, yeah, I see it all the time.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, nobody ever, it's victory formation. You just respect that and you don't touch anybody. And then he just kind of leaned forward. He didn't really headbutt him. He leaned forward with his head. And it's like, John, what
so here's the bottom line. If you told me today you'd want Loveland and Anthony Jones suspended a game, I wouldn't fight you. If you told me you want nothing to happen either, also not going to fight you. The Big Ten stuff, here's the reality. Spartan fans, if you want to get mad at me and say, oh, well, you're not sticking up for us, well, that's your prerogative. Just understand, I let go of ever thinking the Big Ten would ever hold Michigan accountable for anything at any point, anywhere. Even last year when Tony Petitti did that faux suspension of Harbaugh, that was a nothing burger, no pun intended. Harbaugh was still allowed to coach during the week. Mm-hmm. He had 3 sad Saturdays to watch football in his underwear. He coached all week. So I've just let go of all of it. The sport is a joke. The Big Ten is a joke. I want to win that game because I don't like my rival. But all these other narratives, man, as I said to you, guys, I've done this a long, long time. I'm 44 years old now. I can't act like I did 10 years ago. I don't have it in me. It's just none of it's relevant. It's a fool's errand to try to change someone's mind in this rivalry. So we don't. I wanted to win the game. And then third is the football stuff. If you're Michigan, we talked about Sharon Moore. Here's your game plan. They played a smart game. No turnovers. Played clean. I think it's hilarious they didn't get called for a single penalty. That's ridiculous. But push the right buttons with the right trick plays at the right moment, putting Orgy in at the right moments, played clean. Mm-hmm. That's truly their recipe. Yeah. Do you think it saves your season? For the Michigan State stuff, we talked about it. I don't think Jonathan Smith and staff understood this rivalry. They sure do now. And their game plan, way too conservative. Way too conservative. Mm-hmm. And that's where we're at. What'd I miss?
You didn't miss anything. You nailed it. If you just want to go to the callers.
Done. We can do that. Whatever you want, brother. Go to Mark, 97.1. Mark, what's going on, pal? How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
A couple things. We're in the season of political season, so I guess we can do some fact checks. I was at the game. I'm a Michigan fan. Clearly, Michigan was wrong, but both teams rushed the field. Michigan State had just as many people on the field as the other. And secondly, on the targeting call, if you were at the game, you knew they were reviewing it. Not on the TV commercial, but they did let the crowd know when it came back, and it was targeting. If someone was in the press box and they didn't know it, they weren't paying attention. But the biggest thing you said, Mike, which was right, no emotion. When Michigan played Texas, Texas was the better team. On the first Michigan possession, it was 3-0. That Texas defensive coordinator was 30 yards on the field, high-fiving his team. They were pumped. With Michigan State, you're right. There was no emotion on that side. Michigan State outplayed Michigan. But if they had the emotion that Texas did from the coaches, I think Michigan would have got blown out.
Yeah,
That's my
maybe.
thought.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
hold on, Mark.
Go ahead.
Quick fact check. No,
Sure.
There were a lot more Michigan people on the field post game.
It was on the Michigan sideline, but I would say 90%. Look at the film.
Mark,
90% of the state players.
Mark.
Yes.
Here's the beauty of it.
Yeah.
We don't have to argue. You know, film doesn't lie. It's right there. You can go back and watch it. Second, we had no clue. Everyone in the press box were waiting for a replay to see what happened. We were like, wait, targeting? Who's the targeting call on? No one saw anything. And then they finally showed the replay, and it was like, oh, that's targeting? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, did you not see the official go to the 50-yard line and say this following play, previous play is under review? And it was also on the scoreboard?
Mark, when they came back from commercial break, the referee was in the dark. All the kids were singing the song, and he started to do the announcement in the dark. It was crazy. Mark, look, here's my point. Here's my point. It's not about.
He did it twice. He did it once.
Okay, Mark, you're missing my point.
Commercial break.
Mark, work with
Then
me.
he came
You're
back
missing.
and did it again.
Mark, you're missing my point. It's not targeting. It was a terrible call. It's a football play.
Oh, it might have been a horrible call, but the official did let the crowd know they were reviewing it.
Oh, no, they did.
And-
We just didn't know what it was because no one saw a replay.
Okay.
That's all. And understand, guys, every Saturday I watch college football, I'll see half a dozen of these, and I'll go, I don't even know what targeting is anymore. No. And it is not a reason that State lost the game. I don't have to be happy about our captain being out the first half against Indiana on a bogus targeting call. Even Jake Butt is like, all right, if you want to be technical, I get that it's, quote, targeting. That's not targeting. It's a collision in the hole.
Yeah. At this point, he is a running back. He's not a quarterback.
Crazy. Look, what they've got to do with targeting, and I don't want to change the subject. You have to allow for intent.
Mm-hmm.
Look, old school, right? Chuck Cecil, remember with the Cardinals? Yeah. Steve Atwater with the Broncos. Sean Taylor with the Redskins. Those guys would try to kill people. Over the middle, receiver, outstretched arms, I'm putting you in a wheelchair. That's targeting. You can't call I saw a targeting a couple weeks ago in a Wake Forest game. Mm-hmm. Guy got hit in the chest. They threw a kid out of the game. One problem. It was a swing pass. And I'm like, what are we doing
To
here?
me, targeting should be handled one of two ways. And you've seen it. Either for punters or kickers, there's running into the kicker and there's roughing the kicker. Two totally separate penalties. One, 5 yards. One, and is an egregious 15-yarder. Or for targeting, you treat it like the sideline warning. Whereas, okay, son, you can't do this again. Here's your warning. It's a flag, but it's no penalty. Don't do this again. For the mild ones, where it's like, yeah, technically it is targeting.
Right.
And then therefore you've been warned.
I just hate the idea of throwing players out of games. It's ridiculous. It's our defensive captain. That's the guy wearing a green dot. That's our best run stopper. And you're like, if he goes out and cheap shots a guy,
that's different.
Throw him out of the game. I got no qualms. But man, right now, I don't know what the hell targeting is. Go ahead, Bobby.
There have been so many outcomes of games that have changed by great defensive players being called for targeting and getting tossed out. So I'm with you. I don't like the being tossed out of a game for targeting.
No, Bobby, I saw one team this earlier this season. I watched Louisiana Lafayette noon window it was a cash ticket game. They lost 4 defensive starters in the same game for targeting.
And that changes the whole game.
If you do something stupid like was the Oregon wide receiver who spit on somebody,
that makes sense.
You're gone. Yeah, I don't care. You know what? Goodbye.
Cheap shot a quarterback.
Gone.
See ya.
Yeah, if you do something stupid, you're tossed out. But if you're playing football and you hit somebody a little too hard.
It's an epidemic. It's an epidemic on Saturdays with the targeting rule as is. It's an epidemic on Sundays because I don't know how defensive players are supposed to hit quarterbacks. I have no understanding how to do it. Yeah. And no, I'm not asking for barbarian football. I'm well aware of concussions and we want to protect players. But there has to be a space for football plays now. Come on. It's ridiculous. Sorry, I'll get off my soapbox. Hey, it's time for Rico.
Oh, man, I thought you were
I remember.
He had the paper in hand.
I remembered.
All right, folks, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren, Andrew and his sales staff. I know Andrew was happy on Saturday night. They want to be your Chevy dealer. They will guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount and incentive and opportunity to save your money on your new Chevy. Hamilton has inventory right now. It's the best for you. They're going to find a car that fits you, including the new October Rico deal. A new 2024 Chevy Crew Cab Silverado 4x4 for just $259 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $999 down. You drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Yes, a hard-working Chevy Silverado for just $259 a month. That's why I say the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer and drive away in the Rico deal. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Hey, you've heard us talk about injury attorney David Feminino for quite some time. Look, some of the results David has gotten for his injured clients range from $3.5 million all the way up to a whopping $11.5 million. You need an attorney that'll fight for you, but one you could actually get on the phone. Call David now, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, let's get to the people. We will get to the Lions momentarily. But Michigan State, a lot of people want to talk. We've laid it out 3 different ways. You want to go a little bro angle, go for it. You want to go with the scuffle, the fight, whatever you want to call it, go for it. Or there's football. I've lost any ability to be angry about the little bro thing because it's stupid. It's just played. So Colston Loveland won the game. You get to say whatever you like. I think it's silly when you say it and you're never going to face the team again. But that's the act they pull. That's what Chase Winovich did. That's what Mike Hart did. The other stuff, I mean, guys, if I have to hear more of the mealy-mouthed attempting to apologize for Colston Loveland, I'm going to erupt. You want to blame Anthony Jones for getting Loveland angry by going after the victory formation? Okay. Well, then Loveland escalated it. Instead of pointing to the scoreboard, he headbutted the guy. And then Jones goes to his head. And we got a melee. But I still don't think police should be involved. Just like I don't believe they should have been involved 2 years ago.
No.
Now, again, if you're a Spartan and you want Jonathan Smith and Alan Haller to get at a card table, pounding their fist and saying, "Where's Eli Sabat?" No, I don't want to become those people. But I just never imagine. Look, Alan Haller's already said, "Hey, I called the Big Ten. They're reviewing it. Good luck."
Yeah, Mike, justice and just us.
But I also, it's a choice to be upset by it. I choose not to. The football game is what upset me because I feel like we outplayed them. But when you're not a very good team, which we're not, you don't have room for error. And they made 2 critical errors. And I'd say a third, if you want to talk about 4th and 5 towards the end of the game. Aiden, it's you versus a D lineman to the sideline. Go get the 5 yards with your feet, son.
You know what? I'm glad you said that. It's the red zone offense. Lindgren has to do something better when it gets to that because you have to, in the helmet, and before the 15 seconds cuts off of communications, Aiden, no matter what, pick up the 6 yards. We don't need a touchdown. Communications off. You have to know that. The receivers need to know that. All 3 receivers are just running around in the end zone. None of them decided, hey, let me come out of the end zone, maybe get to the 5-yard line, catch the ball, first down. We get 4 new plays. No, everybody went for the hero shot, whether it was Aiden or any of the guys in the end zone. None of them even thought, oh, wait, we don't need a touchdown. We just need 6 yards.
Let's go to Drew, 97.1. Drew, how you doing, buddy?
Hi, guys. I'm a big fan of the show. I'm a student at Michigan State, and honestly, I'm a lot more angry about the game than I probably should be. It's like you guys said, we just outplayed them the entire game, and my thing with Michigan State has been since the entire time I've pretty much been alive, and I'm born and bred Spartan. I feel like we just choke every time we have a big chance to ascend, and I think if we had beaten Michigan, that's a huge win for them to stack up next to Iowa.
Drew, I think here's the problem. There's the problem is, first of all, we have to just admit what we are is we're not very good. I think at best at our best we're an above average football team, and at our worst we're terrible. Like, you can't make critical errors. I think you had a staff that was new to this, and you got 61 new players who were new to this rivalry, and we just didn't make the big play. Michigan did. They deserve credit. That's what irks me. Because, Drew, you're right. The way we played, we did about 80% of the things right. But you're not good enough to give away the 20%.
No, 100% agree. I mean, I think that first drive is pretty much a representation of the entire game. Beautiful drive, and then we just completely screwed up on the final 3 plays.
Yeah, and to Rico's point, you get in the red zone, there has to be better sequencing. There has to be a better plan of attack. If you have an electric, big-bodied wide receiver, and you have an NFL tight end in Velling, and you have this dual-threat quarterback, it just can't be this hard. And it can't be that difficult to score an effing touchdown. It just can't.
And guys, Drew, Mike, I understand they're professionals, but when I'm watching the Lions, or like last night, I'm watching the Niners, and they use motion, and they do all of this stuff to try to confuse the defense down in the red zone, it works. Yeah, and it's like, instead you line up, and it's almost as if you're holding up a card saying, Carter's going to take this ball, he's going to run into that hole, and you can go ahead and stop him if you want, because that's the only play that we have. And that's the frustrating thing. You might as well just run Jonathan Kim out there the second you cross the 20, because that's what's going to happen anyway.
I'll just never understand how their best corner and an already bad secondary is out, and we just don't use.
But I'll tell you, all right, Drew. I'll try to explain it, okay? Because now I'm not saying you're wrong. You're not wrong. Let me be clear. I needed to see 3 or 4 deep shots that weren't there. I understood the plan because, to Michigan's credit, specific to Josiah Stewart, we couldn't block him. You have a redshirt freshman in Stanton Ramil who blew his knee out last year. That's a kid that at a really good program isn't starting. He might rotate in and out. You have him at left tackle against an NFL edge rusher. You can't block him one-on-one. Now, my retort to that would be you got to go max protect, hard play action when you're grinding and ground and pound. You just scheme it up. You find where Stewart is, and we're going to give whoever is blocking him a lot of help. Not to mention you got a double one of Grant and Graham. Look, that's Michigan's strength. They're really good up front. Our offensive line is a hard work in progress. Like Newman, that's one of TJ's buddies from high school. Mm-hmm. Like Newman is a kid from Holy Cross. Okay? You're lined up across from a guy that's going to go in the top 15 in the NFL draft. So it's a balancing act, but I'm with you and the caller, Drew. There needed to be a couple more shots. There just had to be. Yeah. And the fact that you didn't take them, you did yourself, and by way of that, your team, a disservice.
Yeah.
You did. Not good enough.
I mean, you one deep shot, and it works, and that's it. You don't go back to that.
One read option. One read option where Aiden pulls the ball and goes out the back door. Do you know what happens with Josiah Stewart? He's not crashing down, or number one, whatever his name is. Yeah. Those guys had no mind for anything.
Yeah.
And we just never adapted. It's a bad job.
And that's what I said. To me, Sharon Moore, they outcoached Stewart and his staff in that game.
It just wasn't good enough. And again, I thought Jonathan Smith all week. I was a little concerned from everything is it's a business trip. And no, this game is different. This game requires a different intensity. It requires different preparation. It requires you to go to a place you're not going to go in any other game the rest of the year. Mm-hmm. And with that game plan, safe and sound, I understand on a whiteboard, this is what will work. In that game, in that environment, it was our job to have a few shock plays for them.
Yeah.
And we were now, they tried one play. What the hell's the freshman's name, the running back?
Oh.
They tried what looked like he was going to throw it back to Childs. And luckily the kid went, okay, I'm about to die. This is terrible. Let's make it 2nd and 8. But outside of that, they coached conservative, if not scared. Not good enough.
I know. It was, because I had said in the event that they had scored that final touchdown in that 4th and 6th play, guys, you got to go for 2. You can't go to overtime because Michigan's offense is built for it. Yeah. They're built for that overtime. Your offense is not. You'll be kicking field goals, and Orgy's going to be running into the touchdown.
Yeah, and look, it gets to a point you don't have the players. I mean, we don't have defensive ends. I mean, go look. You should go look at a few of those Orgy runs today. Now that the emotion is settled,
I've seen them,
and it's just Hinton has to weigh 340, 350 pounds, caving in the edge. Hinton playing instead of that stiff, who's Hinton's replacement. That was every bit as big as them playing Warren.
Yeah, and I think it also got to the point where they were getting cutesy with the whole substitution on Orgy's touchdown. Instead of just lining up to stop Orgy, it's like, we're going to play this little shuffle game, and, it's a curly shuffle. How about you just get your guys out there and line up? Because he just snapped the ball and just ran right where nobody was at.
Yeah, wasn't aggressive enough. I'm with you. In known running downs, hey, if Warren...
Which is every time 10 is on the field.
And if he had passed and they beat us on a 50-yard touchdown, you tip your cap.
Yeah.
I was annoyed by that. The problem is I can't scream about being aggressive. Our blitzes net nothing.
No.
Our run blitzes, that let me tell you, what they've been able to do stopping the run,
right.
Miraculous.
But that's just it. When Orgy's in, there is no pass blitz.
Noted. I have nothing. All right, good talk. How about John Jansen Weight Loss Fiesta? Look, it's very simple. Ideal U Health Center. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days with Ideal U. Now, it worked for John, and they will help you get on the same plan as John and on the road to success when you book your free consultation at idealu.us. They are different than other weight loss companies, and they will work with you. It's collaborative. John lost the weight, kept it off. So if you want to try it, you want to get on that journey, book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. That's idealu.us. All right, we'll get with the people. The phone lines are packed, and I don't want to screw you over and just flip the switch. But if you want to rap about the Lions, you can. We'll try to get to it in the 4 o'clock, but it was a laugher. Rico was correct all week. It was homecoming. Jared Goff had 62 yards passing. You had 52 points. You returned a kick essentially for a TD. You returned a punt essentially for a TD. You returned an interception essentially for a TD. Yeah. And you had an 80-yard touchdown run of your own. It was incredible, but let's face it, there still is going to be a conversation about, hey, you let Mason Rudolph and the Titans move up and down the field, and you got to go all in.
I think what you saw, at least at Ford Field, for the offense, you got to watch the Lions run red zone touchdown plays because that was it. It was practice for them.
And look, you did your job.
Right. But anybody who had Lions in their fantasy football league.
Oh, my God.
Were like, wait, how did they score 52 points and I lost my game? Because, they didn't have great stats other than Jahmyr Gibbs. You had touchdowns, but you're looking at Goff, under 100 yards passing. But you take that. But, it was just them practicing red zone plays.
And again, edge rusher, I don't know if you like the player or not. I'm not going to freak out about it. Brad Holmes is smart enough that he has a prerogative to like or not like certain players. But Joshua Uche has been traded from New England to Kansas City. It's a nice move for KC. It's another bullet they can fire, another guy off the edge, and we wait. But by next week at this time, man, there better be some sizzle. You might be the best team in football. It is all in time, whether it's keeping other teams from closing the gap or whether you want to extend the gap, however you look at it, bottom line, go all in. So we'll have that conversation. But the Michigan State thing, people are all over the place with it. So let's get to it, shall we? Go to Steve, 97.1. Stevie, what's going on, buddy? How you doing?
Hey, good. How you guys doing?
Good, Steve. What's up?
I'm a Michigan fan. I'm 56. Been pulling for the Wolverines since '79, and I'm from Cleveland. I'm tired of the little brother thing. It needs to go away. It had its time. It's done. It's stupid. And like you said, they say it as they're going out the door.
Yeah, Steve, look, for me, it's like, hey, you win the game, you have a right to say what you want. I'm not going to freak out about it.
I'm not a big trash talker. I'm old school, and that's why I have a lot of hard time watching football these days. But I start watching 9 o'clock in the morning till midnight, and I'm there faithfully. I had season tickets to Michigan from '86 to 2000, section 33, row 18,
all right,
seats 1 and 2, and I got squeezed out because I wasn't an alum or a big donor. When they expanded the student section, I got pinched out, and that rubbed me the wrong way. I drove. Yeah, well, what pisses me off is you watch the games, and half the games the students aren't even there. They say 109,000 at the game. They're there for a quarter and a half.
They're tailgating.
No, and Stevie, listen, you're right in one regard. I think all of the off-field stuff has been so exhaustive over the last 15 years of Michigan and Michigan State. I'm just done with all of it because in the end, if you win the game, that's all that matters. And that's what I would choose to focus on. And I'm upset because we lost the game. I'm not upset because Colston Loveland decided, little bro, it's like, all right, man, cool.
You won.
I don't care.
Yeah.
It's not like what Mike Hart did. What Mike Hart did in 07 was different, Steve. It was unheard of at that point.
It was original.
It was different.
Yeah.
Right. But we're how long down the road now?
17 years to be exact. Not that I'm counting.
And I'm a Michigan fan. Believe me, I bleed maize and blue. And then other things, this is just my opinion. I think these 7:30 rivalry games need to go away for a while. It's just a little too heated now. I don't know how the crowds are. Like I said, I haven't been to a game since 2000. But, with them serving alcohol now and all that, I don't think they need that.
Yeah,
I like the noon and 3:30 kickoffs.
Yeah, but Steve, here's the thing. I think the Devin Bush game was a noon kickoff, and stuff still happened. So I think you just have two teams and two fan bases that just don't like each other. You could play it at 7:30 in the morning. you would still get the same vitriol.
I wish I could argue. I can't. So Rico wins. Let's go over to
Not
David.
trying to win on that one.
97.1. David, how you doing, buddy?
Not bad. How about you guys?
Okay. What's on your mind?
Oh, I could touch on all three of the things you touched on. I agree with the last caller. I just think the little brother thing is old, outplayed, and just needs to stop. But I mean, I understand you win the game, you can say it, and yada yada yada. But at some point, we're a school that quote unquote claims that we're the class school. Well, why don't you act like it for once? Two, the quasi don't want to call it a fight because that brings more credence to it than what it was, but acting childish. Loveland again. Okay, so he acted a little, he approached the snap a little hard. When have you not ever faced that again in a Michigan State game or any other football game that you've played at the University of Michigan? So I don't buy that. I think some grown-ups need to make some decisions, and some guys for the University of Michigan need to be suspended at least this week, or I'm going to lose even more respect for this coaching staff. And as you could probably remember from my phone call last week, I don't have much of respect for this coaching staff as it is.
No, I mean, look, the one thing I'll say, David, like, I will be genuinely surprised. You know, when Michigan handles things internally, that usually means they look them in the eye and, I knew he was a good person, so we moved on. I'll be stunned, and I have no faith in the Big Ten at all. Big Ten is feckless.
And I understand that, and I understand everything you just said there, and I get it, and I understand it.
And by the way, let me just say this, David, and then I'll let you get to your last point. If anybody wants Anthony Jones suspended for his role in any of this, I'm not going to fight you. This isn't, I'm fine. Just keep it even, Steven.
And that's just it right there. It's a two-way street. So if you start creating rules to go up against your opponent, that's normally the trap that you end up falling in years down the line.
I mean, if we're going to cry and moan about Tunnel Gate and all that other stuff, however many suspensions there were for that needs to be the same exact punishment for the Michigan players this week and moving forward. So whatever that was moving forward, that it needs to come down the same way, because it takes two to tango, and there was definitely two teams on that field, and there was definitely two teams in the tunnel a couple years ago. But that's all water under the bridge. My last point is kind of on a bigger, broader spectrum of the whole rivalry and whole is I'm just tired of seeing it, because in my eyes it was actually a very good football game, which caught me by surprise. I thought you guys would actually kick our tail, and you let us off the hook on a couple different play calls and stuff like that. If I have to see one of the best defensive tackles I've ever seen in my life line up at defensive end, I might pull out my hair, what remaining hair I have, but that's neither here nor there. I actually thought you guys came with a very good game plan. Now, I agree with you that I thought you guys should have took more deep shots, especially against that leaky secondary that Michigan puts on the field. But other than that, I actually thought the idea of, especially when you see either Graham or Grant move outside, all right, boys, we'll thank you for giving us the free 10 yards. We'll just run right up the 5-hole, and we'll talk to you next down.
David, my counter to it would be Michigan State does not possess the talent to, in 11, 12, 13 plays, go on a touchdown drive. That's just, we do not have that.
No.
And you have to be, I have not believed for years, whether it was Don Brown, whether it was Jesse Minter, Mike McDonald, whether it's cheating or not, whether it's Wink Martindale now. You beat Michigan with explosives. You don't beat them on these long, drawn-out drives, because they're going to tighten up in the red zone and they're going to force you to kick field goals.
Yeah.
That's why I got so upset, because, yes, 2nd and 6 is valuable. Where is the ability to attack them? That's where I think Jonathan Smith and Linger in the OC let him off the hook.
No, good point. I mean, you look at the last two Michigan State victories. It was Ricky White in 2020, and it was K9 in 2021. Big plays.
Yeah, it's a credit to Michigan and the scheme they've built, the talent they have. That front is very good. But I just thought we let them off the hook. And I don't know if you want to call it conservative, scared, whatever you want to call it. You got to be better. And again, you got a mobile quarterback. You see the ends crashing down. One read option puts an end to that deal.
I just call it the empty calories offense.
All right, then. Cap off NFL Week 8 with empty calories. It's called Giant Steelers. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins tonight. You can build an SGP for the game because Lord knows it's the only way you could watch this dreck. FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let's touch the table. We got a lot of NFL to cover. It is time for football today. All right, Rico. NFL, go.
Oh, I thought you...
I'm kidding. All right, here. I want to start with this. Anthony Richardson, Colts, Texans. Goes 2 for 15 in the first half, 81 yards. All of it on one pass to Josh Downs, who wasn't covered. Second half of the game, takes himself out of the game because he's quote, out of breath. He was tired. I can't lie. A, how damaging is this for him trying to be the future of the franchise? But B, if you are the Colts, do you sit him the rest of the year and go with Joe Flacco as you sit at 4-4?
I'm going to go with the second part of that question first. Yes, I absolutely sit him because if you're trying to win right now, Joe Flacco gives you the best chance of winning. Now, he may be the face of the franchise, but this is one of those things that he will never, ever, ever outlive in his NFL career. Fans will always taunt him and come back to the point, oh, you mean the quarterback who took himself out of the game, who got tired after rushing the ball 3 times? He taps his helmet. That destroyed his credibility. And if you're the Colts, you got to think long and hard, where do we go for the quarterback for the future? Because you may have swung and missed on him. I don't think he's going to be the guy. I think right now you got to make the move to the veteran, and then you got to plan for future seasons of him not being your quarterback.
All right, Bears give up a Hail Mary to lose against the Commanders. It was jaw-dropping, and then you got the video before the play. Tyreek Stevenson has spoken today after taunting fans before and the first second to 2 seconds of the play. Tyreek Stevenson has apologized. Here's my question. You run the Bears. You're Ryan Poles. You're Matt Eberflus. What do you do with Tyreek Stevenson? Anything? Do you cut him?
No.
What do you do?
I'm not cutting him.
Can I launch him out of a space cannon?
We're going to have a long talk. We're going to, you know what? Maybe we'll handle it internally. But this is unacceptable. This can't happen again. This is your mulligan. I never want to see you interacting with the crowd like that as the game is going on, as the play. This isn't even in a TV timeout and you're joining with the crowd. You actively see players running around and you're standing there, and then it's like, oh, wait, I'm quite sure if you expand the camera out some, people are pointing saying, hey, dude, the play is happening right now. Oh, wait, huh? Oh, Okay. Here I go. I got to go back there. Oh, damn. They just scored a touchdown on us.
Problem? Matt Eberflus has come out today at his weekly press conference and saying not only did he play a role on that play, Noah Brown was his man on that play.
Yep. It's going to be a long, long talking to. I got one for you, Michael.
Let me hear it.
Yesterday, in case you did not know, it was National Tight Ends Day.
Enough.
Do you feel like the offensive coordinators really wanted to highlight all of their tight ends? Because it seemed like every tight end in the league caught a touchdown pass yesterday.
I'm jaded. I'm cynical. So, yes.
It just
when you saw
way.
Brock Wright and Laporta, when you saw George Kittle, Kincaid had one. Yes, I don't know. It just seemed that way. I'm sure no one went into the game going, it was George Kittle's stupid holiday because he opened his mouth like 5 years ago.
I got another one for you.
Go ahead, and then I got to get to the good stuff.
Okay. If you're the New York Jets, what do you do now? Okay. Because you made the trade, you fired the coach, you're still not winning. And this, okay.
You hate to see it. No, but what I said to Cookies on the podcast this morning, I go, all right, forget it. Is this rock bottom for the Jets? Probably, but pathway their future. What the hell do you do to get this franchise put back together? You ceded control to a ayahuasca drinking nutbag. You fired the coach. You've given up endless amounts of draft capital. Your salary cap is in tatters. What the hell do you do?
There's only one more log you could throw on this fire before it officially blows up in your face. Go hire Bill Belichick. And then
I would never take. I wouldn't touch that situation. If I'm Bill, no way, man.
No, but I want to see this happen because that's the ultimate, okay, we got everybody in the clown car explosion.
All right, question. All season, we've talked in the NFC about San Francisco. We have talked about Green Bay. We have talked about everybody. The one team we don't want to elevate because we can't stand the coach because he acts like a total knob is the Eagles. Are the Eagles back? Meaning they are a legitimate Super Bowl contender that after starting their season, 9-1 or whatever last year, and then it careened off the tracks, they are, in fact, the team we remember from getting to the Super Bowl, from being dominant. They imposed their will on the Bengals yesterday. Are the Eagles back?
Eagles are back. When I start seeing Jalen Hurts in the brotherly shove, tush push working, that's when you know their offense is humming. They may not score in the first quarter, but man.
That's so weird, by the way.
I know, but I'm watching that team, and yeah, we have forgotten all about them because I think everybody wrote them off. But yeah, I'm looking at the Eagles saying that's going to be a tough out. I think they're going to win their division, and that's just – if you're Detroit, you don't want to play in Philly. You want to keep winning because you don't want your playoff game to be out in the cold weather of Philly.
I want to offer a hot take. You can shoot this down. It is phrased as a question, not a take. Ready? Question. Did the Bears draft the wrong quarterback? Jaden Daniels has 5 Rookie of the Week awards. Caleb Williams, 0. Now, while Caleb has 10 touchdowns, Daniels has 9. The point is, Daniels plays winning football. Daniels completes at a high rate. He never looks panicked. He never looks out of control. Meanwhile, Caleb Williams looks like Fran Tarkenton after 4 cocktails. I'm asking.
I think they did. Because with Caleb, when you look at Jaden, you see, okay, he's just going to get better. It's a lot like C.J. Stroud. If he's this good now, he's only going to get better. But when I look at Caleb Williams, Caleb is where people try to tell you, no. Trust me on this. This kid is going to be good. I know you don't see it now. It's like, yeah, because I'm looking at Washington. No, he's going to be better. I know football people, and football people tell me this is a great investment. And about 2 years from now, I think more people will be jumping on that, yeah, we drafted the wrong quarterback. But right now, it has to work for Chicago because what else do they have?
Last question, and we'll wrap it. And I don't have the answer. I'm okay if you don't. What crawled up Sean Payton's ass and died that he was trying to rub it in on the poor, lowly Panthers? Guy's still throwing a ball with 30 seconds to go in a blowout. Yeah. The hell did this team do to you? You mad they didn't hire you 2 years ago?
It could be, or just the fact of, you know what? We're not going to get too many opportunities to enforce our will on a team. So let's just go ahead and beat up on the worst team in the league and run up the score. Hey, it worked for the Lions and people are talking about them. Maybe if we do this, people will talk about us and it'll make us cool. I'm with you. It's like, come on, man. That's the Panthers. Like, nobody wants to see. Like, you don't mind seeing the beat down of the Cowboys because most people don't like the Cowboys. But it's like, come on. This team can't even put up a fight. They don't even know who their quarterback's going to be from play to play.
But, Rico, faking a field goal in a game you're up by 3 touchdowns?
Right.
Now, I get it. They're a former divisional rival when he was with the Saints. But, my God, that's a lifetime ago.
Yeah, I think it was something personal that we just haven't found out about because, yeah, that one did not make any sense whatsoever.
That was the professional equivalent of kicking a puppy. That was ridiculous.
Right.
That was ridiculous.
That was just uncomfortable. Like, what? Okay, yeah, okay.
Sean Payton wanted that rent money. All right, that's in football today.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Per Ian Rappaport about the Packers QB situation on X. Quote, Jordan Love's MRI came back with some good news. It's a strained groin, nothing major, no surprise. He'll get better every day and do treatment and monitor throughout the week, end quote. Dan Campbell was asked whether there are any more urgent to acquire a pass rusher after yesterday's game. On whether he thought a deal was imminent, Campbell said could be. He was asked again and repeated with could be, but then jumped up and down excitedly with a smile. It's the Pistons and Heat tonight here on 97.1 The Ticket following Lions review. Pregame at 7:05. Detroit looking to snap a 3-game losing skid to start this season. According to The Athletic, Steph Curry has a left peroneal strain in his foot. He'll be reevaluated Friday, which rules him out for the next 2 games. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, so Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything, and we will continue. If you have thoughts on Michigan State, we're in. But we are going to mix in the Lions. Jeremy just gave you the update from Dan Campbell. I heard the actual audio from Evan during the commercial. Let's bring this up for a second. So yesterday's one of the weirdest. I mean, it was fun. It's a weird NFL game, right? You have 62 passing yards. You score 52 points. I mean, it's the Titans. It was a clown car. But you did what really good teams do. But is it wrong? It only furthers my opinion that, first of all, Dan Campbell has got as good of a hold on his locker room as any coach anywhere in football. That they were professional. They came out, they played hard. They didn't sleepwalk. They took advantage of every opportunity, and they were able to do something rare in an NFL game, not play your starters in the fourth quarter. That's rare. Mm-hmm. You're one of the best teams in the league. Some people think you are the best. But the one nagging thing to me is Mason Rudolph and that offense moved the ball up and down the field in the first half when the game mattered. When the game's out of control, I don't count stats. But Mason Rudolph had over 225 yards passing at halftime. Yeah. They got stopped 4 plays from the 1 because they just decided we weren't going to QB sneak.
The coach is an idiot.
Yeah, the point is you, for all intents and purposes, gave up 21 points in the first half. Now, it just means I need a pass rusher. Now, Dan Campbell at the podium. Rico, I don't know if you've seen the video. It's worth a watch.
Okay.
I don't know, and it's part of why I like Dan Campbell. He's fun. I don't know if he's trolling or hinting. But when he's asked the question about is the trade imminent, and he goes, we'll see. And I ask him again, and he starts doing this bunny hop thing. Like he knows a name they're talking about, but they haven't pulled it off yet. It's worth a watch. I don't know if it's available on 97ontheticket.com or you type in Dan Campbell and maybe it pops up. I don't know. I leave that for attention people like Rico with the social media. The point I make, you're welcome. The point is, I want to know where you guys are at with it, because the one thing I don't want to do once the Lions proved this right, that they were going to be really good this year, which they have, I don't settle. Because what I know is, if you're just focusing on Aiden Hutchinson, you're wrong. It's Aiden, and it's Pecco, and it's Kaminsky, and it's Davenport. You have lost 4 members of your defensive line room, i.e. half the playing group. 2 of those guys play a major role in the pass rush. A week from today, or more accurately, a week from tomorrow, there has to be a move. And I think Dan Campbell did some foreshadowing. Maybe.
I'm looking at the video now. Yeah.
I mean, it's fun regardless, but how much foreshadowing, or is he just messing with you?
No, I think this is foreshadowing, Mike, because the one thing that I've loved about this staff, they don't give you coach speak.
They tell you the truth.
They don't play the game. Well, I don't know. If it's a game time decision, you know that person is truly a game time decision, and they're not just trying to play it up in the media. Dan Campbell is looking as if we've talked to his agent. The trade has been sent to the NFL. It just needs approval. We got to come to a couple of crossing the T's and a couple of I's to be dotted. But by this time, in about 48 hours, I'll be back at this podium to tell you, hey, Detroit, guess who we got? But I can't say it right now. Well, maybe I can rhyme it. No, you know what? I better not. Because the look on his face.
Yeah, you see why it got me.
He's jumping up and down like, ooh, Jim.
Ooh. Oh, by the way, I know this isn't a part of our topic. Somehow Tony Romo's gotten worse. How about yesterday, Bears Commanders? Well, Jim, I think I'd go for this one. Hey, bleep hole. There's 21 seconds to go. It's 4th down and the Bears need a touchdown. Thanks, Tony. Thank you.
You didn't want to punt it away.
In other news, the sky is blue. Oh, you mean you're not going to kick a field goal to cut the lead to 2? I'm sorry.
Go for the onside kick?
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I apologize. Even Nance was like, well, they do need a touchdown, Tony. I'm like, Jesus almighty, can CBS get a refund on this guy?
Yeah,
but I want to hear from the people. 248-539-9797. You are, all intents and purposes, a week from the trade deadline. This team is flying. They're dropping bombs on teams. But doesn't it almost make you feel like they need to make this move more? Because this is the best they'll ever be. You will never be in a spot like this. Again, you can't chart this path for yourself. You could have a non-contact injury to Jared Goff next spring, and your whole year's gone. You will have a tougher schedule, or you will have more injuries, or it won't all work, or Ben Johnson will leave, or whatever it is. Guys, you're in the moment right now. You are 1A, or 2B as far as Super Bowl favorites. Are we insane for saying this is exactly the moment you go all in?
Everything is aligning for this team, and what you don't want is down the line, because everything looks good now. Hey, guys, don't be seduced by the fact that you've won 2 games without Aiden Hutchinson, because if you really dissect it, this is not sustainable. What your defense is doing, yes, you go all in, because this team is, it's almost like destiny. Like everything is aligning up for them.
Yes.
What you don't want is to miss out on something because you were cheap or you were haggling over the price. You know you need it. You know you want it. Just pay whatever, bring it into the organization, and then go out there and continue winning games. Because it won't always be as easy as it was last week. But you're right. If the Titans really had any type of a team and a coach, it would have been a different game. But when you're turning the ball over and you're just letting the punt team just run wild, and you get first and goal from the 1. You know what? I got an idea. Let's pass the ball.
4 passes. Yeah, I know.
4 straight. You got Tony Pollard. Yeah, they're expecting that.
Here's the other one, right? You look at box scores. Well, even yesterday, a couple of their sacks, 2 of their sacks were on blown assignments, meaning the offensive lineman blocked the wrong guy. Like Anzalone had a free run.
Oh yeah.
That's not a pass rush. That's the Titans or your opponent. It's idiocy is what it is.
Yeah.
Like, what I need is on a play-in, play-out basis. Yeah, Campbell's going to cover for his guys. Hey, the ball got out quick. Yes, there were instances of that. But when you put up that amount of offense, when you're able to take some deep shots, Mason Rudolph had time. Just like Sam Darnold had time. And I what I don't want to ask Aaron Glenn to do is continue reinventing himself every week as we head towards November, December.
Yeah. Because you got better quarterbacks on the horizon.
Yeah. Well, maybe. Might have Malik Willis this weekend.
Well, that's what I said. It's just like everything is falling into place for you. But
got to do it. Got to make a move. Dan Campbell at that podium. Hey, look, if he was having fun, good on him.
See,
but I took it as like, he knows something.
Dan Campbell has never, and I respect Dan Campbell because he's never been that coach that plays games. He tells you like it is, just like he told his team at the end of the championship game last year, guys, you may never get back here. You know, most coaches come in there saying, hey, we were this close and we're a player. He was honest. You may never get back here, so we got to work on some stuff in the offseason. Dan knows something. He is the ultimate, I got a secret guy. I got a secret, and I can't tell you what it is. But trust me, I got a secret.
And look, right here, right now, you are the 1 seed in the NFC. Hey, you may be very good next year. Doesn't mean you're going to be the 1 seed. Doesn't mean you'll be in control of your own destiny. It doesn't mean you will be, in this moment, the best offense I've ever seen in Lions history, and a defense that, with one addition, could regain its footing as maybe a top 10 unit. Guys, it's here right now.
Yeah, and it doesn't mean that you won't get just pummeled by injuries or just bad things happening for you. Right now, the world is yours. You need to seize this opportunity and take it, and you don't care how you get there because next year is next year. Don't worry about that. Worry about the remaining games because, I mean, I think if you were to play the Chiefs, you're a better team than the Chiefs. You're the best team in the NFL right now. Chiefs, still smoking mirrors to me.
But the Chiefs are addressing needs week by week. DeAndre Hopkins 1 week, Josh Uche this week. They're putting it together. Again, 248-539-9797. We'll get your phone calls. You want to rap about Michigan State, that's fine. We'll get back into that. We gave you 3 different ways to talk about it. But Lions fans, are you more in than ever that this Dan Campbell's comments, that team's performance, deadline a week away, do you believe they are going to put a gift under the Christmas tree? And here's Rico Beard, personal growth. How about that? I checked my times.
Oh, you did. All right.
How about that?
All right, hey guys, you've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. You want that career in radio, TV, you're a graphic design artist. Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goals and dreams. And it's very simple. You just need to go to the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast, media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in the city of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people like myself who work in the business and people who really will take the time to instruct you on how to become the best person you are. Heck, I even stopped in on the class today. Shout out to my man, Chris Harris. Hey, he had his class learning.
Oh, I stepped in on a class.
Well, I had to ask him a question. So, But, hey, be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Okay, 40 years in Metro Detroit, Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Still got you covered 24/7. And they've got the buying power to get you the best equipment at the best prices, period. That way, when somebody else tells you, oh, we're doing 30% off, yeah, right, they already overcharged you by 50. The point is, they got generators in stock, all your heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical needs under one roof. It's mastercraftheating.com. All right, straight to the people. Lions are in the mix. Michigan State is in the mix. Odyssey.com rewind if you missed anything. We go to Matt, 97.1. Matty, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up, man? Listening to you guys for a while I was on hold. I agree with you, Mike. The Lions did really good yesterday. Defense was good, but we need an edge rusher because if we had one, I don't think the Titans would have scored at all. I don't think they would have scored at all. I really don't.
So my question is, have you seen the Dan Campbell video today or heard the audio we played in the update?
I heard the audio. I'm on my way home, so I'm going to watch it as soon as I get home.
Yeah.
And another reason you need an edge rush, because you got Jordan Love. He's out, so I'm not worried about him. But you got Josh Allen coming up. You got C.J. Stroud. You got Sam Darnold again, but I know he's, average, everyone thinks. I'm not a fan of him, but, you got good quarterbacks coming up. But you're definitely going to need an edge rush because if they have time, they're going to get something cooking.
I think it's the idea, Matt, it's just the best of my lifetime. This is the best Lions team. I've lived in the States since 1998, and I feel like this is our opportunity not to make a bold move because it's good for radio or make a bold move because it's just fans being silly. It's make a bold move to cement the fact that you are the Super Bowl favorites.
No doubt.
It's right there.
I talked to you guys on Thursday or Friday, too. I forgot what day I called, when it was my birthday. So if you guys, I will buy lunch for everyone there if you can get Dan Miller one time just to say touchdown black guy.
I have tried. When Dan comes, all right,
probably never gonna happen.
No, hold
Matt,
on,
but
Matt. I want to tell you this story. I appreciate your call. Dan came in one time for Lions Review. This was last year, and he was all disheveled. And I had played the drop, and he goes, "I finally figured it out." I go, "Figure out what?" He goes, "That's why people were hitting me up on Twitter." Saying touchdown Detroit black guy. He's like, I didn't understand what was happening, and then I questioned my own work. I'm like, did I say that?
Right. He was all worried, like, oh my God, Lomas, what did I say? Why didn't you stop me?
So I said to Dan, I go, listen, your audience they crave this. They are demanding this. I said, Dan, one time, just let it rip, man. And he just I won't say what he said.
Yeah, I think at that point he sees all the jobs that he holds and the explanation and the press conference and the I'm sorry.
The idea of people sending him touchdown Detroit.
Our listeners, between that or Thanksgiving.
It's excellent. Let's go to Eric McComb, 97.1. Eric, what's going on, buddy?
Hi, how you doing?
Good, Eric. What's on your mind?
Nothing, man. But listen to you guys for a long time. I want to go back to the Michigan thing. I've been holding for a minute. So,
100%.
Excuse me. So as a Michigan fan, which I am, the whole little scuffle thing at the end, Loveland totally inflamed that situation. You know what I mean? In my opinion, you're winning the game at that point. The game's over. Just point to the scoreboard and wave goodbye. And
that's it. That's the biggest flex. Okay. Hey, that was a fun trick. Hey, what do those numbers say? 08, us more, you less. Have a good night.
Strike the Paul Bunyan pose. Do something. Yeah.
And listen, and I'm worried. I was watching it. I was just about to head upstairs, turn it off, and go upstairs. And Mullings was giving someone the business there. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I would be surprised if he got suspended, but he probably should be.
I know what the video looks like. And I know that, Alan Haller has said, I'm not going to make this a criminal thing. I'm just asking the Big Ten to treat that school down the road the way they treat everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Eric, I can't put any emotion or faith in the Big Ten having any spine. I just don't believe it.
Mike, it's funny. So, you mentioned earlier you're 44 years old. You just don't have the energy that you used to have to get all worked up on this kind of stuff. I'm 45, so you and I feel like we grew up together. You know, you went from your ranting days to, and I almost smashed bassinets back in the day. So we both matured a little bit.
But Eric, it's also, you know what it is, man? It's when you do this for a living, the rivalry becomes exhaustive. It's like, I want to talk football, and I never want to lose that game. I'll never lose the passion for hating Michigan. But it's all the nonsense. And you end up talking about everything but the game.
Well, and to that point, there was a guy that called in earlier, and he said he was in the stands, and it was just a very emotionless crowd, which, Michigan crowds have a reputation for that anyways. But, I mean, I'm exhausted by this season. I mean, when they score a touchdown, I'm relieved because I'm surprised they do it. I mean, their quarterback situation should not happen for a school that claims to be what they are.
I agree. I agree totally.
I've got many arguments with other Michigan fans that, hey, we won the Natty, just accept it. No, 9-3 should be your floor.
Yeah, that's not how that works. I mean, Eric, right now there's still a shot. I'm not saying it's happening, but Eric, there's still a better than average shot MSU ends up with a better record than Michigan this year. I mean, just go look at it. You're staring 1-3 in the face unless you think you're beating Oregon or beating Ohio State or beating Indiana. You have Northwestern. Michigan State has Rutgers. Michigan State has Illinois. Michigan State has Purdue. And Michigan State might play Indiana, who might be down or with a compromised quarterback. Look, it's right. It's all unacceptable. Now, the saving grace is you won the game and we lost. Would I rather go 6-6 with a win over Michigan or 7-5 losing to you? Yeah, I would take the 6-6 and beat you. So you won
because at that point it's really no difference.
Yeah, you won the big prize.
Yeah.
But it's still I'm with you in that it's unacceptable. I think it's unacceptable for having MSU come in your stadium and possess the ball for 40 minutes. But we made the mistakes that you didn't make, and that's what bad teams do.
Yeah, you went into your bag of tricks. It worked out, but this is a game that, like it or not, you stole it. You weren't the better team, but you had the better strategy, and your coaches had the better game plan. But if you look at the stats, MSU outdid everything except for the penalties and turnovers. But it was a little bit of we stole this thing, we put it away, we made the big stop on fourth down to cement this victory. So that's what Michigan did to me.
I just wish Aiden Childs had a better feel for the game.
I really hope that comes with maturity because, as I say, it was not just him. It was the receivers. Like, you guys got to come out the end zone and help him out. And Aiden, it was 4th and 6, not 4th and goal. You can get the first down without scoring a touchdown, but everybody went into hero mode at that moment. That's where maturity has to come in. That's where coaching has to come in and step in and really sit him down and say, just live for the 6 yards. Don't live for the touchdown.
Let's go to D, 97.1. D, how you been? What's going on?
Hey, what's up, Mike and Rico? Man, the timing could not have been more perfect for y'all to get me on.
Okay.
Because I thought we had gotten away from my point for a minute, but that last caller and what y'all just said brought it back to me. First of all, where are y'all getting these fake Michigan fans falling in here, criticizing us after we beat State? I don't know where those people exist, but I would check your audience because only certain type of Michigan fan must be calling y'all at this point because these last 3 have been pathetic.
All right, well,
nobody's mad at Colston Loveland for what he said or did. First of all, the kids head slapped them on the last play. After I just killed you for 2 touchdowns and I'm in victory formation and you head slap me, yeah, we about to have some emotion coming back towards you. Not to mention 2 years ago, y'all jumped our team in the tunnel. So, of course, it got emotional after we won. The winning team not mad. The losing team the one that's mad. And 2, this notion that the State outplayed Michigan in the game is crazy.
Why?
I know it's been a minute. No, listen, because y'all going to think I'm being a jerk. But y'all haven't been in big games in a while. But scoring on the first drive doesn't win a game. Michigan had the lead the whole second half. If anything, Michigan let State off the hook. I thought they should have gone up 3 scores later in that game.
Well, hold on, D, hold on 1 second, though.
All right, please don't hang up.
I'm not hanging up on nothing. D, relax.
Let's do it.
Hold on
Let's
now.
do it, bro.
The whole point.
No, because it's a real Michigan fan. Y'all used to these suckers calling.
No. Okay. Once again, chill out. Second of all,
Let's go.
Okay, I'm going to try again. I don't need a let's go or a pep talk. I'm trying to be a gentleman with it.
I'm just talking.
38 minutes of possession to 22. More rushing yards, more passing yards, more first downs. So Rico said, I think we played a better game. I don't think that's an insult. We made the mistakes you didn't make.
Right.
That's it.
They turned the ball over right before halftime, gave Michigan the lead. They left points out on the field. And, yeah, Michigan had a better game plan, but once they had the lead, it was almost keep away. Let's just run this thing out, get the clock to 0, and let's go around and celebrate
with
Paul.
What happened, though? The first quarter, State dominated the first quarter. Yardage-wise, time of possession, should have been up at more than 7. The rest of the game, Michigan won 24-10. And the reason why State didn't try to throw the ball, because the one time Aiden Childs held the ball on, what happened? He turned it over like they were scared he would do if he had to drop back and receive that pressure. And the reason why Michigan has no penalties is because y'all didn't pass rushes. Y'all did well versus the run. So what's penalties going to happen there when y'all were stopping the run, but there was no pass rush for holding, and there was no challenging downfield for pass interference. So what penalties would Michigan had committed given the game flow?
So we
Michigan controlled the game.
So we're going to forget about the
second quarter all the way through the end.
We're going to forget about the 30-yard pass that Foster had over your DB. We're going to that's why.
No, they made a play. All right, he made a play. But if Aiden Child would have dropped back and tried to exploit the defense,
he went 17 of 23, D.
He would have turned it over 3 or 4 times.
He went 17 of 23. I mean, dude, he
They
did
were
throw
playing safe. That was the game plan.
The point I'm making is you can't act like we were Army and threw the ball 6 times. Now, I agree. I wanted to go deep 3 or 4 more times. But, D, you cannot be a serious person and try to tell me that any game script equates to any team in America at any level of football having 0 penalties called on them. I've never seen it.
Bro, where would the penalty going to come from, Mike?
Any play.
Tell me what
any play in football, there's a penalty. Any play in D, every play you can call a penalty. Ask anybody who officiates. Hell, we have officials who call the show.
All right, but here's what I'm saying. On the running plays where you might hold, we didn't even open any holes because the State was
so only if you open a hole is there holding. Is that what I'm to understand? Take it from a Giants fan. We have no holes to run through. We get called for 6 of them a game. D, I'm out of time and patience. So the timing worked out perfect. No, I was trying to be a gentleman there. I gave him so much time. We're out of time. But I mean, that is not a serious call towards the end there.
I think he was more angry at his own fan base. But he tried to take it out on us. It's like, come on, man.
Don't bring that to my doorstep. I'm not asking you to be mad at Colston. I don't care. 65 and older, it's that time of year. Review your Medicare health insurance annual enrollment with Medicare subscribers. It is till December 7th. All new changes to Medicare. You got to call Mike Purpura, National Benefit Plans. Over 30 years of experience in the game. Mike will shop over 70 different life insurance providers. Get you the lowest price guaranteed. All you need to do is call the number. Save your time and frustration. 877-734-2200 or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. Busy Monday, a lot of rivalry talk. Now, D was fired up. He's mad at Michigan fans. He sounds mad at the world. He's mad at us.
Called them a bunch of punks, and they need to represent better and quit apologizing.
I don't think look, I'm not asking anyone to be mad about anything. You won the game. You can the little bro thing. Hey, man, if that gets your rocks off 17 years later, God bless. I don't care. Do what you want.
Yeah, you win the game, man. Say what you want. Do what you want. Personally, I probably would have either struck the Paul Bunyan pose or just pointed at the scoreboard. Like, yeah, do whatever. But we won. But, you know.
Now, the point of contention with D, and I respect D in this regard, at least he wanted to talk football. But I'm not going to sit here getting bent out of shape because Rico said, you think State outplayed Michigan. Kind of did. But you do your thing. The reality is you won the game because you were the smarter team. You made less mistakes. MSU left 6 points out on the field. But this idea that they didn't throw the ball, no, they did throw the ball. Aiden went 17 to 23. They lacked the 3 to 4 deep shots that I needed built off of the ground game that they shockingly put together. I never thought we were going to be able to run the ball like that against U of M.
Right. Or, yeah, it's a different game. You score on the first drive and you just take a knee to go into halftime. That's a 10-point swing right there.
Even if it's 6, you're kicking a field goal to win the game late.
Yeah.
You can't make those mistakes. They did. It's our fault. Michigan deserved to win that game. But don't give me this crap of, well, what particular play should there have been a penalty? I don't watch a single game all week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and football on the moon in London. Not a single game do I watch where one team gets 0 penalties called in a 60-minute football game. Not one. Oh, what play could a penalty be called? Try everyone. Literally, there's a penalty on every play.
Yeah.
Like, D, there are different arguments now. That's one you shouldn't have. Now, look, if you're a Michigan fan and you go play Purdue and you go to West Lafayette and they don't get called for a single penalty and you win the game by 7, your reaction would be the same as mine. You can't use it as a reason you lost the game, but you can also identify it and go, come on, man, are you kidding me?
I promise you this. If Michigan goes to Columbus and they lose, and Ohio State gets 0 penalties called on him,
you can at least bring it up.
D would never call here and say, okay, guys, you know what? I get it now. I understand.
Right, you could just bring it up and go, really?
Yeah.
Come on.
Nothing. They beat us, but not one.
Just like, give me a pity one.
Right.
Somebody give me an illegal fat guy downfield. Something.
Right.
Just for my soul. All right, Bobby, ticket text. Let's check in for the first time this hour.
We got a couple from earlier. This one, Kenny catching strays from his deathbed. I love it.
No, he's not on his deathbed. He had the poops. He had to go home. What do you want me to say? It's an hour before the show, and the guy's got to go on a day that David's already dead because his kids got him sick.
Well, thanks to that, I'm here. So
that's fine. I'm just making the people aware Kenny's not dead. He's on the toilet.
No, we do wish Kenny the best. Kenny and David. Yeah.
Go ahead, Bobby.
Aaron in Garden City, not even Batman could have gotten me to admit I left the game because I was tired.
Oh, you talking Anthony Richardson? Yeah, that's... I don't know how you plan on being a face of a franchise. You tap your helmet and get out of a game. I've never seen it in the NFL. Never.
That's one of those moments that he will never, ever outdo. I mean, we make fun of Jameis Winston for eating the W and all the stupid things that he says, but you asked to get out of a game, not because you were injured. You were tired.
And he said, I got to be honest. You don't have to be. You can lie to us.
Actually, Anthony, I'd prefer you lie to me.
Yeah, I felt like I tweaked something. I just needed to,
I blacked out. I passed out. Anything.
Yeah. I thought Michigan played their best game of the year to beat a better Spartan team. Oh, and can someone cover Loveland, the only real threat Michigan has?
It was, it's tough because it's not like Loveland had this massive game. He had 6 catches, 60 yards. Okay, fine. But even within that, I do agree with the texter where it's like, okay, if Samaj Morgan beats me or if random person beats me, I'm going to live with it. How on a critical third down can you not just bracket Loveland and take him away? Yeah. And they weren't doing that, so don't sell me that.
Or if you're the safety and Donovan Edwards is running the ball, 10 other guys can stop him because
Stay with 18.
Stay with your man, because if you're there, Donovan's smart enough. I can't throw the ball. Guess what? That play just blew up in our face. Maybe we'll have to try to kick a long field goal. Oh, he bit on that. There you go. Whee! Good throw by Donovan. Right there. Touchdown.
Exactly. Everyone has a job. Just do your job.
Yeah, and look, we've had communication issues in the secondary all season. It's just who we are. It's terminal at this point.
Cue the Boston College game.
Okay, cue the Oregon game. Do you really want it? Why?
No, because Oregon is good.
Well, miscommunications are miscommunications.
Yeah, Boston College, not so much.
All right.
But it was raining only on half the field.
All right, just stop, please. Bobby.
I think Dan is foreshadowing and knows something is coming because his demeanor today was much different when asked about a trade than it was last week.
It feels like he's either trolling or he knows a name and wishes he could say it, but he can't.
Like we are hours away from him saying, okay, guys, come on back to the facilities. I got some news for you.
Yeah, that smile and that shrug was just him saying, I'm not going to go against the tampering rules.
It was a jumping up and down. That's where he became the little kid. I got a secret. You're going to have a surprise party, but you just don't know it yet.
Yeah, but until the trade happens, he's gonna follow the rules. And lastly, the Bears probably would have won if Stevenson just kept talking to the fans and didn't get in on that play. He was the one who actually tipped it into the hands of Brown.
Or perhaps the Bears may have won if you came up with a better goal line play instead of handing it off to an offensive lineman.
I like the strategy most teams employ when they put their receivers on the goal line. That makes sense.
I just, yeah.
What? Just say it. You don't need to be exasperated.
No.
What's the issue?
I don't understand. Why is it so hard on when it's like you're on the 1 yard line? If Philly can do this, why can't every other team just do it? Line up your quarterback and just rugby style them into the end zone.
Can I offer something?
Yeah.
I feel like I have to say this. Just do what Aaron Glenn did or what Todd Bowles began doing 5 years ago. You blitz the Hail Mary.
Yeah.
You don't give him time.
Yeah.
You just don't give them time. He had 10 seconds back there. I don't need to worry about posting guys up or boxing guys out. I don't need to worry about tip drills. I'm just going to blitz you. You will not have time to throw this football. I will make you cross the threshold of the line of scrimmage or throw the ball sooner than you want to, where I'll still have people back there.
Mm-hmm.
Just blitz the damn thing.
Yeah. Or, send 4 people, send somebody on the delayed blitz. I forgot which team actually did that on the Hail Mary. And
the Lions against Minnesota.
Oh, no. Last week. I mean, this past Sunday, somebody did that. I was watching the Red Zone channel. But, yes, you just come after the quarterback instead of rushing to.
Right. Todd Bowles started doing it years ago.
He's got all day. Yeah.
Wow. Huh. How about that? And it works. And you're like, makes sense. Mm-hmm. But, whatever, dude, don't jaw with the crowd. Noah Brown was your responsibility. He caught the ball. You look like a ding-a-ling. I mean, that's really it. Good luck in that locker room with Tyreek Stevenson.
Yeah.
All right. Uplifting. Good stuff. John Jansen Weight Loss Club. It's simple. Ideal You. They helped him lose up to 6. I think he lost 62 pounds. He kept it off. Bottom line, you can lose 40 in 40 days. And it's worked for John. It can work for you. You can get a free consultation right now if you book at idealu.us. That's idealu.us. You'll get coaching, you'll get support, you'll be put on a plan, and look, it worked for John. It can work for you. So if you want to weigh less, book that free consultation right now at idealu.us.
Brought to you by Beninati Pools. Is a trade imminent for a Lions pass rusher? Dan Campbell weighed in, sort of. Elapsed because he was jumping up and down when he said that second could be. If a trade happens, it won't be for a former Michigan standout, Josh Uche. He was traded from the Patriots to the Chiefs today. His best pro season came in 2022, where he logged 11.5 sacks. This season, he has 3 thus far. The Packers coming up this week for Detroit. Jordan Love is day-to-day and has a shot to play this week, according to Tom Pelissero. Michigan national champ and current Steeler Roman Wilson is heading to the injured reserve. Wilson has not logged any catches in the NFL thus far. The Steelers are favored by 6 over the Giants tonight on Monday Night Football. Malik Beasley will play his 500th NBA game tonight as the Pistons face the Heat. Detroit has played some tight games thus far, but still winless. Pre-game coverage tonight right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:05, or 7:05, I should say. Dodgers star Shohei Ohtani partially dislocated his shoulder in Game 2 over the Yankees while sliding into second base. He is in the lineup tonight for Game 3. LA looking to take a 3-zip lead. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
5 o'clock, good to have you with us. We have kind of a split deal today. A little bit of Lions, but mostly rivalry. So let's reset the deck here. Rivalry, it's 3 ways. You can pick and choose what you want to do. And, we've had some ticket texters, and it's like, oh, how come Mike's not yelling and screaming? Because, dude, the little bro stuff's played. That's low-hanging fruit, trash bag nonsense. If you get your rocks off to that, that's cool. I don't have to. It's not 2007, guys. You realize that was 17 years ago when Mike Hart did what he did? It doesn't resonate now. Now you're just a poser. It's ridiculous. So,
Ed, hold on. To put it in perspective, when that happened, that person is now a high school senior. That's how long ago it's been.
Yes. So when Mike Hart did it, it was original. And it was highly upsetting and highly disrespectful. And you were like, wow, did he? Yeah, he did. That was different. And then we saw it go full circle where then State dominated the rivalry. And you're like, it doesn't matter because if State wins 100 times, you'll always be there like a meth head parakeet to just, little bro. So it's like, all right, cool. And also, I lived it with Chase Winovich, another guy who decided to wait until his final game against State to open his mouth. So there's nothing there. Colston, Loveland, Michigan, they won the game. If they want to go that little bro routine, you can do it. It's just goofy. The fight, Michigan State played a role in it, so did Michigan. I'm just not going to engage in this behavior of, oh my God. No, one side is not right and the other's wrong. They're both wrong. What levels of it? You go where you want to go with it. But the one thing I said to you 2 years ago, it was chicken bleep for Harbaugh and Ward to get the cops involved and for Eli Savage to play a role. And it'd be chicken bleep for me to get on the radio and start screaming about prosecution now. Disagree with it. I just don't have any faith that the Big Ten's going to do anything. You want to suspend Loveland and Anthony Jones each game? I wouldn't care. Now, the one I'm more concerned with would just be, look, if there's actual, I know what I've seen, and I'm not doing Zapruder film. But if Mullins and Samaj Morgan are actually stomping on a singular player that is in that wreck of people, yeah, there should be some discipline, football discipline. I do not want the legal process.
No, you never have the legal process when it comes to this type of stuff because,
well, you do when Jim and Ward cry.
And that was just the biggest mistake. And that was a dog and pony show.
No, they railroaded 8 players.
Mm-hmm.
So that's number 2. If you want to talk about the fight, you can. The difference is I'm just not living in playland. Both sides played a role. Nothing to talk about. The football game itself, I hate losing that game. But MSU's not good enough to leave points on the field. You can't. First of all, Jonathan Smith was not prepared for this. I thought the game plan was fine on a whiteboard. It was idealistic, not realistic. We're going to go in, protect our quarterback. We're going to run the football, control TOP, and try to shorten the game. The problem is you gave away your biggest advantage, which is your receivers versus Michigan's secondary. And it's a fine line. Rico and I have talked about this. There was no scenario Aiden was going to throw the ball 35, 40 times. No, we couldn't pass protect it. But when you have the success you have running the ball, there are going to be some non-traditional passing downs where you can go hard, play action, and take some shots. They didn't do it, and that's unacceptable. Also, once Michigan showed they were just going to crash down to take away runs, you've got to come back with read option out of the shotgun. You have got to pull that ball and go out the back door. It'll end all of that. It'll force the end to take a pause. That will continue to supply your running game with the time they need. Look, MSU's game plan was faulty. Defensively, we just don't have the horses. We can stop the run, but man, on some of those orgy runs, holy hell did Michigan's tackles obliterate our defensive ends.
They did, but that's why you have to put extra people up on the line because Orgy's not going to pass the ball. And I don't know why it takes coaches who make millions of dollars a half a game to realize this. USC, Minnesota, like Washington, and Jed Fish was the only one that says, yeah, he ain't passing the ball. From day one, we're just going to line up and stop it. And what happened? Yeah, we got to take Orgy out the game. We got to put another quarterback in there because this offense won't work. But, yeah, when you watch that game, if you're Michigan State, if you're John, you almost got to have a couple of plays in your back pocket the way that Michigan did. You know what? We got a couple trick plays for you. It was just, yeah, on the whiteboard, Mike, I like how you put it. This game plan will work. And, yeah, you got a lot of yards going from 20 to 20, but then you didn't have any kill shots or just, we're going to take advantage of this. We know you like to blitz in this situation, so we got this little trick play design. And that was one of the things that you would love about, D'Antonio, or even in the Mel Tucker era. They always had a play or two where you were catching them off guard.
I thought Michigan was brilliant with their use of trick plays.
Yeah.
Gave him some juice. The two-quarterback system wasn't invasive. I didn't feel like it was unfair to Warren or it took him out of a rhythm. They tactically, that was a nice job by Sharon and Kirk Campbell of when to do it, how to do it. Look, I hate the way we lost the game, but it is what it is, man. It's just we're not good enough to make mistakes and got to play perfect. We didn't. So it sucks. But as far as the other nonsense, look, man, if you don't think somehow, oh, man, you've gone soft, all right, I don't know what to tell you. You want me to scream about Lil Bro? Like, come on, guys. Seriously. It's nothing. Yeah, here's what they think about you. Okay? It's why I don't respect them. It's why I don't like them. But they're malignant narcissists. This is what they do. Your only choice, if you want to not hear any of their nonsense, is to smash their face in. Well, we're not good enough to do that right now. So you just sit and take the medicine. But the fight stuff and all that nonsense, how many incidents in this rivalry have we dealt with in the near term? I'm burnt out on it. It's ridiculous, all of it. And it's never their fault, always ours. Okay. And then the media will drink the bathwater like they always do. I mean, for God's sake, Sharon Moore got up there and lied, saying that, our guy got headbutted for no reason. What? What are you talking about? Yeah. Colston Loveland headbutted our guy after he went aggressive on victory formation. I mean, for God's sakes, I listened to John this morning, and John and I can have reasonable conversations about everything except this. Even Cookies tried to check him. John, I've never seen that in victory formation before. Are you kidding me? The offensive lineman who sat to your right this morning just told you, dude, I see it all the time.
Right. I've seen players get just flat out blown up on a victory formation because I'm mad because you're about to win and you just see an offensive lineman or a tight end just getting pushed backwards.
It's just gaslighting. It's the same thing. Oh, well, Colston leaned his head. No, he headbutted the player, dude. Just call it what it is.
Oh, no. John made it. He did not headbutt. He just leaned his head in. Right. It's
one problem. It's on video. He did.
Even in the slow-mo video, the headbutt speeds up. That's how much force was in the headbutt.
So
that
the point
when you watch
is,
the slow-mo, it's
our guy
fast.
was wrong, your guy was wrong. Why can't it just be 2 + 2 = 4? I can't be involved with it because I've spent my entire adult life in this state. I've dealt with this rivalry for 26 years, 20 of them in this city. And over the last 17 since the Mike Hart thing, I have seen every facet of this. The outside stuff is what I don't care about anymore. I'm sick of it. I want to win the game, and then I want to move on. Because the only cure for this is not more cowbell. It's winning the game. It's the only thing you can do. That's it. There's no other out if you're a Spartan. You got to win the game.
because they're not going to change who they are. This is what they do. It's a cult. It's insane behavior. So I've learned I can't ask them to change. They're incapable of it.
Things just happen when they do things. Like the Joe Bolton just happened to throw that steak down.
Well, first of all, it was a tent spike. If you're
Right.
going to bring a steak to the party, make it something that could take out a Dracula. It can't be a tent spike. That was stupid.
I will never forget the MSU coaches were furious at the end of the game. Did you see that? They put a spike. I was like, what? What are you
It was a
talking
turkey
about?
thermometer. It was ridiculous.
Man, they were living. I was like, guys, I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's all the outside stuff. And whether it was Tunnelgate, whether it is their cheating scandal that broke before the game last year, whether it is them destroying the locker rooms at Spartan Stadium, putting duty all over the walls, whether it is the pregame nonsense with Devin Bush where they damn well knew they needed to be off the field and they weren't. Both sides have a problem with each other. One side pretends they don't. And one side then wants to play the aggrieved. They're basically the rich kids saying, do you know who my daddy is? He's a big-time lawyer. You can't win with those.
Touch me and I'll sue.
You can't win with them. Yeah. So when you guys wonder, well, how come you're not screaming and yelling about it? Because I'm bored of it. Honestly, if we never played this team again, I wouldn't care. Texas A&M had it right. Leave the conference. But my point is, I'm kidding about that. But in all seriousness, the football game itself, I'm happy to talk about it. But MSU gave it away. Period. You can't make the mistakes they were making. And Jonathan Smith, I want to read this, and then I know we got to get to the people and stay timely. Here's what Jonathan Smith said today, and it pretty much proves Rico and I right. We didn't think he was ready for this rivalry going into it. Quote, we will not forget Saturday night, I promise you that, but we're moving forward. I felt a genuine dislike between MSU and Michigan and fan bases before the game, and after experiencing this one time, this thing is different. And that crystallized for me on Saturday, close quote. Good. Because I better see something different next year. That was too businesslike.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You need a little emotion. You need a little hatred. You need a little passion. And you didn't really have any of that in that game.
It just felt
And you can't manufacture it.
It felt too businesslike. And to the team's credit, look, 61 new players on state. They don't know nothing about this rivalry. I thought they played all right. They played pretty good, actually. But pretty good's not good enough to go to Ann Arbor and win. You got to be good to very good. And they weren't.
Can't beat yourself.
Being number one, not easy. Oopsie daisy. That's why.
Tell them about being number no. Tell them
no,
about being number one, Mike. I'll come back later.
Nope. 15 yards. Boom. Out of line. Here's Rico.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Mike. You've never done anything wrong.
Be curious. Just read now.
Hey, guys. Days and nights like this are perfect for a deck at your house.
Nights like this.
Yeah, and not just any deck, a Trex deck. And not just any Trex deck, a Trex deck built and designed by Coy Construction. I could not be happier with my new deck. Coy Construction, a Trex Pro Platinum dealer, is a family-owned and operated deck building company that enjoys a rich and proud 40-year tradition in Metro Detroit and Southeast Michigan. Their focus on quality and craftsmanship has made them one of the very best in the industry. And get this, they love to work year-round. So you want your deck built this winter, so you're ready to go on there and enjoy the spring? No problem. Unlike most deck building companies, Coy Construction routinely builds decks throughout the cold winter months, but there are limited slots available, so call them today to secure your spot on their schedule. Whether you're looking to create an inviting gathering space for your backyard or a cozy retreat, Coy Construction's experienced team can help bring your vision to life. So call them today, get your project started today, and you won't regret it, I promise you.
Hey, hi, everybody. Being number one, it takes years of experience, dedication, and determination. Number one mattress purchased by millions every year. It's Serta. 111 years making the world's best mattresses, and they're made right here in the state of Michigan. So get a great night's rest on a great Serta mattress. Just go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, let's get to the people. Ryan is in Dexter, and he's up next. What's going on, Ryan? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good. What's on your mind?
In my eyes, the Lions' victory on Sunday was the perfect result, which it's easy to say. You look at the final score. Special teams dominated the game. Offense, efficient as always. Defense got takeaways when needed. However, as a big caveat, the pass rush is still atrocious against a very below-average Titans offense. They really didn't do anything. And with Dan Campbell's comments this morning, I agree with the sentiment that there is a trade in the works, whether that's for Arden Key, Darius Smith, Carl Granderson, somebody at that higher-up level that's not going to break the bank to trade for.
Yeah, Ryan, look, I know we're all hopeful and maybe the hope is blinding us, but yeah, the way he acted at the podium today, I go, oh, he knows something. Come on. He knows. He knows Brad. Like, it felt like Brad has brought a name to me that excites me greatly. I've told him I'd like that player, and he started bouncing up and down up there. I'm like, come on, man. I'm with you, Ryan. It was the perfect result. You're right. You got to rest your starters in the fourth quarter. You know, you scored 52 points on 62 yards passing. Special teams dominated the day, and you just move it forward.
And for those who always wanted it, you got a Hendon Hooker sighting.
Oh, thank God.
Because, you know.
What a waste of a draft pick. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good, fellas. How you doing today?
Good, Mike. What's on your mind?
Good. Got a quick question, man.
Yes, sir.
I know we all talk about the Lions and our pass rushing, and definitely we need to upgrade, and the whole world knows it. I think the NFL knows it. I guess the question I have is kind of like, remember when the Pistons traded for Rashid, and when we finally got him in 2004, it was like, okay, we got a chance to win this thing. So I'm trying to ask myself I ask you guys, who legitimately do you guys think that we could get that's going to take us over the hump? I mean, we talk about the guy from Cleveland, Crosby. I mean, these are all pipe dreams, right? So who do you guys think legitimately that we can get that's going to take us over the hump to win this thing?
Mike, I don't think any of it is a pipe dream. It really boils down to how high you want to go. What do you want to spend, and who is the player that you are targeting? If you want to go to the top shelf, you can have that player. It's going to cost you a little bit more. So this really I'm trying to say it depends on how far the Lions want to go and how deep into their pocketbooks they want to go. If they want to go all in the way we've suggested, they could pretty much have any player out there.
Okay. But without throwing a kitchen sink?
I mean, Zadarius Smith would be one. I always think there's a name that no one knows that pops up, and you're like, wait, that guy got traded. There's also the weird rumblings coming out of New England, the second-round pick they had from 22-23. Not Keon White. What is his name? The point is, there's a plethora of guys. Look, you just saw Josh Uche, who the Pats brought back on a one-year prove-it deal. He got traded for like a 6th, 7th-round pick to the Chiefs. A multitude of guys. And if you take the Myles Garrett, Crosby stuff and you put it to the side, or dreams are dead, okay, fine. The point is they still have work to do. I like the Chiefs' approach. They went out and got Hopkins. They went out and got Uche. You know, if I'm the Lions, I'm looking to add 2 linemen. Like a phone call I would make, and I don't know how plausible it is. I'd love to see him bring in a Calais Campbell. Miami season is over. NFL Man of the Year, a team captain everywhere he goes, respected in every locker room he's ever been in, and he's still playing at a pretty high level at age 36, and he is a massive human being who can rotate in on that D-line. Guys, you've lost 4 D linemen. You lost Aiden, you lost Davenport, you lost Kaminsky, and you lost Pecco. That's 4 guys in an 8-man playing group. So I am fine if you want to piecemeal it and add 1 interior, 1 exterior. Fine. But the edge guy. Here, I don't care. Watch the Giants tonight. Watch Azeez Ojulari. You want him? He'd probably get hurt getting off the plane, but you can have him, and he'd be dirt cheap. Giants aren't going to pay him.
See, I don't think you could really go dirt cheap. And
That's why. What if you got two guys? What if you went out and got Zadarius Smith and Azeez Ojulari? You get them both.
And maybe I'm reading into this, but I really don't think I am. Whatever moves are about to happen, whether it's one guy, two guy, or three, Dan Campbell is excited about this.
I know, because that made me excited. And I'm like, well, maybe they're getting a good player here.
That Dan Campbell was overly excited, like, ooh, I wish I could tell you, but it's almost like, Mike, we got a big surprise party ready for you when you keep asking, hey, what do you want to do tonight? Great question.
It also makes me believe that the biggest deals are the ones that don't get talked about. So I'll always say that, hey, between now and trade deadline day, will a player get dealt that we have not heard about? Yes. Just don't know if it'll be us involved. Let's go to Ed, 97.1. Eddie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, not much. How's it going today, guys?
Good, Ed. What's on your mind?
Back with the Lions. When Holmes was working with the Rams, they didn't make a whole lot of in-season moves which showed up in the Super Bowl. I mean, do you guys really think there's going to be a big name coming in?
I don't know. I
don't know. Like TJ Lang said the other day, you can't close the door on anything.
I still think.
Years,
all right, let me ask you a question. Right? Let me just. Here's where I would go in lieu of dream scenarios. Look, Zadarius Smith, you make the call. Chase Young on the Saints on a prove it deal, you make the call. Now again, if they don't like Chase, if they don't like the person, if they think he's a space cadet, cool. Watch the Giant game tonight. Azeez Ojulari. Look, if you go out and get any two of those three guys, problem solved. Now I got multiple options. I can give Aaron Glenn more tools for the toolbox, mix and match, and let's go. I mean, Eddie, I'm fine with that. I've never not, but I'm also the type of person, if I got a shot, I don't care if it's a 1% shot. If I got a shot to go get Juan Soto, I'm going to get him. If I got a shot to get Myles Garrett, I'm going to try.
Yep, I agree. I mean, I've been a Lions fan for 61 years now, and now is the time. There is no doubt there. Best team I've ever seen.
Yeah, you don't want to waste this opportunity whatsoever because they are few and far between. You're not getting hit by the injury. I mean, you had Aiden Hutchinson, but that's it. You go out there, you replace him with some other people, you combo meal or whatever you got to do, but this offense is legitimate. Your special teams is legit.
So let me sell you on Ojulari. Can I do that for a minute?
Go for it.
Just for fun. Now, mind you, you're going, well, Mike, why are you selling us your guy? I'd like to help you. Nuanced take. My team blows. So with that in mind, John Mara's gone out and said, I'm not firing Joe Schoen. I'm not firing Brian Daboll, which means they'd have the ability to sell a current asset and get draft capital. Okay. Ojulari's in a contract year. Highly motivated, right? Thibodeau was off to a very nice start. Hurt his wrist. He's going to be back in a week or two. He only plays about half the Giant snaps. He's got 4 sacks. He's already had a 9-sack season as a rookie, which set the Giants record. He wants a contract. He'll be motivated. He'll be playing winning football, and you can play him half the time. Azeez, third down. What's my job, coach? Kill quarterback. That's all I need from you. Okay. Look, and he's cheap. He's a rental. You probably get the guy for a 5th-round pick.
Okay. You know what? On a side note, quick question.
What?
And this may be a dumb question. Is anybody in New York watching the Giants tonight?
No.
Everybody's watching the Yankees, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Either out of spite or desperation. Look, we already lost the World Series in Game 1. You can just say it. It's okay.
No, it's not.
Aaron Boone blew the World Series. Just say it.
As the cliche goes, it's a series. If you lose tonight.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Here's my response. We pitched a guy who hadn't pitched in 37 days. Freddie Freeman hit a ball to Palo Alto. We walked the winning run to second. It was mania. Aaron
Boone, first
Boone
pitch too, wasn't it?
Aaron Boone was like an incel from the Red Sox to help us lose that game. I don't know what happened. We had 2 chances to close out Game 1. We didn't do either. Here's Aaron Boone's brain in the moment.
I thought it was.
I can't believe. I thought Cortez was just getting loose for like bleeps and giggles. I go, it's got to be Hill coming out of the bullpen.
I thought it was
nope.
doot.
Oh, where is that? Hey, here's Aaron Boone. Dead. We're toast.
You still got a chance, buddy.
It ain't much of one. Not with Aaron Judge doing his best Ray Charles.
He
goes to the plate. He shouldn't have a bat.
No.
He should have a keyboard.
You know why you're going to do? You know who's throwing out the first pitch tonight? The captain.
Oh, you mean the guy who strung up the organization for 4 more years at a bloated salary and demanded to be kept up in the order when he couldn't hit his way out of a paper bag?
Tomato.
No, go to hell with that. He's Eli 2.0 with what he did to that franchise. Enough. You know what? Leave. Kindly leave. I'm reading self-help books. Kindly leave. I'm hanging on by a thread. You've heard us mention Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks or sells more Trex decking, railing, lighting than Northville. How do they do it? It's very simple. It's all in their warehouse. That means there's no shipping delays, no supply chain issues, just product. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. So don't wait. You could be enjoying deck season. It's going to be 78 tomorrow and Wednesday. Get out there and enjoy yourself before Mother Nature takes it all away. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Thank you very much. All right, week 8, and I apologize to America. You're going to have to look at my football team tonight. They are dreadful. FanDuel, $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So build an SGP. That's the only way you can probably bet tonight's game. I don't know. Figure out any way to be negative about Daniel Jones. You'll win. FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, Woj is in the building. We will pass the baton momentarily. Bobby, a few ticket texts before we invite Robert in here. He's holding court with Evan outside. What do you got?
Said, I'm so mad that the Lions didn't pick up Josh Uche for a 6th-round pick in 2026. Starting to get a little worried about our GM. Don't want to be mad about him because he's done so awesome, but just saying he couldn't have helped this team.
Well, here's the thing. I'm leaving space open for the following guys, we have opinions about players that have largely nothing to do with what teams think about him. I always say this around the draft. You can like this player. You could see him in every mock draft. You could think on paper it makes sense. We don't have access to the player. We don't get to sit down and have a private investigator learn everything about these cats or interview the player. Look, they may just not like said player. I'm going to let this roll, and whoever they go and get either clears a bar of what I think or not. That's all I can do.
Michael, I'm so glad you said that, because I do think that, like the draft, you keep hearing a player's name over and over again, you fall in love with that player. And this player, it's the perfect fit. And instead of just saying, hey, how about you let us do our job and go get the best player for the team? And then when they don't get that player that you wanted them to draft, there's always that level of disappointment, like, well, I guess I'll like this guy. So I've learned they see things differently than how I see them. I'm just going to go ahead and trust them and see what they're going to do. Go ahead.
You're right, because we can't force them. Like, why would I get upset about Josh Uche? You know what I mean? Like, it's a guy on a 1-year, $3 million prove-it-deal. I can't be upset. They might have something better cooking. If they don't, and we end up, bleeps up, well, that'll be a different conversation.
No, I agree, because you can't be name chasing, and Brad Holmes has always brought in pieces that have improved this team, whether we approved of it at first or not. So we gotta trust him.
Well, Bobby, what I tell you is it's okay to name chase in this regard, my man. When you have a player you think will help you win a Super Bowl and get a parade down Woodward, I do think as a GM in that position, whether you're Howie Roseman, whether you are Eric DaCosta, I do think you have to start at the top of the list and get rejected a few times. Like Les Snead, you got to go out. He didn't go out and get Josh Uche. He got Von Miller from the Denver Broncos to help solidify the Rams' Super Bowl team. Mm-hmm. So I do believe you got to chase a little, but look, we got a week. They best get somebody. If they don't, that's a different conversation. Then I will actually be like the upset version of myself. I'm trying to just be calm. The team is awesome. So I'll wait the week, but they got to get somebody. Here, Bob's got the answer. Watch this, Bobby. Well, sit down. Stop sauntering. Get in here.
No one saunters like I do.
Are you doing a show out there, Bob?
No, I wasn't. Well,
Are you pulling a Rieger?
He was. He was lecturing Birchie's here. So, I mean, they're sharing war stories over there. Now,
we've got our big Lions review show coming up. Lions won without, having a first down, I think. Something like that.
62 yards passing. 52 points. Never seen anything like it.
Fans were happy, but they probably killed your fantasy team.
No, they certainly did. And the numbnuts that coaches the other team, that Callahan guy.
I love that word.
That 4 throws at the end of the first half, when all you had to do from the 1 yard line was run it in, and then you might have had a game.
Correct.
You know what? I'm not going to make fun of him because he may end up becoming the MSU OC next year. So.
No, very well.
I'm kidding, Mike.
From the 1 yard line.
Rico,
because I'm saying,
what is wrong with you?
Because we don't score in the red zone.
Listen, you're being negative.
Scoring in the red zone is overrated.
Sign Jonathan Kim.
Yeah, just look.
Yeah, kickers.
Hey, I want to ask you a question.
Yes.
He thinks I'm nuts.
You are.
And I'm generally very cynical, and I'm not like a glass half full guy.
No, your glass is broken guy.
Shards everywhere.
Shards.
You ready?
Yes.
I think we can beat Indiana.
Well, is the little quarterback back?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's either a backup or a guy off thumb surgery. Indiana hasn't really played anybody. They got to go on the road.
What
has MSU shown the last 2 weeks? They can line up, control TOP, run the football. Fair?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And did you see the point spread? Quickly, it opened at 7, went right down to 6.
6? Okay, Michigan State getting 6, obviously.
If they were favored by 6, I'd be like, what, did half the team die?
See, I don't know. Michigan State is Aiden Childs,
He was 17 of 23. He didn't throw an interception.
And
three of those were sacks, so really 17 of 20.
Yeah, literally, the only reason I thought Michigan would win the game was because I thought Childs would make a big mistake. And
he did.
And that's not even correct, because he's going to be a very good player, I think. But at this stage,
for Miami,
he's going to make the big mistake.
Oh, but I'm negative.
So we don't know about, what's his name, Michael O'Rourke?
Curtis Rourke?
Yeah, him,
no,
whatever.
Look, there's a shot he plays, but my point is he's going from thumb surgery.
Thumbs are overrated.
His throwing thumb.
It's his throwing hand.
No, I know. It's a 3:30 game, right? You guys need to play a night game every now and then, shouldn't you?
Yeah, mix them in once in a while.
Oh, my God.
What do you got coming up next?
Well, we got the Lions review coming up, and I don't get to get...
Is Dan Miller here?
No. He's preoccupied.
We had 2 callers today demanding this.
I heard that.
Okay, can you pass this on? Because when I bring it up to Dan, he's dismissive.
Touchdown black guy?
Just one time.
Mm-hmm.
One time.
Should he say touchdown black lion?
I don't care.
No.
My point is,
No, like on that long Jahmyr Gibbs run.
Bang!
Perfect time.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no. I thought about it, but no. Touchdown
just
black
come
guy.
on, one time. The people of Detroit want it.
20, 10,
Yeah.
5,
Touchdown, Detroit black guy. I mean, it's meant for him. It's meant for him.
Whose voice are you doing there?
Dan's.
No, it's not. It's that low.
And that's the game.
Yeah.
Better job by me. Your team sucks. Or whatever he says at the end of the game.
They meet at the middle of the field. Good job by me. Sucky job by you. That's what he says. So, yeah, we're going to get to the Lions. I can't get into Michigan State because it's Lions review. I will just say this. By this time tomorrow, all the other stuff is going to be over with. I think the Big Ten will just
I mean, Eli
issue a
Sabbath's not
statement.
going to throw 8 players in jail?
No one's going to jail.
Oh, weird.
I don't think
odd.
anyone's getting nailed.
An apology won't suffice. Oh, please. I'm with you. I never wanted the cops involved 2 years ago. I thought it was ridiculous. All right, Bob's coming up next. Lions review.
Woo!
Work on Dapper Dan. Get Dapper Dan to loosen up a little bit.
Okay. All right.
Come on.
Maybe we'll ease him in. How about
whatever you want.
Touchdown unnamed guy. Start there.
We'll talk to you guys tomorrow at 2. Lions review is next.